Rochester fan. On your home for the Rhinos. Fickle 93.3 FM. Welcome to the Rochester Raging Rhinos pregame show.
Last night, the Rochester Raging Rhinos returned home to Frontier Field to play host to the Puerto Rico Islanders. On the line, a chance to usurp Montreal and take first place with a 3-point victory. Instead, in the first half, it was Puerto Rico who got on the board first and controlled most of the pace of the game. The Rhinos, however, would get one back shortly after halftime.
Scores in underneath it. Blocked by Martinez. Now sends it up the right side. Martinez getting to it to keep it in. Along the near side. Here in the box. Hit it for Singles.
All evened up at 1. Greg House for the Rhinos got one back just 10 minutes later on a gorgeous pass from Kirk Wilson. Officially, it was credited to Mladenoff as he tipped it last before House finished the ball in the back of the net. But then, in the 89th minute, the Rhinos let their guard down.
Left-footed kicker. So now swinging kick. And here it comes. High in the box, or the back door. Up in the air they go. Side volley kick. Back out in front. They shoot and score. Norcus up with the ball as it comes down to the 3. Puts it inside the left post. The Islanders have evened it up here in the 89th minute. Oh, man.
2-2 in the 89th minute, and that's how this one would end, as the Rhinos only collecting 1 point in the standings, still 1 point behind the Montreal Impact and chasing that first place spot. And tonight, it's the Montreal Impact. The Impact come to town in first place in the USL First Division, just 1 point ahead of the Rochester Raging Rhinos. A win for either side tonight would give them sole possession of first place. The Rhinos, however, have 3 extra games played over the Impact. When the Impact catch up, they could very easily surpass the Rhinos in points on those 3 games they have in hand. Who can smell the thrill of victory more as the postseason rapidly approaches? We'll find out in 90 minutes. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom Craver. Thank you for joining us on this countdown to kickoff, and welcome to the Rochester Raging Rhinos pregame show. Well, it is that week, as many of the fans call it. It's Montreal week. The team most Rhino fans love to hate. Coming in tonight, though, the Impact 1 point ahead of the Rhinos in the USL First Division standings, and this is where the proverbial line gets drawn in the sand, as they say. The Rhinos have a loss and a tie so far this season against Montreal. The loss coming at home on May 21st. The tie came 1 week later as the Rhinos started to pick up their season with the 0-0 tie on May 29th, Memorial Day weekend. Their very next game in Toronto was the start of quite a winning streak. Well, a lot of action happening at Frontier Soccer Stadium today. Of course, it's Montreal. What better reason to come on out? Tickets still left down at the box office. Make sure you come on out and get some and get in here for tonight. A jersey auction on the field this evening to benefit the continuing developmental services. Silent auction for a Rhinos jersey taking place just inside the main entrance of Frontier Field as you come in. The actual yellow game-worn jersey will be autographed by the player whose name appears on it and will feature the 10th anniversary logo of the Rhinos. CDS is a world-class human service organization that supports people with developmental disabilities in the pursuit of their personal dreams. Tonight is also dubbed Alyssa Bruno Night as the Monroe County Federation of Social Workers, Local 381, and the Rhinos teaming up tonight to assist the 5-year-old girl from West Henrietta diagnosed with a form of cancer. Billy Sedgwick's Quarters for Cancer Foundation also behind that one as well. So if you didn't need enough reasons to come out, there you go. There's a few great reasons. So please come on out, support the Rhinos, support everything that's going on here tonight at Frontier Soccer Stadium. When we continue, we'll take a look at the rest of the promotional schedule for the Rhinos season. Of course, Open Cup action coming your way this Wednesday night. We'll take a look at the head-to-head competition between the Rhinos and the Impact. This is Raging Rhinos Soccer on the all-new Pickle, 93.3 FM.
You know, Arnie, I really admire you.
Well, let me tell you something, Bill. In America, you can have it all.
Yeah, me, I can't even trade in my old car.
Bill, stop being a dairy man and go to Marina Dodge.
When you make a deal, we'll pay off your current vehicle no matter how much you owe. New 05 Dodge Durangos and Ram Quad Cabs, $9,000 off MSRP only at Marina Dodge. 943 Ridge Road between 5 Mile Line and Hard Road in Webster. Call 866-YES-7774 now. Several available at this offer to qualified buyers plus tax, title, and plate fees. All rebates to dealer. Offers not valid in combination.
Soccer players know the shoes they wear play an important role in how well they play. Don't your work boots deserve the same consideration? Then get your next pair of boots at a Red Wing shoe store. Check out Red Wing Shoes at 2680 Ridge Road West or the Southtown Plaza in Henrietta. American made, the largest selection, and the most comfortable boots for your feet. That's Red Wing Shoes in the Southtown Plaza in Henrietta next to Office Max or on Ridge Road West.
Hey fans, World Gym Rochester is the official strength and conditioning facility for your Rochester Rhinos, Rattler, Nighthawks, and Amerks. World Gym Rochester is proud to offer personal training packages tailored especially to your needs, including Apex A5 component system that assures you results. The Apex system is customized for you and your needs. Lose weight, improve your health, or just get in better shape. World Gym Rochester and Apex can help you reach your goals. Fun, high-energy group exercise classes like Rep Reebok are offered so you can work out with friends. Spinning, yoga, and Pilates are also great ways to work out and release stress and tension. And to make it more convenient, World Gym Rochester now offers a newly expanded child care hours. For more information, please stop by the gym at 1717 East Avenue, just west of the East Avenue and Whitten Road intersection, or call 271-0440. That's 271-0440.
Why do you stay posted with the Post newspapers?
High school sports and see what the kids are doing and see how the teams are doing.
It's really cool when I see articles on the kids and I can clip them out and put them in a scrapbook.
For less than the cost of a cup of coffee, you can stay posted with convenient home delivery of your town's Post newspaper. Just call 442-POST to get posted. I'm posted.
I'm posted.
We're posted. Brighton, Pittsford, Barrington, Fairport, Irondequoit, Penfield, Grease, Gates, Chili, East Rochester, Henrietta, Brockport, and Webster Post. Call 442-POST and get posted. And now, back to the Rhinos on Pickle, 93.3 FM.
And welcome back to the Rochester Raging Rhinos pregame show. My name is Tom Kramer. Thank you for joining me on this countdown to kickoff as the Rhino and the Montreal Impact getting ready to get underway. Players on the field doing their pregame warm-up, running around, getting final instructions from their respective coaches. Nick DeSantis looking incredibly determined here this evening tonight. Well, this is only one of a handful of games left for the Raging Rhinos in this regular season remaining of the USL First Division. Of course, come on down tonight. First 5,000 fans to the door are getting a Rhinos player trading card courtesy of Quick Picks Photography and MetLife. And they will also be getting a free trial membership to Personal Health Approach. Of course, the talent jersey going on to benefit continuing developmental services. And it's Alyssa Bruno night, so drop some quarters or more in the soccer balls that are around the stadium and donate to a good cause, that being quarters for cancer. The next Rhinos home game after tonight will be this upcoming Wednesday night as the Chicago Fire of the MLS come to town for the quarterfinal round of the U.S. Open Cup 2005. Good tickets are still left. Call 454-KICK for information on the game or 423-9464 for tickets. Again, the number for tickets is 423-9464. After that, 2 regular season USL First Division matches. December 4th against Vancouver. It's back to school night First 2,000 kids receiving a Rhino lunch bag courtesy
of Zweigel's and FoodLink. Of course, the Zweigel's family 4-pack night. That means 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 sodas for just $44. Discounted tickets are available for larger families as well, too. And the last game of the regular season, September 10th against Virginia Beach. It's awards night. The first 1,500 fans get a Rhinos hat from Unity Health, and the first 2,500 fans will get gift bags, ticket discounts, and more as it's Disney Family Fun Night. So lots of good happenings, as always, here at the Rhinos organization. Stay with us when we continue. We're going to look at the two sides here, the Rhinos and the Montreal Impact, and take a look around the USL First Division just a touch. Stay with us. This is Raging Rhino Soccer on the all-new Fickle 93.3 FM.
Travel in style for a special occasion? Call Golden Memories Limousine and Transportation. With their corporate charters, executive mini coaches, limousines, and 55-passenger bus, Golden Memories has a transportation solution for any event. Invite them to be a part of your wedding day or celebrate your stag or stagette party in style. Golden Memories is the safe choice to travel to casinos, wine tours, or corporate events. Call 723-1322 today for more information. That's 723-1322. Travel with the company the Rhinos use. Golden Memories for all your luxurious transportation needs.
Faber Homes is building communities for today's hardworking families. Park Place is located on Union Street, just south of 490 in Chilai. It's surrounded by 1,500 acres of county park. Many home sites are treed or offer the security of a cul-de-sac location. You must look at the new furnished model home at Park Place. The very best value for your family starting at just $129,900. Call them today at 889-9590. Visit their website at faberhomes.com or just drop in for a visit.
Does your golf game need a change of scenery? Leave the same old courses behind and head to Lakeside Country Club in Penn Yan on scenic Cayuga Lake. It's one of the most beautiful courses you'll ever play. Memberships are available, but the public is welcome. Just call PGA Pro Bob King at 315-536-7252 to book your tee time. The course is located near many of the Finger Lakes' finest wineries, so make a day out of it and enjoy the best that the Finger Lakes has to offer, on the course and off. Call Lakeside Country Club, 315-536-7252.
If insurance fraud were a legitimate business, it would be a Fortune 500 enterprise. It's the nation's second most common economic crime. Billions in bogus workers' comp claims are paid each year. The criminals? Employees faking or extending injury or illness. Business owners lying about payrolls or hazards workers face. And medical providers ripping off the system. Who gets hurt? We all do. It costs the average family $1,000 a year in higher prices, lost wages, and reduced benefits. We're serious about finding and prosecuting fraud and helping those who are really hurt or sick to get well and back to work quickly. We need your help in keeping the system honest. The free rides stop here. Call the New York State Insurance Fund to report fraud at 1-877-WC-NYSIF. Your call is confidential.
The Rochester Raging Rhinos are on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Rochester Raging Rhinos pregame show. Tom Kramer along your side here tonight. I thank you for staying with us on this countdown to kick off the Rhinos and the Montreal Impact. This is it. It's what it's all about, folks. The Rhinos 1 point behind the Impact in the USL First Division standings. And tonight's game has all the makings of what should really be playoff intensity soccer. All time against the Impact, the Rhinos have only 12 wins, 17 losses, and 3 ties. This will be the third of 4 regular season matches against the Impact this season. First 2 didn't go as well as the Rhinos would have hoped. This season so far, they've got a loss and a tie. The loss coming right here at Frontier Soccer Stadium back on May 21st. 2-1, the Rhinos fell to the Impact on a 2-goal effort by then Impact forward Ali Gerba. He has since moved on to bigger and better things. Then a week later, the Rhinos tied Montreal in Montreal's home opener at the Claude. In that game, the Rhinos really found themselves, started playing together as a team,
Hey, Sammy.
And have gone on some incredible winning streaks since then. Well, Montreal is no team that's a stranger to the Rhinos, but let's go through and scout them out a little bit. On the downside for Montreal, they'll be without some very key players tonight. Defender Adam Braz was ejected during their match Wednesday against Puerto Rico, suspended for 1 game. That will most likely be tonight. Defender Gabriel Gervais also not available for the matchup. He hurt his leg during the game against the Timbers back on August 10th, has missed the last few games, expected to still miss 2 more weeks of action. In the midfield, Z. Roberto suffered a knee sprain back at the end of July against the Atlanta Silverbacks. He's still sidelined, expected to be out through the rest of this month, most definitely. And forward Edward Sabrango also missed the impact last 10 games with a fractured bone in his right foot. Suffered the injury the last game in June. Still not back yet. Expected to return sometime this month. Probably not tonight, but is listed as day-to-day. Forward Joel Bailey also, the last injury for the Impact, officially listed as, quote, could return shortly, unquote. Whatever that means for Montreal. Despite the blanks in Montreal's lineup, they are still stacked with quality players, starting first with Mauro Biello, a player no stranger to any Rhinos fan. He was a former Rhino back in 1999. He is the leading scorer for the Impact with 7 goals on the season so far, 3 assists for 17 points. Always dangerous, extremely creative in the midfield. In the past 10 Impact matches, he has 5 of their game-winning goals. Masahiro Fukasawa, also someone else not to be reckoned with in the midfield. He's got a goal, he's got an assist, he's got more fouls than anybody else on the Montreal Impact side. Antonio Ribeiro, also creative and dangerous in the midfield. And of course, there are 2 quality keepers, the first being Greg Sutton, Canadian national, 18 games played. He's got only 9 goals allowed so far for a lethargic 0.5 goals against average. 10 of those victories were shutouts. 10 of those victories have been shutouts. He is, at least as far as goals against averages are concerned, the number 1 keeper in the USL First Division. His counterpart on the other side of the field, the Rhinos' Scott Vallow, 22 games played. He's allowed 18 goals on the season for a 0.82 goals against average, 8 clean sheets for Scott Vallow. But enough with the numbers. Talk is talk, but who can walk the walk? The Rhinos and the Impact coming up. When we continue on this countdown to kickoff, we will take a look around the USL First Division. Not really much happening since last night. We'll take a look at the USL Second Division, give you a better update of what's going on this evening. This is Raging Rhino Soccer on the all-new Pickle, 93.3 FM.
Every generation of Volvo has been committed to safety and saving lives. Visit Best Volvo, like Volvo owner Peter Parks.
I was in a horrendous accident where an oncoming driver had fallen asleep and hit me head on. I'm absolutely convinced I would have never walked away had it been any other car.
Test drive the Volvo XC90, the world's safest SUV, only at Best Volvo, where style, safety, and all-wheel drive come together to save lives. 1500 University Avenue.
Hi, this is Joe Giuliano, Rhinos radio color commentator and host of the Soccer Report. Join us every Tuesday at 6:30 for full coverage of the Rochester Region Rhinos, Major League Soccer, and international soccer news. Give us a call every Tuesday at 346-3000. It's the Soccer Report.
The time for a healthy you is now. And Personal Health Approach Health Wellness and Fitness Center, Rochester's brand new premier upscale health club, is the place you need to be. PHA Health Wellness and Fitness Center, located at 3450 Winton Place, is the official strength training facility for the Rochester Rhinos. Let PHA's personal trainers and exercise therapists create a personalized program that will meet your needs and goals. Call PHA Health Wellness and Fitness Center at 232-8888.
There's a toe-tapping, hand-clapping time in store for you this weekend at Genesee Country Village and Museum. It's the annual Fiddler's Fair, August 20th and 21st. Relax and enjoy dozens of performers from the renowned professional to the youngest beginner. Bring your acoustic fiddle and get in for free. Join us for the largest showcase of traditional music in Western New York, the Fiddler's Fair, August 20th and 21st at Genesee Country Village and Museum in Mumford.
Gallo & Iacovangelo is a full-service law firm that has been serving the Rochester area for over 30 years. The experienced attorneys at Gallo & Iacovangelo are uniquely qualified to represent you in a variety of areas. Whether you've been injured in an auto accident, need to draft a will, or are buying a house, Gallo & Iacovangelo provide you with the abilities of a large law firm, but give you the personal attention you'd expect from a smaller firm. Call them at 454-7145 or visit them online at gallolaw.com. Gallo & Iacovangelo. Progressive thought, traditional values, uncompromising strength.
And now back to the Rhinos on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Welcome back to the Rochester Raging Rhinos pregame show. My name is Tom Craver. Thank you for staying with us on the countdown to kickoff. The Rhinos and the Impact. Not much longer now, inside of 15 minutes till kickoff, and every fan in this stadium is excited. Time now to look around the USL First Division. Again, the Rhinos and the Puerto Rico Islanders, the only two teams squaring off last night, playing to a 2-2 draw. The Islanders and Montreal played this previous past Wednesday. They played to a 1-1 draw at Claude Robillard Sporting Complex. On the schedule for tonight, 4 matches, 8 teams who have a very serious role in the playoff picture. Richmond tonight at the Charleston Battery. That game started a half hour ago. The Montreal Impact, of course, here in the Rhinos' home stadium at Frontier Soccer Stadium. On the West Coast, 2 late games tonight. Seattle Sounders are at Portland to take on the Timbers, and the Minnesota Thunder travel to Vancouver to take on the Whitecaps. All right, then, diving into the standings for the USL First Division, of course, the Montreal Impact. Top of the table, 45 points. They come in here tonight just 1 point ahead of the second place Rhinos with 44. Richmond has the third place spot, 7 points back behind the Rhinos with 37, 36 points for Vancouver and Seattle, tied in the fourth place spot. And that's where things get interesting. Fifth place, Portland has it with 28 points. Atlanta and Puerto Rico with 27 points right behind them. Charleston and Minnesota with 25 points. Virginia Beach rounds out the bottom of the table, 11th place with 21 points. And the Toronto Lynx still sitting at the bare end of the table with 15 points in 12th place. Well, looking quickly at the rest of the United Soccer Leagues, in second division action, Wednesday night, the Western Mass Pioneers falling to the Wellington Hammerheads. They will host the Hammerheads in the second leg of that semifinal series out at Lusitano Stadium tonight in Ludlow. The Charlotte Eagles fell to the Harrisburg City Islanders out in Harrisburg. The Eagles hosting Harrisburg tonight, 1 point in each of those USL second division semifinal matches. Results if they're in on the post-game show. And that about does it for the Rochester Raging Rhinos pregame show. Don Stevens and Joe Giuliano up next to bring you all of the exciting action. Stick around after the match. Joe will be happy to take all of your phone calls with his brother Jerry Giuliano. Thanks for listening, folks. I hope you enjoyed it. My name is Tom Craver, and this has been the Raging Rhinos pregame show on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Yes, this is my Beamer. You can tell from the hand-waxed hood right down to the Toyo Proxys TPT. That's TPT for Total Performance Touring Tire. I wouldn't settle for anything less. When I switched to Toyo, I got high-performance handling that hugs the road at all speeds, wet or dry. And they're so quiet, I can hear the engine, not the road. Okay, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you promise not to tell anyone, you save some money. Try them for yourself.
Toyo Proxys tires are at Murphy's Tire, Niagara Street, Canandaigua, and Tire World, Empire Boulevard, Webster. Toyo Tires, driven to perform.
Wouldn't it be great if every tool you bought were covered by a lifetime warranty? Chase Pitkin includes one at no charge with every tool purchase. If you're not completely satisfied, return any tool with your receipt and we'll repair it, replace it, or refund your money. And you'll find we carry a huge selection of tools from the best names. DeWalt, Porter Cable, Bosch, Delta, Stanley, and more. All at great prices. the lifetime tool warranty, only from Chase Pitkin. The New York Lottery presents number 37.
I know what you're thinking. Number 37? What's so special about number 37? I mean, the New York Lottery lets you pick a bunch of numbers, right? So why not me? But no. You see, you're probably going to pick some flashy number like 44 and your kid's birthday or something. See, no one ever thinks of number 37. But when number 37 comes up, you kick yourself and the guy from the mailroom is laughing it up on a beach somewhere. You say, why didn't I pick number 37? I was thinking number 37, but I went for 36 or 38. What, you think I'm an odd number? Well, maybe I am. Hey, you know what? Pick whatever numbers you like the next time you play the New York Lottery. Just don't say I didn't tell you so.
The New York Lottery. Lotto. Take 5, numbers, win 4, and New York's Mega Millions. We've got your number.
For the month of August, the New York Lottery offers you more chances to win with the Lotto Bonus Ball. Match the bonus ball on 2, 3, or 4 numbers to win at a bonus prize level. Visit your New York Lottery retailer for details.
I'm Tom Rosati from Malier Chevrolet Buick. You know, the guy who always says yes. Now with a lot more to say yes to. Malier is Rochester's newest GM certified used car dealer with more than 200 General Motors certified used vehicles in stock. And with bumper-to-bumper warranty on these vehicles, you'll have the same peace of mind you have with a new car or truck. So take the short drive to Malier in Honeoye Falls or check us out at Malier.com.
Malier Chevrolet Buick. We always say yes.
Sickle 93.3 FM. Random Radio. It's time for Raging Rhino Soccer. Tonight's game is brought to you by Auto Depot USA, Best Volvo, Blueberry Hill Apartment, Chase Pitkin, Clarion Riverside Hotel, Connolly Printing, Faber Homes, Three-Time Magazine, Gallo and Yacovangelo, Golden Memories, Aero East, Messenger Post Newspapers, Midtown Tire, Health Source Chiropractic, Cola, Malier Chevrolet Buick, Lakeside Country Club, Excel Partners, Marina Dodge, New York Lottery, Personal Health Approach, Shocker Report, Tony's Collision, Total Pan, Vision Nissan, World Gym, Weigel. Now, here's the Rochester Raging Rhinos broadcast team.
Well, good evening to you. We're back at it again here tonight at Frontier Field as tonight the Rhinos take on the Montreal Impact. Everybody's been looking forward to this game for a long time. Well, it is upon us as the Rhinos tonight will battle the Impact for first place in the overall standings in the USL Division I Soccer League. And we're glad to have you along. The Rhinos right here last night ended up in a 2-goal tie against the Puerto Rico Islanders. It was a disappointing outcome after battling back and taking the lead after trailing through the half 1-0. Took a 2-1 lead, not only but only to give up that lead and ended in a tie with a goal being scored by the Islanders in the 89th minute. So a disappointing finish to that one last night. Talking with the coach of the Rhinos, Lori Calloway, asked him for his thoughts on that game.
Well, a little disappointed in the outcome. Very pleased with the way the boys in the second half came back. A little disappointed with the performance of some of the players in the first half, where I don't think we competed in certain areas, particularly midfield and forward. Rivas was the only one that seemed to be on top of his game, and he couldn't do it all on his own. So the adjustments made a big difference in the second half, getting Wilson forward, getting the pace of ball and Martinez in the wide positions, and hence the short-lived success, which led to a disappointment at the end. But overall, you're not going to win all your games. I mean, nobody's going to go 28-0 in this league, so or even 4-0 naturally in the season. You've got to expect you maybe drop a point here and again against the type of opposition you play. I honestly feel Puerto Rico right now are one of the best teams in the league. Based on what I saw last night, they've got technical ability, they've got organisation, they've got a decent goalkeeper, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're not sniffing around right at the end because of the performances they've had against us, against Montreal, and in other games recently where they've taken very good teams tight or even beaten.
That's Lori Calloway, the coach of the Rhinos, and according to that, Joe Giuliano, we might not be done with the Islanders this season.
I spoke with Valerio Gazzola, the former head coach of Montreal. I told him, watch out for Puerto Rico. Last year, you sensed they were on the verge of doing something, and this year they've really turned it around. Hugo Maradona's got a little more depth. They're playing a very tight system of soccer. If they're in the playoffs, I would not be surprised one bit.
Well, that's Joe Giuliano. I'm Don Stevens. Glad to have you along tonight for this, the 25th game of the season for the Rhinos. Game number 25 of the year. For Montreal, it's only the 22nd game. Impact with 3 games in hand on the Rhinos, and that certainly could come into play. We'll be getting underway very shortly in this battle for first place coming up in just a moment. From Frontier Field, this is Raging Rhino Soccer on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Hey fans, World Gym Rochester is the official strength and conditioning facility for your Rochester Rhinos, Rattler, Nighthawks, and Amerks. World Gym Rochester is proud to offer personal training packages tailored especially to your needs, including Apex A5 component system that assures you results. The Apex system is customized for you and your needs. Lose weight, improve your health, or just get in better shape. World Gym Rochester and Apex can help you reach your goal. Fun, high-energy group exercise classes like Rep Reebok are offered so you can work out with friends. Spinning, yoga, and Pilates are also great ways to work out and release stress and tension. And to make it more convenient, World Gym Rochester now offers a newly expanded child care hours. For more information, please stop by the gym at 1717 East Avenue, just west of the East Avenue and Whitten Road intersection, or call 271-0440. That's 271-0440.
And now back to the Rhinos on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight all the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, 'twas that star-spangled banner yet waved o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was here at Frontier Field tonight as the Rhinos and the Montreal Impact about to go at it. As this is the third meeting of the year between the two teams. Rochester coming into tonight with a loss and a tie against Montreal, losing here in Rochester, then going into Montreal, and coming up with a scoreless tie in the game there. And that really was the turning point for the Rhinos this season. After that horrendous start, they played an excellent game. They felt in Montreal in a scoreless tie and went on for good things from there.
Yeah, you could sense after that game the confidence was much higher than where it had been earlier in the season. The team started to get a little more cohesive. Callaway's system was a little more built in. The guys were buying into it. They were understanding it more. And that was the, I guess, the turning point of the season. That's a great point.
All right, the players are on the field. We'll be getting underway in just a little bit. Let's check the lineups first of all for the visitors, that being the Montreal Impact. Greg Sutton in goal, as to be expected. He's the big guy. And Sutton at 6'6", 210 pounds. Again, when he puts those arms in the air, he's about 19 feet tall. He is a big man out there. So Sutton in goal comes in with a 10-2-6 record and a league best 0.50 goals against average. That's 0.50 goals against average for Sutton in goal. The defenders will include Nevio Pisolito, Mauricio Vincello, Lars Lyson, and David Frontomatis. And through the midfield, Adrian Kahn, it's Leduc, will be Patrick Leduc. Also, Masahiro Fukasawa in the midfield, and Antonio Ribeiro. And up front, Mauro Biello, who's ordinarily in a midfield spot, he's moving up to a forward position, along with Charles Becky. That's right, his name is spelled Gbeke, and it's pronounced Becky. Hi, Becky.
As far as I'm concerned, B-E-C-K-Y.
I'll tell you what, look at the size of him. I'm not going to go up to him and call him Becky.
From about 300 yards you can, right?
Yeah. All right, so Becky is up front with yellow, and they're wearing an all-black uniform. The Rhinos are wearing the brightest yellow uniforms tonight I think I've ever seen. It's a special uniform for fundraising purposes tonight for a charity, and the jerseys are going to be auctioned off. But it's a bright yellow, a fluorescent yellow, and you know what? It can almost be a home field advantage. Turn the lights off. The Rhinos don't need it with those uniforms. They can see where they're going. Montreal, you know, they'll get lost in the dark. All right, so the starters tonight for the Rhinos, Scott Vallow in goal. And he comes into this one with a 12-6-4 record of 0.86 goals against average. That's third best in the league, 0.86. The defensive row, the same. Frankie Sanfilippo, Tim Wabamsu, Scott Schweitzer, and Scott Pelguda. And then things changing up. Actually, the lineup for the Rhinos is the same that they ended with last night. Midfielders, Stoyan Milanov, Kirk Wilson, John Ball, Ray Martinez, and up front is Greg House, and Kirk Wilson up front, Rene Rivas also in the midfield. We're underway. Rhinos shooting a net to our left, and Scott Vallow in goal to our right. That's skipped forward by Wilson, trying to get in underneath it as House is chased down to the end line, and gets away from Vitello out over the end line, and an early corner kick for the Rhinos, just getting started here.
Huge changes for the Rhinos. No Bolanos, no Juninho, no Caraballo. Coach Callaway furious with their performance last night, and Caraballo not even dressed tonight, so he's sending a strong message to the forwards. I think it's a little harsh, but we'll see how this works out.
It's the corner kick off the right wing side. And here comes the service from Milanov in the box, headed away and out top. Underneath the Biello is looking for the side volley kick. Was Martinez, but couldn't get it away. Biello able to push it all the way out to midfield. The Rhinos recovering the ball. Schweitzer's own side of midfield, long up the left wing. Rivas off, flicks it ahead. On the left, offside against Martinez, just barely in behind.
Ray Martinez had an immediate impact last night when he came into the match. Down the flank, beautiful assist to John Ball. So Coach Callaway loves what he sees from those outside midfield players. No Pato also tonight. So these are drastic changes. Coach Callaway, you make one mistake on this team, and you're out. And now Caraballo, Bolanos, Pato, they're going to have to fight their hardest to get those spots back.
Ball placed 25 yards out for the kick from Sutton. Again, he is having another outstanding year. Sutton with a line drive kick through midfield all the way down to the Rhinos 20, headed up in the air, comes off on the near wing. Fukasawa able to flick it down to the 18, and it's headed away by Rivas. In the middle, push to the center circle, but in underneath the Pisolito, and it's taken back by the impact. Ball pushed ahead. Rivas in underneath it, but can't get to it. Ronamatis will slip it downfield, and it's taken by Schweitzer. Chipped ahead to midfield by Milanov. Pushed forward off the back heel by Wilson on the near side. It rolls away off Ronamatis and out of bounds. Throw in on the near side for the Rhinos at the 35. House for the throw in. Greg House getting a rare start here tonight, ordinarily in a substitute role. That gets the nod on the beginning here tonight. Pelguda has the hit for Wilson. 35 yards out. Feeds in the middle for Milanov. Drops it back on top for Rivas as he's bothered from behind. Throws it off to his right. Sanfilippo up the far wing. Checking back on the ball as underneath it is Martinez. Turns it forward, trying to slip through. The ball bounces away. And it's off of Wilson. Knocked away and recovered by the impact. Carried out near midfield. Turned up the left wing side. Lyson plays it to the outside. And then it's sent through midfield. And the rain is coming down hard now. Off the right wing side, back in the corner, and jammed away by Vincello at the midfield. Locked forward, Milanov in underneath it, drops it off. Rivas at midfield, taken down on the tackle from Becky, and play goes on. It's Biello turning back to the midfield line, stepping in Sanfilippo, challenging on Biello, who comes up with the ball. He'll play it through the center circle on the near wing. Pisolito chased into the circle by Ball, drops it all the way back to Vincello, and the impact with the ball. The left foot chipped across midfield. After it, Becky getting tied up there with Bonsu, and the ball then blocked down inside the right away. Keen to take it by Vallow. Seattle pressuring, and Vallow then will kick it away. No score in the game, just getting underway. 4th minute here at Frontier Field. Off in the far wing after Sanfilippo rolls out of bounds.
And really a contrast of two styles. Montreal plays that 4-4-2 counterattack system. The Rhinos throw numbers forward. We'll see how it works.
Off the right side, tipped ahead for Martinez across along the 6, and it's picked up there by Sutton. Has taken down out around the 18 was John Ball, and he's looking for the referee. As the ref has a few words for him, Eric Simmons is the center ref tonight. The assistants, Vladimir Fabre and Anthony Perdue, and the 4th official is Nico Batsis. Through midfield. Underneath it, headed forward by Pelguda into the center circle. That's blocked on the near wing, off the knee of Ball, and Pelguda again heads it high in the air, coming down to midfield. Ronamatis heads it forward, but that's flicked aside by Howes, and then across midfield, stepping in, taken away by Schweitzer, but right back, it's deflected away, and Pelguda chasing it down at his own 35. Along the near wing, off the foot of the impacted out. Throw in for the Rhinos.
And then they played Pizzolito wanted a yellow card to Ball. He thought he took a dive.
Cross midfield, Pizzolito turning back, rolls it down inside of his 18, and Sutton out after the ball. 5th minute at Frontier Field, no score, and again the rain coming down. Not windy like it was last night, but
this is a downpour. It's going to definitely have an impact on the play, the flow of the ball on the field. Look for a lot of rebounds, maybe a sloppy knocking off a rebound.
Vincello all the way downfield, however, headed aside by Bonsu. Off on the far wing and underneath it for Sanfilippo to midfield. It's stepping up, blocked forward. In turn, that's kicked away. Sanfilippo taken down, and the ball is out of bounds. So in for the Rhinos. Wilson, one touch back to the outside, pushed by Martinez, deep to the end line. Sutton to the far end of the box. Will come up with it off the end line. Martinez pushing it just a little bit too far ahead for himself.
But we saw something very important there. The speed of Ray Martinez against Mauricio Vincello. No competition there. Vincello is going to have his hands full with that kind of pace from Ray Martinez.
Served downfield by Sutton. Boy, it's really coming down now. Off on the far wing as we see all the umbrellas in the stands, and of course there's a lot of brave people who are getting wet at this point as the ball delivered through midfield, but up into the stands and out of play.
Well, it's Rochester, Montreal. They're gonna suck it up tonight.
Throw in for the impact down to the 20. Over the far wing, Becky is bothered there, and Sanfilippo will volley it high in the air out across midfield. Back towards Vincello, watches it spin out of bounds, and it'll be a throw in for the impact. Goes back to around his 25 for Pizzolito. 6th minute and no score. Off of the near wing, off the right wing side. Long service downfield. That's headed away by Schweitzer to the midfield line for Maladonov. It knocked off his foot. Bonsu in underneath it. Will then tip it off on the far wing. Sanfilippo on the right wing side as he's bothered there. Long service downfield, running onto the ball. Martinez won't get to it as that skips through. It rolls out of bounds over the end line.
Those are the kind of plays that the rain is really going to affect. The long ball down the flank. Takes an extra skip. Very slick surface. No chance for Martinez to track that one down.
But a rolling ball should be slowed down, shouldn't it?
Rolling ball, but in the air, it takes such a big impact off the ground. And it just takes a nasty bounce. Maybe taking a little bit off of those long balls will keep the ball in play.
Through midfield, knocked down by Becky. That's blocked out of bounds off the Rhinos, so a throw in for the impact. Off the left wing side, Becky down to the 15, slips and goes down as the ball is out of bounds. Throw in for the Rhinos from their own 18 on the far side. This for the Rhinos, again, is game 25 of the season for the Impact. It is game 22. Montreal with a whole handful of games in hand. I know everybody says, well, you got to win them. But I'll tell you what, the odds are that they've only lost 2 games all year. The odds are they're going to win at least one of them.
Still, no guarantee. Kelly loves that. No guarantee for points.
No, absolutely not. As the ball turned around and going down. No, penalty kick is awarded. Becky gets tangled up in the box as it looked like he tripped over a Rochester player and went down, and the penalty kick is awarded, and still a Rochester player is on the field. I believe that is Bonsu.
Just an ugly mix-up inside the box. The ball popped in the air, and Bonsu was the one who took the player down. That's a tough call. Just an inadvertent contact there, but Schweitzer gets an immediate yellow card. I wasn't sure if it was Bonsu or Schweitzer who took the player down, but the referee, Eric Simmons, didn't hesitate. Pointed right to the spot in a good place to make the call. Had a good look at it, so Montreal, a huge opportunity now to get the 1-0 lead.
Well, Bonsu is still down on the pitch as he gets tied up with Becky, and it looks like it'll be Leduc going to take the PK. So, as the Montreal Impact will have a golden opportunity to get an early lead here in this game. So far, Ballo has faced 5 PKs and has stopped 1 this season. He did stop 1 the other day in Toronto. And so he is 1 of 5 in the saves percentage in the PK.
And the last one was a save, so hopefully that momentum continues. Looks like Bonsu, they're checking his lower back. Becky may have stepped on him in the middle of all that commotion inside the Rhinos box.
Bonsoff begins to walk away toward the end line and hobbling, favoring the left leg or the lower back. Well, the rain continues to pour here at Frontier Field tonight. We're in the 9th minute, no score, but that might change here very shortly as Leduc set to take the PK. Scott Ballo in the end of the field with the baseball into the field. Here's Leduc stepping up with the right foot, goes for it, blocked away by Ballo. Ballo guessing right, diving in the lower right corner, gets his hands on the lower left corner, punches to the side.
That's a huge save. Now hopefully the Rhinos will do the same thing they did in Toronto. Great save off the PK, feed off the momentum, and work hard from this point on. Scott Ballo has saved the day to this point. Great stuff from Ballo. Reading Leduc so well, diving low to his left, Tremendous stuff from Scotty Bello.
Bonsu is now running. He's up and back on the pitch, so he's all right as he works it off. Here's the corner kick inside, knocked down out of the box, and Slices and will drive it out to midfield. Huge save by Scott Bello as he saves the day thus far for the Rhinos.
That could change the whole complexion here.
Downfield. Centered aside by Becky out of the near wing. Biello after it, but that's kicked away. I felt good right in the middle, and Miladinov to tip it to the outside of the right wing for Martinez. I'll tell you what, if they aren't sweating tonight, they're going to be wet anyway because it's really coming down out there. Cross midfield through the center circle. Checking back on the ball. Lucasala able to push it through midfield. Ribeiro, as he is taken down, and a foul is called. And that on Kirk Wilson, the foul is called, so it'll be a free kick for the Impact. Cross midfield in Rhino territory in the center circle.
And Montreal is really lacking the creativity of Sandro Grande in the midfield. A lot of long balls played in there, a lot of bypassing of the midfield. And it looks like the game plan early on is to play it into Becky, into the box, have him fight for some kind of opportunity.
Push to the outside on the near wing. Bronemanis chips it down inside. Hit ball by Biello, but up over top of the crossbar. So another shot opportunity for the Impact. Goal kick for the Rhinos. Sponsors of tonight's broadcast include Gatto and Yankavangelo, a full-service law firm, 454-7145, or online at gallolaw.com. Messenger Post, stay posted. Call 442-POST for subscription information. Also by Tony's Collision, the finest workmanship is guaranteed. Trust in Tony's for all your auto body needs.
Scott Bello has been just incredible on the PKs. It's developing the reputation now as the PK stopper. He's 2 for 2 on the last 2, so got to keep that stuff up to keep his team in the game. Excellent keeping.
Sends it through midfield, headed in the air. Miladinov in underneath it. As he nods it forward, and it comes down to the midfield line. Becky checking back on the ball, drops it off, and then it's hammered along the left wing side and all the way downfield. One big bounce inside the Rhino 18 where it's picked up on the second hop by Vallo. 12th minute at Frontier Field, still scoreless.
I haven't seen it rain like this for a Rhinos game in 10 years. This is unbelievable.
It used to, and for the previous 10 years, it used to rain like this until the kickoff, and then it would stop.
I think it was called the Rhinos Miracle.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the last couple of games, we're seeing a lot of rain.
It's raining tonight. Here's the ball, and throw in across midfield, headed back, and through midfield. There's Miladinov, has his jersey stretched out. Man, oh man, was his jersey ever stretched out, and that by Adrian Kahn. Is there a card being issued?
I think he's trying to find it.
Yeah, there it is. The yellow card issued to Kahn in the 12th minute.
Miladinov did a great job. Kahn tried to play him from behind. Miladinov just keeps his back to the player, shields the ball, makes the turn. Kahn's out of position there. He's got to tug on the jersey.
All right, on the restart. Out to the right wing side. Cross along the 18, out the near end of the box, in underneath it. John Ball gets to it. Ball drops it back out to the 35. Falguda along the left wing. Tried to chip it down in front, but headed away and off on the near side, out of bounds. Going for the Rhinos. 30 yards out off the left wing side of Falguda to take the throw in. Goes to the corner for Ball as he's double teamed. Deflected back on the near wing for Falguda. Turns to the touchline. Looking back now, looking at a cross. Blocked away and out. Off of Fronemanis and out. So it'll be a throw in on the near side for the Rhinos. Falguda from around the 10 inside the box. Headed in front. Flicked on the 6, but out to scoop it up as Sutton has the ball. A little flick in front by Miladinov, who, by the way, came up with his first point of the season last night. If you can believe that, in game 24 of the year, he gets his first point.
Hard to get points when you're not getting a lot of playing time. Pato was really, at one point, you thought he locked up that position, but Miladinov gets another chance here for the Rhinos.
Well, you know what? Each one of them has had a couple of opportunities this season. Miladinov had it for a while. It looked like he had it. And then all of a sudden, Pato's in, and now it's turned around the other way. Down inside the Rhino 18, far into the box. As Bonsu bumped there with Biello, and it rolls out over the end line. And a goal kick for the Rhinos.
That's where Biello's going to... That's definitely his weakness in the game. Very technical player, but shoulder to shoulder, Bonsu perfectly played. Knocks him off the ball, lets it run out of play, and an easy goal kick here for the Rhinos.
So Vallo with the goal kick. Other sponsors tonight include Joma, the official uniform supplier to the Rhinos, available at Eurotech at the Rochester Sports Garden. The Soccer Report, Tuesdays at 6:30 on WYSL 1040 AM. And by Auto Depot USA, unbeatable prices, unbeatable reputation. Vallo placing the ball. And let's see, I think used to be a 6-yard white line, but I don't see the line there anymore. That one is delivered downfield, put forward by Falguda, trying to get underneath of Wilson, but headed away by the Impact and out on the near side.
Montreal's seen a different style here with the Rhinos in 2005. A lot of attack, a lot of players pushing forward. It was a carbon copy system of that 4.42. Now it's much more aggressive.
Here we go. Wilson back to Rivas. Ships it down inside the 18. Bends it in on goal, but picked up on one hop by Sutton. 15th minute, no score.
He had Martinez just playing the ball a little too deep. Martinez had a perfect run behind the defense.
That one cleared out through midfield. Out of bounds on the far side. Throw in for the Rhinos. Here's the throw in through midfield. Flicked forward by Howes. As the ball bounces away, nodded to the outside, and going down, unable to get to it, is Lyson. As the ball is out of bounds, throw in for the Rhinos on the far side. That one chipped through midfield into Rhino territory is Becky and Bansu after the ball, and finally that rolls out. And if you can believe it, it's starting to rain even harder here.
This is amazing. Look at the dirt, the infield starting to collect some water. You wonder if that's going to be a factor as we go on tonight with the ball just dying in a puddle.
As the ball is played forward by Howes after it. It's chipped up the right wing side by ball for Martinez. Cross along the 6, but it's behind Wilson. Right away and out of the near wing. Up with it, Fukasawa. He'll slip it ahead and across midfield. A collision as the play is stopped, but play goes on. Schweitzer into the middle circle for Mladenov. Turns and drops it back for Bansu. He'll roll it out on the right wing side to San Filippo, stepping up at the midfield line, looks downfield. Tried to play it away, but blocked away by Biello and out. Going for the Rhinos, their own side of midfield on the far side. Midfield line, San Filippo for the throw-in. 16th minute, no score at Frontier. And here's the ball, flicked forward. Trying to get underneath it, Wilson, but it's headed away on the far side by Pesolito. Coming back, blocked away. Now played down inside the 18 and Sutton up with the ball at the far end of his 6. Watch there by Wilson. Sutton will play it away, shanks it out of bounds. That's what we used to see him do over the years.
That's the talk about Sutton. Great goalkeeper, position-wise. His distribution, a little off the mark.
On the near wing, kicked up into the stands. Well, I guess with the kind of numbers that he's had over the years, he can have one little ball.
He doesn't have to worry about distribution. He keeps the ball out of the net. That's the bottom line.
I've been looking at it. I was looking at it earlier today, and his numbers over the last 3 years or so have been almost identical. Excellent goals against average, and your question is it him or is it the team he's playing on?
That's a combination. The defense is so rock solid, but he's also called upon to make big saves.
Throw in, as Wilson sends it down inside the box. Ball is stood up and can't get through, and he turns again for the ref, but gets no sympathy there.
Ball got a two-arm shove there.
On the 18, taken by Vincenzo, draws it forward. As he plays it out to the center circle, Ribeiro checking back, and bumped by Schweitzer, able to feed it to the outside. On the left wing, as Montreal approaching Rhino territory, long service down inside, headed up in the air by Becky. Was he not offside?
I thought he was way offside, and he had a good opportunity to continue with the play there. He's upset with himself that he didn't take it down after getting behind the Rhinos' defense.
All right, Dallo up with the ball. 18th minute, no score. As the rain continues here at Frontier Field, and the ball flighted high in the air through midfield off the kick from Dallo. Played back along the near side. It's pushed to the outside on the near wing, and then underneath it is Fronomanis. On the right side through midfield, Talguda gets a foot on it to knock it away, but then flick forward, and it'll be chased back inside of his 18 by Schweitzer. Drops it off there for Vallo. At the end line, he's challenged by Becky, able to play it to the outside of the near wing for Schweitzer. With the right foot, sends it out to midfield. In underneath it, Fronomatis heads it forward. And Schweitzer will let it roll as finally it bends out of bounds. Throwing for the Rhinos from their own 20 on the near side.
Well, Schweitzer had a pass back to Vallo there. Did a very smart thing. Played it to the side of the goal with the wet conditions. Never want to play it directly in the center of the goal.
House with a flick on after it. Wilson pounds it high in the air, coming down around the 25. Mladenov couldn't get to it. As he was blocked away, about on the near side, ball pulled down. And finally the foul is called, and Ball says it's about time he got the whistle, and this is going to draw yellow, is it? No, it's not. Yeah, it looked like he was going after
it was
Kahn to give him the yellow, but Kahn, of course, already has a card, so
he's lucky there. Bad foul there. Referee says no more of this, so you're done. Ball has been a terror again. He's been a lot to deal with off that ball.
Down inside, moved in, Howes with a shot. Pass it off the left wing side. Wilson drops it out in front. Howes a one-time rip to the goal left corner. The Rhinos up 1-0.
Montreal was flat-footed there for a second. A quick restart by the Rhinos. Beautiful layoff to Greg Howes. That's the set piece they've been working on for months. Finally, it pays off, and Greg Howes, the indoor sniper, brings the magic outdoors. I don't think Sutton saw it till it was in the net.
Howes with his 4th goal of the season, and that puts him on a scoring string.
No, I thought it was side netting.
But
I thought it hit the side net. Beautiful finish.
As the ball in across midfield, the whistle blows, a foul is called. But House now in the last 3 games has 3 goals. So he's been certainly picking up the pace. Off the left wing side, House after near into the 18 rolls it in front. And tipped away the net, then blocked away at the 6. House gets the goal.
With the assist number 21, Kirk Wilson.
And Wilson gets the other assist, but it's one of those where there should be another assist added.
Yeah, on the restart. Again, it's a set piece they've been working on. It hasn't quite come to a full finish. That time it comes beautifully. Montreal caught sleeping.
Chipped away downfield into Rhino territory. Is now has it stopped raining? Looks like it. They hand the ball into Rhino territory. Turned off the left wing side. Crossed along the 35 as it'll skip along and finally roll out of bounds on the near side. Some of the umbrellas coming down. I believe the rain has stopped, but they've left a pretty wet field in front of us here.
Still a lot to deal with. And Greg House, he's making a strong bid for a starting spot.
House plays it along the midfield line, but it's taken away, blocked away from Rivero, who stumbles, goes down in the dirt. He's up shaking the dirt off his hands, and Rivas pushing it to the outside of the right wing. Martinez taken down hard by Lysan, and after San Felipe goes flying over Lysan, and the foul is called, and this will be a yellow card issued to Lysan.
That's just a late challenge there, but first of all, Rivas has got to give Martinez a better ball that he can receive. That's what we call hospital ball there. It's going to get your player injured with a 50-50 ball there, but Lysan, no excuse to come in that late with the challenge.
21st minute and a 1-0 lead for the Rhinos. Scoring just a moment ago on a rocket by Greg House, and his 4th of the season.
I don't think Sutton, I think he was screened, but even if he had seen it, it had such pace, and it was placed beautifully in the corner. I think you're still looking at a goal.
Restart from the Rhino side of midfield. Into the center circle, off from Mladenov. Draws it forward, pushing the ball ahead. Ball return pass to Mladenov, give and go, but intercepted on the other side by Rivero. Out to midfield for Becky. Drops it off for Rivero. Then he is taken down by Rivas, and the foul is called. So it'll be a free kick at the midfield line for the Impact.
Very choppy first half. Not a lot of rhythm, a lot of fouls, a lot of stoppage here of the play.
Out the left side, Vincello trying to block it forward, and he hits Mladenov and across midfield. Vincello has to hustle back to the ball. Rolls it into the middle. They say Vincello. It should be number 9 on the yellow card, wasn't it? License?
Vincello. I thought it was Lasan also on that far side.
Yeah. And underneath it, Vincello will draw it forward, pass out to near midfield. Giving it off to Kahn, drops it back once again. Vincello on the left wing will then turn and move upfield to the midfield line, looking for the through ball. And coming back is Biello, but it's knocked away, then driven away and downfield by San Felipe. As skips by Pistolito, comes off of the near wing. House after, beginning to it first is Fortamanis. Lays it down inside the 18, rolls into Sutton. He'll first time it away. Right it through midfield. Schweitzer heads it back to the midfield circle, but a foul was called as he was grabbed onto. Becky going by him was called on the foul.
That was a punch. That wasn't a grab. That was cheap.
And that'll be the yellow card to Becky.
It's like he's not seeing a red card coming in with the arm extended. No intention to play the ball at all. Nailing Schweitzer in the head. That's just unsportsmanlike. Very unprofessional foul.
The card in the 23rd minute to Charles Becky. He came over just recently in a trade with Toronto. Becky and Di Placido.
Toronto's a farm team from Montreal.
Yeah, exactly. How is that? Toronto gets in a position where they really aren't going to make the playoffs, and all of a sudden they farm all of their good players out to Montreal.
We saw it last year with Ali Gerba. It's just a recurring theme. So there's a little deal we don't know about.
Well, Canadians, yes.
Yeah.
Except I thought that there was such animosity between Toronto and Montreal that would never happen.
Toronto has fed players year after year to the attack.
Yeah, up the left wing side, Falguda draws it to the near end of the 18, tied up, but still controls the ball, working over the end line, and now drops it to the outside for ball. 20 yards out, pass in the middle, and coming through to Rivas, as he turns, plays it off on the right side to San Felipe. 35 yards out, rolls it up the right wing side for House, but stepping in, Vincello knocks it out. Go in on the far side of the field for the Rhinos. This off the right wing side, 24th minute, and a 1-0 lead for the Rhinos.
And Palguda's been very aggressive, very attack-minded. He's been down that flank quite a bit here in the first half.
Throw in by San Felipe on the right wing side. By the way, Kirk Wilson on that glass goal up with an assist. His team leading 23rd point of the season. Wilson drops it down at top. Chip forward by Palguda down inside the 18 and picked off, blocked through and comes out the near side after Palguda again. Just inside the 18, tips it down along the 6, headed away by Vincello and out. Rolls out of the near wing, Biello after it. As he spins away, trying to get away from Sanfilippo, rolls it ahead for Ribeiro. Into the center circle, slows it up as he has 3 Rhinos on him. Comes off on the near wing, Fukasawa long on the right wing side, sends through midfield, 2 bounces inside the 18, and Ballo stops it there.
Good work by the Rhinos, slowing down the counterattack of the Impact. That's all Montreal wants to do is sit back, look for the quick break, but Ray Martinez comes over, slows him down. The Rhinos regroup defensively. The counterattack is over for Montreal.
Just about all the umbrellas are down now here at Frontier, but boy, did it dump for a while.
There's puddles on the infield. Very sloppy surface. If you look in front of Scott Vallo's goal, there's water all down that first base line.
Vallo picks the ball out finally as he waits for Becky to apply the pressure. With the right foot. Sends a floater through midfield. Headed back by Fukasawa into the center circle. Schweitzer up with the ball. Rolls it to the outside of the near wing for Palguda. On the left wing, one touch by Ball in the middle. Skips by House and recovered again by the Impact. Into the center circle. Chip through midfield. Bansu stumbled and went down in the dirt. And Ribeiro on the near wing will draw it off the right side to Fukasawa. On the near touchline, chased by Ball. Trying to get away. Spinning off with the near wing. Still has it. As he rolls it back out near midfield for Frontomates. To his own side of midfield to Pisolito, and now passing off to his left for Vincello. On the 40 on the far wing, turns back, looks to the middle, and Pisolito at the 35, up with the ball, comes forward. Approaching the midfield line, Wilson chasing him, Pisolito chip shot, down to the Rhino 18. That's knocked down by Becky as he and Bansu tie up, and the ball is hammered out. Is through midfield and out of bounds on the near side.
That's going to be a great matchup. Becky's big and strong. Bansu has been very tight marking the big forward from Montreal, so that'll be a great battle to watch.
Becky at 6'2", 198, and his right leg is about the same. He's a big boy. Out at the center circle, up with it, Rivas draws it forward, but Milanov coming back sends Ribeiro flying, so a foul is called and a restart for the Impact. Off the left wing into Rhino territory, chipped down inside the 18. That one headed down and out over the end line, and it'll be a goal kick for...
Offside.
Oh, offside. All right, offsides.
Still at the matchup, though, you want Bansu, I think, to mark Becky. Becky's very strong in the air. I think Bansu offers a better challenge in the air than Schweitzer, but it looks like they've been interchanging between Biello and Becky.
So Scott Vallo will take the kick from around his 16th. It's a 1-0 lead for the Rhinos. 27th minute here at Frontier Field. And 73 degrees, same temperature as it was last night. You remember that? Less wind. You remember that?
The wind, I remember. The temperature, it was 95 as far as I'm concerned.
It's 73. You were the one who pointed it out.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
I'm going to hear the tape.
Back at midfield. Out with it, Bansu. Turns, looks downfield. Turns it to the outside on the right wing. Out towards Sanfilippo. Hangs it high in the air. Coming down to the 18. There's out of the box. Is Sutton had to kick it away. And headed forward by Wilson. Trying to draw it ahead and kick the side at the last moment. Carried off by the Impact out of the near wing. Fukasawa off the right side. Sends it out to the midfield line. Becky chips it off on the near wing. And after it, a collision as Kahn and Schweitzer go down hard. Ball in the middle. Play goes on. And up with it is Becky on the 35 and finally lost control. The Rhinos take it back. Into the center circle for Wilson. Touching it to the outside. Ball across midfield. Slows up. Sends it off on the right wing side. House is there, but it's headed away. And underneath it, Leduc slips it away. Carried off, and Leduc with the left foot will drive it downfield. Underneath it, Bansu. Flipped ahead by Sanfilippo to the center circle. Off with the cleats is Rivas, and he catches the chest of the Montreal player. And it looks like there might be a card here issued to Rene Rivas.
Not sure what Rivas is thinking there. Very strong.
No card. Just a verbal warning. So Rivas lucky there.
He is lucky. Very strong in the air. Surprised he would kind of flip around and go at that high kick.
All right, so the free kick for Montreal in the center circle. Off to Pisolito. Turns it to the outside up the right wing for Frontomates. Delivers down inside. Ribeiro tips it forward, but Sanfilippo headed away from the 18 off of the near wing. Ahead across midfield. Wilson to John Ball through the center circle, leaving it there for Milanov. Looks and meets to the outside up the right wing. Rhinos on the attack. Martinez ahead. Slows it up along the 35. Overlapping and a pass to the outside to the corner. Sanfilippo across along the 6. Moving in front of him. Blocked away. Ball had dummied the ball rather than taking it. And nobody behind him. Comes out top again in the middle and recovered by the Impact. Pushed ahead to midfield for Becky. As he checks back in the ball, he'll drop it off on the near wing. Frontomates on the right side up to the 35 and a pass across midfield for Fukasawa. into Rhino territory. Long in the near side, Ribeiro with a shoulder challenge on Schweitzer, and Schweitzer goes flying. Schweitzer grabs onto Ribeiro, pulls him down, and that's out of bounds. There's no love loss, I'll tell you what, between these two teams. Now Ribeiro gets up and he pushes Schweitzer down. And the refs wanted to talk to both of them.
It was started off with a 50-50 shoulder challenge. Schweitzer didn't like it. He took a piece of Ribeiro after he came down to the surface.
Well, the referee going to tell him to play nice.
Yeah, he's got his hands full tonight. There has been a lot of physical play. Ribeiro and Schweitzer, it's not over yet.
Okay, boys, now be nice. All right, so the verbal warning issued here in the 30th minute.
More to come.
Throwing off the near side. Tonamanis going back to near midfield for Pesolito. Rolls it into the center circle for Vincello. As he takes a look downfield and feeds to the outside of the far wing. Leduc after it there on the left wing side. Pass back in the middle after it is Kahn. As it's blocked away by Mladenoff, and here come the Rhinos upfield. Could be a quick break. Mladenoff. Oh, he couldn't sneak it through. Wilson was gone to the races, but Pesolito blocked it away. Martinez on the far wing, turning back, drops it off at midfield for Rivas. As he's taken down, and the ball rolls out. Throw in for the Rhinos at midfield on the far side of the field.
Very impressed with Mladenoff, Kirk Wilson. Their work rate has been so excellent for Callaway tonight. It's going to be hard to take these guys off the pitch. Excellent stuff from those two guys.
Throwing up the right side, a flick and along the far side, but out of bounds. So in for the impact along the 35. And Cello goes back to his 18 on the throw into Pesolito. Draws it forward, 31st minute. 1-0 lead for the Rhinos into the center circle. Kahn has it. He'll turn it to the outside of the far wing. On the left wing side, Lysan pushing it forward. One touch on the ball, sending it deep to the corner. And it is picked up there by the impact, deep in the corner of it. And out over the end line. Or out over the touchline on the far side, to throw in deep in the corner for the Rhinos.
No midfield play at all from Montreal. Again, Grande is gone. He's in Sweden playing with Sundsvall. But again, a lot of long ball, a lot of bypassing of the midfield. That creator definitely lacking for Montreal.
Long high throwing out toward midfield, headed straight up in the air, comes down, and Wilson after double teamed. He bounced around, triple teamed, and now it's knocked out. That off of Wilson, so a throw in for the impact. On the 35 and a pass in toward the middle. Checking back in the ball. Biello able to play it out on the near side. Ronamata stepping up. Chips it down inside the 18. Out is battled up in the air. Comes down with it at his 6. Throws it off on the near side for John Ball. Out to midfield. Ball on the attack. Turns it to the outside, trying to move around Kahn, and rolls it to the outside along the near wing. At the touchline, picked up by Greg Howes, down around the 10. Turns back, gets through, by Fornamata, taken down, and along the near side, up with it is Wilson. At the end line, cross in front, but headed away and out top. Coming back is Biello, and up with the ball, chased there by Palguda. Sliding in, the ball slips out of bounds.
Scotty Palguda has been strong. Has not been beat yet on that left side. He's pushing forward. Great slide tackle on Biello, so the youngster looks sharp.
Throw in. Tackle on the 18. Fornamatis in the middle for Vincello. His feet forward to Leduc. Patrick Leduc. Burns looks back. Rolls it to the outside of the far wing. As is blocked away and out of bounds off of Martinez. Throw in for the impact from their own 35. 33rd minute here at Frontier Field in a 1-0 Rochester lead. Throw in. Played by Kahn. Back to Vincello. Now drops it down to his 20. Pesolito on the near side. Brings it ahead. Pass to the outside of the near wing. Fornamata stops and picks up the ball on the near side and sends it downfield. Schweitzer slipping, couldn't get to it. That's knotted out on the near side. Skipped away from Fukasawa and out. Throw in for the Rhinos on the near side at their own 35. Palguda hit from Mladenoff. One touch on the ball, but right to Fornamatis. And is taken back by the impact. Pass ahead, blocked away and recovered by the Rhinos. Mladenoff to the outside of the near wing. Ball pass ahead of midfield for Wilson. Turns it to the outside. After it, Howes looking for the breakaway. Out inside the 18. Moves. Turns. Looks. Shoots. Thrower. Hits the post. He tried to the post to the wide side. Hits the post. Comes back on her front. And played over the far wing.
That's the only place he could play it. Sutton is 6'6". Plays it with the right foot low. Tries the little bend. Inches away from number 2 for Howes. Great run by Greg Howes. Excellent service from Kirk Wilson.
Pass back to the middle. And up the wing and put to the outside. Sanfilippo moving down in front. Shoots. And is grabbed there by Sutton. And Sanfilippo tried to pick the corner on the short side.
And that's got to be a ball that's driven across away from the keeper. A little too tight against that big keeper.
On forward across midfield. Becky back to the ball for the impact. Drops it off of the midfield line and plays it back to his own side for Vincello. As he's watched there by Wilson, who knocks the ball away. And then he gets tripped up with Vincello and goes down. And no foul is called. It'll be a throw in for the impact. 34th minute. Sponsors of these broadcasts include the World Gym, the official strength training facility of the Rochester Sports Group at 1717 East Avenue. Total Tan. Don't settle for half a tan. Get a Total Tan located in Penfield Gates in Greece. Buy Best Volvo, Rochester's exclusive Volvo dealer at 1500 University Avenue. Foul is called on the Rhinos, so a free kick for the Impact, just to Rochester's side of midfield.
And you get the feeling every time that Schweitzer and Riviera are going to come close, the call is going to be made. That time, Schweitzer would have nudged from behind, but the referee, quick call.
Kahn trying to slip it through. Ribeiro turning back, with Talduda drives it away out to midfield. Impact over the ball again. Toledo volleys it high in the air down inside the 18, and Vallow up will grab it, holds onto it with the chest.
A tough one to grab, looking up into the lights with a wet ball.
Vallow throws it off on the near side for ball, but he steps out over the line, out of bounds. Throw in a giveaway for the ball to be thrown in by the Impact at the midfield line. 35th minute, and a 1-0 Rochester lead. I just wonder the way Sutton slid out on the ball, if maybe Howes couldn't have maybe chipped it over it.
Again, being 6'6", I think he already had it in his mind to go low against the big keeper. He struck it well. It just needed a little more of a bend at that finish.
Yeah, the wet grass might have slowed up the spinning of the ball, too.
Could have, yeah, absolutely.
Off in the corner, rolls out of bounds from the far side, and that off of the Rhinos, so a throw in deep in the corner for the Impact. Off the left wing side, the throw in back to Leduc. 20 yards, plays it in the middle for Kahn. Turns and pass down inside the 18, rolls through and out the near end of the box. It'll roll out all the way over the touchline on the near side, and the throw in deep in the corner for the Rhinos. Other sponsors of these broadcasts: Blueberry Hill Apartments. Come home to stress-free living at 889-7250. Schweigels, famous for quality sausage and meat products since 1880. Lakeside Country Club, golf along scenic Keoka Lake, East Lake Road in Penn. And by Nextel, helping groups get things done. Call 800-NEXTEL-9. That's kicked away by Mladenoff, but in the middle, flick forward. Out to near midfield by Rivas, but knocked down by Kahn. His pass down inside the 18, rolling to the end line, and Vallow dives on it to knock it down and keep it from rolling over the end line, so he saves it. Comes up with the ball, and he'll kick it away.
Diving into home plate from first, not what you see in baseball, but the keeper did a great job to keep possession for the Rhinos and not give up a dangerous corner kick.
Vallow with the kick, high floater downfield. He got a hold of that one all the way down inside the 18. A big bounce coming down to the 8, and up in the air goes Sutton, comes down with the ball. Throws it out on the far wing. Pass to the outside on the left wing. After Leduc, turning back, drops it off for Vincello. There's to the outside again, and his pass through midfield into Rhino territory as that's knocked down. They battle for the ball, popped up, coming down to midfield, and now played off on the near side. After it up the right wing, Fukasawa, and chasing him is ball as they roll out over the end line. That'll be another goal kick for the Rhinos.
And Montreal's content to send the ball deep to the two forwards, but Rochester with numbers back. That's exactly what they want to do. Play the numbers up game. Clear the ball away, maintain possession, because it's not been any creativity from the midfield for Montreal. Numbers up. The Rhinos will win that battle every time.
1-0 lead for the Rhinos. Scoring in the 19th minute, Greg Howes with his 4th of the season. And perhaps even as big of a note in the game before that was the save on a PK by Scott Vallow. The huge save and sort of sent gave the Rhinos a big lift, and then they came back and added to that lift with a nice goal.
A little deja vu from the Toronto match. PK save, Greg Howes goal.
Ball put out of bounds by the Impact, so a throw in for the Rhinos. Just across midfield into Montreal territory on the near side. Alguda with the throw in. He delivers it ahead for Howes, but off his foot and out of bounds. Throw in for the Impact now from their own 25 on the near side.
I'm watching the ball boys. This is great tactics by the Rhinos here. When the Rhinos have a throw in, the ball is nice and dry, thrown in the air. For Montreal, it's wet and it's thrown on the ground.
Through midfield, you don't think it's the same when it's at their place, do you?
Oh, no.
Mladenoff rolls into the outside up the right wing and ahead with it, Leduc. Trying to roll it back in the middle was played away again by Sanfilippo, and down inside. Mladenoff pushing it to the far end of the box and to the outside to Martinez. Drops it off Sanfilippo, one touch ahead, and that one skips away and out of bounds off of the Rhinos. So in for Montreal from their own 10 on the far side. 38th minute, 1-0 lead for Rochester. And Open Cup game coming up Wednesday night here against the Chicago Fire. You don't think this game is big? How about that one? Bicycle kick by Rivas, but then it's played away to midfield in the center circle. Said it's Alguda to head it forward. And played off at the midfield line, taken by Sanfilippo. The Rhinos have it. Backs up on the ball. Pass down in front. Howes off the chest of Mladenoff. Whips it in with left foot. Puts it a foot over the crossbar. From 35 yards out. What a crack of the ball by Mladenoff, but puts it a little high.
And Mladenoff, as we know, is very dangerous with the right foot. beautiful strike with the left foot. Sutton, I think, was a little surprised that the Rhino midfielder has a crack from that distance. May have caught him off guard.
Long place, a goal kick for Sutton. 39th minute, 1-0 lead for the Rhinos. Sutton with the right foot. Low line drive kick through midfield. That's a flick on down to the 18, rolls inside the 18, and Bonsu there will pop it up in the air. Schweitzer heads it back into his keeper, Vallow. Well, Vallow has the ball. Brings it ahead, pushing to the outside of the far wing. Sanfilippo turning back to the ball, rolls it again inside of his 18. Taken there by Vallow. Takes the look downfield with the right foot, will drive it out through midfield. Underneath it, Pisolito heads it to the outside of the near wing, and nobody will get to it. It's out of bounds. Throw in for the Rhinos, just across the midfield line. These two teams will meet one more time, and that'll be in Sherbrooke on, the 28th of the month, a Sunday afternoon. Mladenov sticking the ball in behind, ball after it, Fronomatis sliding in, kicks it out over the end line, and a corner kick for the Rhinos.
That next weekend's going to be a busy weekend for you, isn't it?
It'll be a busy weekend.
Well, to Sherbrooke for the Impact.
Mladenov, corner kick. Mladenov. Touching there is Martinez from the service down along the 6 in front, but just played it over top of Pelguda. Settled on top by Wilson, turns to his left. Takes a look, trying to sneak it through, lifted from it in front. Popped up in the air, blocked away along the 18. Howes knocks it down. That's a Mladenov kick. That's up in the air. Howes on the near time trying to settle it. Headed away out of the box and booted up in the air. Underneath it is Martinez, right wing side. Rolls it up the near side. Along the touchline, Pelguda's cross along the 6. Headed in the air and out over the end line by Vincello. And a corner kick for the Rhinos.
What a great pass from Martinez. Montreal expecting him to go central. They're shifting in, and Pelguda gets in the near flank. Martinez, the no-look pass. But Wilson's positioning at the top of the 18 is excellent. That ball pops out to him quite a bit.
Mladenov, one touch Martinez on the ball. Now serves it down and out to the back door side. Hit ball in, and it's picked off the back post by Sutton. Picked his positioning perfectly, moved over in front of the ball and right into his hand.
Rivas did a good job. He had a man all over him. He still goes up for the ball, able to get good contact and put it on the frame.
Cross midfield up left wing side on the attack, the Impact. Chip toward the middle. The Yellow turning back for it. Will play it to the outside of the near wing, and moving up is Fronomatis. Watched by Paul. Fronomatis crossed down in front. Fight it over top of Becky. On the far wing, a roller in a goal grab by Vallow, and he comes away with the ball. So we go end to end. Vallow, long kick downfield, and he overkicks the attack. Ball rolling all the way down, off into the corner. Sutton will pick it up there. Wilson hustling to get to Sutton as he makes it back inside the 18 and picks the ball up. 42nd minute, 1-0 lead for the Rhinos. Sutton, half volley kick. Through midfield, coming down at the Rochester 35, headed away in the air, out to midfield by Pelguda. Mladenov bumps as he goes up, but the ball brought away by the Impact. Into the center circle for Leduc. Draws it forward, chips it ahead on the far side, and Bonsu there will volley it away to midfield. Leduc heads it to the outside. Checking back in the ball, Lyson at the midfield line, plays it to Leduc, drops it back. Vincello will then switch it to the outside on the near wing for Fronomatis. Drops it back in the middle for Pisolito. As he draws it forward, turns it to the outside, Vincello. Takes a look up left wing and rolls it across midfield after Leduc. Pass ahead. Becky to the outside on the return pass to Leduc, 35 yards out. Bump there, but still has the ball. Cross along, down in front to the 25 for Ribeiro. Goes to the outside, but Sanfilippo there. It's a half volley kick, pops it up in the air, comes out of the near wing back near midfield. Fronomatis in underneath it. Will again deliver down to the 18 as Becky collides with Bonsu, and the ball hammered away out across midfield by Schweitzer. Turning back Pisolito in underneath it. At the near side, midfield. Sends the kick along the right wing, and then one fight it over top of everybody out over the end line, and a goal kick for the Rhinos. Other sponsors of these broadcasts: Higher World at 2049 Empire Boulevard in Webster, Clarion Riverside Hotel, close to Frontier Field. Ask about their $69 spectator rate, and also by Moyer Chevrolet Buick, West Main Street in Honeywell Falls, or online at Moyer.com.
Montreal trying to gain some possession there, trying to knock the ball around, trying to get their midfielders involved in the play. They did a good job in that last run there, but then when they can't break the Rhinos' defense, they revert back to that long ball. Falls right into the Rhinos' hands.
Headed forward by Rivas, flicked by Mladenov to Wilson, then turned to the outside of the near wing for John Ball. Down inside the 18, moving in, pulls it down to the 6 to the end line. Across, but that's deflected out over the end line. And a corner kick for the Rhinos.
I tell you, the indoor game has just done wonders for John Ball. The fast feet, the ball was played a little behind him, able to kind of backheel it to himself. That's just quick touches in the indoor game. we're seeing it come through here on the outdoor side.
Melandov setting the ball in the corner. Martinez is also there. We'll see if they do the same. Martinez touches it. Melandov draws it away. Cross down along the 10, but headed away out of the box. That didn't work very well. All the way out to midfield. Taken by Schweitzer. Set pieces have been a whole lot better here tonight. Push to the outside on the far wing. Flick to the corner and inside the box. Out to grab it on one hop is Sutton.
Yeah, I'd say they've been good. They scored a goal off one of them.
Yeah. Taken by Sutton. They've been getting an opportunity of some kind of another on just about every one except for that last one. Taken now by the Rhinos. Back heel by Wilson. They hit for Martinez. Down to the 30. Turns to the middle. And after the ball loose, but can't get to it. Play back midfield. Talguda heads it forward. Off the left wing side. Wilson able to knock it down. Has it to feet. Turns in the middle for Melandov. As he sneaks it through. And on the right wing side, moving in Rivas. He strikes the ball in. Goes wide left. Misses the left post by a couple of feet.
Wow, did that have some pace? And Melandov not afraid to get stuck in there with LeDuc. Slide tackles, wins the ball to Rivas again. The Rhinos want to take their opportunities from distance on the big guy, Greg Sutton, and they're not too far off the mark.
45th minute. And there's going to be stoppage time here. 1 minute of stoppage time. 1 minute. As the ball flighted through midfield, coming down to the Rochester 40, headed by Rivas back through the midfield line. Off on the near wing. Ribeiro, or no, make that front of Montes, will put it up into the stands. So a throw in on the near side for the Rhinos, approaching the midfield line. We're in stoppage time. And the throw in by Talguda. House tried to flick it but missed on it, moving up Melandov, but can't get to it, and that into the center circle. Right it over top of Biello, stepping up Bonsu, heads it forward. In underneath the Talguda. Long pass on the right side, nobody there. That rolls through and finally out of bounds in the far wing. Throw in for the Impact. Down around their own 15 on the far side of the field.
They're in a hurry to get to the locker room. They're already leaving the bench.
As they throw in the far side, we should get the whistle off of this right here, I think. Off the throw in. There is the throw in along the far side. Taken back by the Rhinos. And pushed to the outside. Rhinos have it. After Sanfilippo, but that's played away out to midfield. And picked up in the center circle by Talguda. Rolls it out on the near side. Ahead with it. Scott Schweitzer up the left wing. Sneaks it through. Nobody there. Rolls out over the end line. And it'll be a goal kick. Goal kick for the Impact. There's the whistle, and that's it for the first half of play. Well, some excitement in the first half, and the Rhinos come out on top tonight in the first half. It's been a good game so far. We had a lot of rain, which has gone away, and it turned out to be a pleasant evening here at Frontier Field. Through one half of play, it is the Raging Rhinos 1, Montreal Impact nothing. This is Raging Rhino Soccer on Pickle 93.3 FM.
From muscle cars to the SSR to Malibu and the new Cobalt, for generations Chevy has been breaking the rules. Now we're rewriting them with the Chevy employee discount for everyone. You pay what we pay, not a cent more. Great news, we're continuing the Chevy employee discount for everyone. Get low prices or low monthly payments on select 05 Chevy vehicles at participating dealers only. Take delivery by 9605. See dealer for details. We're proud to extend the Chevy employee discount for everyone.
The Connolly Printing Company congratulates the Rochester Raging Rhinos on their 10th anniversary season. Just like the Rhinos, at Connolly Printing, they continue to strive for excellence. They've been serving Rochester for over 100 years, and their goal is meeting today's sophisticated printing demands head-on. Connolly Printing's technology and computer graphics, pressroom and bindery equipment, as well as their employees' expertise, will guarantee you're a satisfied, loyal customer well into the future, turning your printing nightmares into creative dreams. Connolly Printing. 426-4150.
What if you celebrated getting things done in your office the way you celebrate on the field?
We won the pitch. It'll be our biggest client ever.
Ooh, that's cold. Maybe some celebrations are best left on the field. But when you hear this, you'll know things are getting done. To learn more about how Nextel can help you get more done, call 800-NEXTEL-9 or visit Nextel.com. Nextel. Done.
I'm Tom Rosati from Malier Chevrolet Buick. You know, the guy who always says yes. Now with a lot more to say yes to. Malier is Rochester's newest GM certified used car dealer with more than 200 General Motors certified used vehicles in stock. And with bumper-to-bumper warranty on these vehicles, you'll have the same peace of mind you have with a new car or truck. So take the short drive to Malier in Honeoye Falls or check us out at Malier.com.
Malier Chevrolet Buick. We always say yes.
And now, back to the Rhinos on Pickle 93.3 FM.
Here at Frontier Field tonight, as the Rhinos have taken a 1-0 lead over the Impact through one half of play. And an excellent first half it was. Time now for the Marina Dodge first half statistics. First half stats brought to you by Marina Dodge each game. And let's run through what happened in that first half. The first play of note was a big play of note coming in the 8th minute as the Impact awarded a penalty kick. And Leduc to take the kick. Patrick Leduc went for the lower right corner, and Bello diving to his left punched it away. A huge save on the PK by Scott Bello, and it kept the game scoreless. Well, then the Rhinos came back and scored in the 19th minute. Greg Howes with his 4th goal of the season. Kirk Wilson assisting, and that gave the Rhinos a 1-0 lead, which was the only goal scored in that first half of play. Unofficial stats in the game so far, I have the Rhinos with 6 shots and Montreal with 3. Rochester leading a shot 6-3, again unofficial stats. Corner kicks, the Rhinos 4 and Montreal 1, and then each team offside 1 time. So Scott Ballo in goal for the Rhinos with a big save in that first half, and Sutton at the other end giving up 1 goal, and there's your Marina Dodge first half stats. But an excellent first half of play.
Well, we talked about it during the first half. Execution on the restarts has been wonderful tonight for the Rhinos, leading to the goal by Greg Howes. The set pieces on the corner kick are creating some opportunities for the Rhinos, but we're seeing a team that's coming out showing much more fight, much more heart than we saw last night against Puerto Rico. And, I thought the change to Caraballo was a bit harsh. After one bad game, not even dressing him, I thought that was a bit much, but Coach Callaway made the right move. Greg Howes has been fantastic.
All right, so we've completed a half, and Joe will have a guest for you here in just a moment, so stick around for that. At the half at Frontier Field, it is the Rhinos on top of the Montreal Impact in the battle for first place tonight. 1-0 to score, and this is Raging Rhino Soccer on Fickle 93.3 FM.
We lead very busy lives these days. So many demands, so much stress. There's just not enough time to get everything done. Come home to stress-free apartment living at Blueberry Hill. Luxury and excellence are built right in. Amenities above and beyond other rental units are included. Concierge service is just a phone call away. Let them take care of you. Call 889-7250 and make an appointment and see why Blueberry Hill makes life worth living.
Getting older can be a harrowing experience. Staying in shape just gets tougher. Why not join the downtown Harrow East Athletic Club? Memberships include aerobics, yoga, Pilates classes, whirlpools, sauna, indoor pool, squash, racquetball, 2 weight floors, cardio, indoor track, free parking, the list goes on. Don't give in, get tough. Join the Harrow East today, and they'll even waive the initiation fee. Call 546-1000. That's 546-1000, and we'll see you at the Harrow East.
Make a game night this season into a game weekend with the Clarion Riverside Hotel, conveniently located in the heart of downtown Rochester near Frontier Field. Blue Cross Arena, restaurants, shopping, and more. The Clarion Riverside Hotel is offering sports fans a special $69 spectator rate. Call the sales office at 546-6400 for details. That's 546-6400. The Clarion Riverside Hotel, Main Street, downtown, right on the banks of the Genesee River, and just a free kick away from Frontier Field. Are you 50? Is your loved one or parent over 50? You'd better call your doctor to be tested for colon cancer. Every year, more than 100,000 people are diagnosed with the disease. Getting tested regularly is important because early diagnosis offers you the best chance for a cure. This message is service of the Wilmot Cancer Center. The cure starts here. Go to www.wilmotcancercenter.com.
And now, back to the Rhinos on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Welcome back to Frontier Field. We played 45 minutes. The Rhinos and their arch rival, the Montreal Impact, 1-0 lead for the Rhinos after 45. Beautiful strike from Greg Howes with the assist to Kirk Wilson. Before tonight's match, I had a chance to speak with the former head coach of the Montreal Impact, Valerio Gazzola, a character who wasn't very well liked in Rochester, but always made these matchups very interesting between the Rhinos and the Impact. Asking Gazzola what he thought about coming back to Rochester and how Montreal prepares for this big game every year.
We really do know each other pretty well. A lot of times it comes down to emotions, intensity, which takes you a bit above what you normally can do because, even though Rochester played last night, I don't think it'll be a factor of fatigue because the emotions will be there. In Montreal's case, although they're in first place, they got big games coming up. and they know that, we're a lot of teams are 4 or 5 games away from starting the playoffs, and they want to prove themselves now, so that psychologically when you get into the playoffs, there's not this inferiority complex towards the other team. So it's a big game for both of them in this respect.
There's a lot of talk that this game makes the season for these teams. What are your thoughts on that?
No way. I don't believe that. Look, Montreal has 4 points ahead in terms of the standings. They have 3 games in hand. If Rochester even wins the next 2 games, which could happen, Rochester may finish in first place because Montreal still has to play Vancouver twice. They got to go on the road. I mean, these are all factors which is true. But first 2 place teams get a bye, and I think they're just going to feel each other out to gear themselves for the playoffs. I don't think this game means anything else more than the psychological warfare that goes on in a game for the playoffs. I think first place is completely out of each other's mind, especially for Rochester. I don't think they're really gunning for first place. I mean, I think they're really trying to say, look, let's beat these guys, let's show them that it's a completely different team what they've seen at the beginning of the year.
You looked on the injury list, Montreal is suffering from a lot of injuries. Gerba, Grande gone. How are the Impact going to overcome those injuries and those key losses?
Well, you talked about the teams being very similar. I think Montreal also has quality players on the bench, the same way that Rochester showed last night in the second half when he made those 4 changes. And because of the quality and the system of play that Montreal has, they don't suffer that much. But I will say this. I mean, the fact that they lost Sandro Grande is a big factor because this player was a quality player in the field. His vision on the field was exceptional. He really started the attack for Montreal. And they haven't really replaced that key player. But for the rest, even attacking-wise, Charles Becky really has done a job for them, and I think they'll be fine the rest of the way.
Last night you guys were here watching the Rhinos at Puerto Rico. You're the former coach of this team. What do you take away from that match? What are you looking for in certain situations like that?
Well, I think, if anything, I saw a Rochester team, the lust to attack. There was a lot of movement, especially in the second half. You saw the emotions came out again. Those 4 players, kind of dictated the second half and shows that Rochester has a lot of quality players. Well, but we knew all of this. It's just a matter of did Rory Callaway have the time this year to bring all of that together? And it looks like he has because he's really, I did an analysis of the season for both teams. And in the first quarter of the season, Montreal obviously did a lot better than Rochester. But in the second quarter and third quarter, we're talking about 7 games here, Rochester has 1 more point than Montreal in the second quarter and third quarter of the season. So they've come a long way. Aside from their bad start where they lost 4 out of their last 5 games, Rochester's done well for themselves. And Montreal, to their defense, had a pretty easy schedule, not in terms of quality of the teams, but games being played every, once a week, 2 games there. Now Montreal's feeling it. They're playing 9 games in August. It's a lot of games. And, they're going to feel that part of the schedule where a lot of the other teams felt it in July.
Off the field, the stands are filled, whether it's in Sherbrooke, whether it's in Claude Robillard. The Expos have gone to Washington. Obviously a huge impact on the sports market in Montreal.
It's unbelievable. You look at Rochester. Rochester's not Buffalo. It's not New York. It's Rochester. It's a small city that really get behind their team. Montreal is one of the major cities in Canada, and like Toronto and Vancouver, and you would think, major league. And yet, people come out and support the Empire like I've never seen before. I've been there for those 6 years coaching, and we'd be happy with 5,000-6,000 people, and now we've got people packing the stadium, people standing, sitting on the grass, and the Saputos have been a real force behind all of this. They're building a stadium ready for 2007, maybe 2006 at the end of the year, but it's just been unbelievable, the fan base, the support that they're getting. The other day we had rain, thunder, lightning, and Joey Saputo was telling me, I think it's going to be a low crowd, and it just didn't happen. 12,000 people showed up.
Coach, great to see you. Thanks for your time.
That's Valerio Gazzola, the former head coach of the Montreal Impact, spending some time with me before the match tonight. Again, we played 45 minutes from Frontier. The Rhinos have a 1-0 lead on a goal from Greg Howes. The Impact need to get their midfield in order to make this a closer matchup here in the second half. So we'll come back with more of the halftime festivities. You're listening to Raging Rhino Soccer on Fickle 93.3 FM.
The area's best used car selection is in your home. Log on to that'smyvision.com now and see nearly 1,500 new and used vehicles from all 5 Vision dealerships. Search Vision's used import and domestic cars, used trucks, Vision's used minivans. Find the perfect pre-owned SUV. 1,500 vehicles, all priced with huge online-only savings. Save even more with Vision's internet coupon and free oil changes for life. And get instant credit approval online. That'smyvision.com makes it easier than ever to...
Yes, this is my Beamer. You can tell from the hand wax to it right down to the Toyo Proxys TPTs. That's TPT for Total Performance Touring Tire. I wouldn't settle for anything less. When I switched to Toyo, I got high-performance handling that hugs the road at all speeds, wet or dry. And they're so quiet, I can hear the engine, not the road. Okay, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you promise not to tell anyone, you save some money. Try them for yourself.
Toyo Proxys tires are at Murphy's Tire, Niagara Street, Canandaigua, and Tire World, Empire Boulevard, Webster. Toyo Tires, driven to perform.
Hi, this is Mike, owner of Mike's Furniture Warehouse. And whether you're furnishing your dorm, apartment, new house, or just looking to gussy up your bungalow, you really owe it to yourself to check out Mike's Furniture Warehouse. I know that you will be pleasantly surprised with the quality and selection of our furniture, bedding, and futons. At Mike's, you can purchase name brand furniture, mattresses, and futons, such as England, a Lazy Boy Company, Ashley, Strata-Lounger, Simmons, and a lot more for a lot less. At Mike's, we're also on the Quick Ship program with England's Special Order Living Room Group, whereby you pick the frame style and the fabric of your choice, and voila, it's in your home in just 3 to 4 weeks. And did you know that Mike's has next day delivery on mattresses, easy financing, and free layaway programs? Plus, for your shopping comfort, you will not find any high-pressure salespeople here at Mike's. So do me and yourself a favor, come on down and check out Mike's store-wide back-to-school specials. That's Mike's Furniture Warehouse, Ridge Road East across from Home Depot, and Brighton Henrietta Town Line Road next to BJ's. Come see why there's a lot to like at Mike's.
The Rochester Raging Rhinos are on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Frontier Field tonight as the Rhinos have a 1-0 lead over the Montreal Impact through one half of play. And the Rhinos coming up with the goal. We do have the official stat sheet now from the first half of play. And Rhinos did outshoot Montreal by a 7-3 margin, 7-3. 4 corners for the Rhinos, 1 for Montreal. Each team offside 1 time. 6 fouls against Rochester, 5 against the Impact. 3 saves credited to Sutton and 1 save credited to Scott Vallow. So there's your first half. Those are the official stats and brought to you by Marina Dodge. Of course, 1 penalty kick stop by Scott Vallow on the shot taken by Patrick Leduc. And that was certainly a huge play, as was the goal by Greg Howes.
That penalty kick saved by Vallow, it had to ignite the team. The bench was up off their feet. Callaway, arm up in the air, and the players feed off of that kind of stuff. And it was a great save by Vallow, went hard low to his left. And then Greg Howes, we see him as a sniper in the indoor game. He scored some cannons, and tonight, from a distance, just blasting it past the big keeper from Montreal.
Big games on tap tonight in the league. Richmond playing at Charleston, and the Rhinos watching that one. They'd love to see Charleston knock off Richmond because the kickers are not very far behind, right on the heels of the Rhinos. Let's see, Richmond is, well, now the Rhinos actually moved 7 points ahead of Richmond. So got a little distance there, but they'd love to keep it that way. Other games going on, they're West Coast games. There's very interesting ones. Seattle playing at Portland and Minnesota playing at Vancouver. And 3 of those teams, Seattle, Portland, Vancouver, all very much in the playoff hunt. So some interesting games, but we're not going to find out what the outcome of those was for a while because they start around 10 o'clock.
The playoff chase, the hunt for that, especially that 6th and final playoff spot. Portland's there, Puerto Rico is there. I don't remember a season like this where it's been so close at the top spot and that last spot. So the single table, a lot of different teams have come in, and it's been very exciting this year.
Don't forget about Wednesday night. That's the big one coming up again. That's the quarterfinals of the U.S. Open Cup. And who do the Rhinos draw? The only team that's won the Open Cup 3 times since the MLS joined and actually formed as a league and started playing in the MLS. Chicago has won it 3 times. No other MLS team has won it more than 1 time. And the Rhinos are going to be playing. I was looking at some of the players on the roster. There's a whole bunch of players for Chicago that have won 3 U.S. Open Cups and an MLS championship. They're playing for that Chicago Fire team.
And there's another story to the game. The head coach, Rochester native, David Derrickson. So that creates another special buzz for that match. But, with the opportunity to get into the U.S. Open Cup semifinals, a place that Chicago has been all too familiar with, it's going to be a great opportunity on Wednesday night for the Rhinos.
Well, that's a huge one, and that'll be here on Wednesday night, 7:30 is kickoff time. Of course, we'll have the broadcast if you can't make it at 7 o'clock, but folks, get your tickets and come on out here Wednesday night. That should be a lot of fire going on that night. See Jason Perry looking like he's ready to check into the match, and perhaps in place of Bonsu. And all of a sudden, as we get ready to have the kickoff for the second half, here come the umbrellas popping up. All right, halftime just about over. Second half action coming up at Frontier Field in a moment. The Rhinos with a 1-0 lead over the Montreal Impact at the half. And this is Raging Rhino Soccer on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Oh, no, it sounds like that car needs some help. Take your car where the Rhinos have been taking theirs since 1996 to Tony's Collision. Conveniently located at 270 Anderson Avenue in downtown Rochester, just minutes from the Park Ave area. Tony's Collision is family-owned and proud to celebrate their 40th year of providing quality collision repair. Their color match experts guarantee that your car will look like it came straight from the factory. Tony's Collision takes pride in their quality workmanship and the savings they pass on to their customers. They'll even work directly with your insurance company. And until May 5th, Tony's has free Rhino tickets. That's right, come in for a free estimate and tell us you heard this ad and receive one ticket for an upcoming game. When your car's been in an accident, don't settle for anything less. Trust in Tony's. Tony's Collision. Call 473-8776 or stop by 270 Anderson Avenue downtown.
And now back to the Rhinos on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Tonight at Frontier Field, we're getting ready for the second half of play as the Rhinos taking on the Montreal Impact in the battle for first place in the league. And, of course, they meet one more time after this, and that'll be played at Montreal's home field, but that game being moved to Sherbrooke. So the game will be played, well, it's not really neutral site. It is outside of Montreal, but it is a different location. Some substitutes into the match for, looks like perhaps both teams.
For Montreal, Jason DeTulio has come on, defender, and also for Montreal, midfielder from Toronto, believe it or not, number 11, David DiPosito. Looks like Franamanis has come off, and we're trying to catch the other sub who's come off for Montreal.
And for the Rhinos, Jason Perry is in, but I haven't been able to pick up on who's missing at this point. Perry, ordinarily a defender, but all the other defenders are there. Schweitzer, Perry, looks like they'll be the central defenders.
Ray Martinez has come off, so Sanfilippo's pushing up to midfield, it looks like.
All right, there's Bonsu will be moved to the outside, and Palguda on the other side, on the left side, and again, Sanfilippo moving up.
And you can see DeSantis and Pizzito trying to look and figure out what's been changed so they can make a tactical adjustment.
All right, here we go in the second half. The Rhinos attacking the net to our right, and Scott Gallo in goal down to our left as the ball is chipped into Rhino territory. Headed away at midfield, and underneath it, tripped up and taken down hard is John Ball. No call as main play goes on. On the near wing and in the middle, trying to get away DiPosito as he's taken down. Rolling ball picked up by Rivas, and the Rhinos have it. Turns it to the outside of the left wing. Ahead is Palguda. Sends it through midfield, deep to the left wing corner. Howes won't get there. The ball rolling to the end line, and it's finally out over the end line. And a goal kick for the Impact. Just getting underway. Second half, 46th minute. 1-0 lead for the Rhinos. Brought forward by Vincello. Goes to the head out to the center circle. DiPosito checking back on the ball. Turns it out on the near wing. To the outside, Lyson after it there, rolls it off into the middle, and that's blocked away by Mladenov. Knocked loose in front and moving out now. Up the ball is to Wilson, turning down, trying to feed to his left, and the ball got away from him. Carried away upfield into the center circle as it's cleared downfield by Fukasawa, but headed away. Rhinos after it again. Rivas pops up in the air, gets a return pass through midfield. Spinning around, comes away with the ball. As he looks and feeds to the outside up the right wing, but that's intercepted and carried off. Lyson in the middle, giving it away. Into the center circle, brought forward by DiPosito, rolls it off to LeDuc, and to the outside of the right wing. Into Rhino territory. LeDuc, low line drive pass downfield, headed away by Rivas, back to near midfield. Biello pushing it to the outside with a whistle to stop play. And evidently a handball, I believe, on Biello.
No, we're going to have, I think, a delay of game with the thunder and lightning that's coming in. He's sending everybody back into the tunnel.
Oh, okay. He held his hand up in the air. Looked like he pointed at Biello, who had knocked it down off the chest. And the whistle blows.
That storm is right above us. There was a huge bolt that went off about 2 seconds ago. Referee not wasting any time sending everybody into the tunnel.
All right, so we're going to have a delay of game here. You know what? I don't think we've ever... No, we did have one in Richmond one night, but I think that's about the only time we've ever had a delay in the game since I've been here.
How about at Frontier?
I don't know that we've ever had a delay in the game.
I think we had one game canceled on a Sunday because it was just a downpour and the field was unplayable, but a delay, I don't remember.
Okay, so now what do we do?
Pickle's got great music.
All right, so we have a stoppage of play here as the referee is sending everybody to the locker room.
A short pause right now as the players come off the field. Taking a short pause. Fans, remember the silent auction is going on, so this might be a good time to head down into the concourse.
All right, silent auction tonight to raise money. That's why they're wearing the special yellow jerseys tonight. And the ball will be played. The special silent auction is the jerseys they're wearing will be autographed by the players and auctioned off after the game in the silent auction. All right, here at Frontier Field, we have delayed this game as it is a 1-0 lead for the Rhinos in the 47th minute. Some thunder and lightning overhead and a little rain. Not a whole lot of rain coming down at this point, but there is some rain falling. Of course, the concern is not with the rain. The concern is with the thunder and lightning. That's the only thing that soccer games are stopped for.
Absolutely, with the goalposts, the metal benches. Better safe than sorry. Eric Simmons, I think, making a good decision. Hold off just a little bit. We'll see. Montreal, I believe, had a delay in their last game against Puerto Rico. I believe it was a 22-minute delay.
Was it?
Yeah, so no, nothing new for the Impact. Maybe they're bringing this stuff here with them to Rochester. But interesting fact to start the second half, it's almost like the Rhinos have gone with 5 defenders in the back with Perry coming on. Sanfilippo and Balguda are playing on the outside of defense. But it looks like those guys will be pushing up quite a bit to stick with a basic 4 in the back, but 5 when they've got to defend.
Well, I wonder why Martinez came out. It looked like he was doing pretty well.
But you want to keep him fresh for Wednesday. He had a great performance last night. Kind of a quiet first half, but I think also maybe it's a tactic defensively where you want to bolster things in the back. You've got the 1-0 lead, and the Rhinos have given up goals late in matches, so he wants to have some security in the back and keep this tight lead.
Here at Frontier Field, play has been stopped because of the thunder and lightning overhead as the players have gone back to their locker rooms and await the return for getting this game underway. Looking at what is happening in the league right now coming into tonight, Montreal on top with 45 points and Rochester second with 44. So the Rhinos only a point behind the league-leading Montreal Impact. So this is a battle for first place tonight. Should the Rhinos be able to hold on in this one, they would move into first place at least for the moment. But of course, the key here is that Montreal has 3 games in hand on the Rhinos. 3 games in hand. And that is certainly very key. Now, Montreal, the most points that they can come up with this year is 66 at this point. Well, the Rhinos, most they can come up with now is 56 points. So that's a pretty big spread, which the Rhinos have to make up and cover up on Montreal. Then Richmond is in third place right now with 37 points. They're 7 behind second place Rochester. And then a tie for fourth place. Vancouver and Seattle, who are playing tonight, are tied for fourth at 36 points apiece. And then Portland at the moment holding on to the last playoff spot. No, wait a minute. It's Seattle and Portland are playing. Minnesota's playing at Vancouver. So it's Seattle and Portland. A big game right here for Portland as Atlanta and Puerto Rico are only 1 point behind Portland for that last playoff spot. So this is a huge game tonight for Portland as they're trying to put some distance between themselves and Atlanta and Puerto Rico for that last playoff spot. While Seattle is tied currently with Vancouver, so a very important game for Seattle as they have an opportunity tonight of even moving into third place ahead of Richmond. Should Richmond drop their game against Charleston tonight. And then as Charleston still has a chance at a playoff spot. Charleston can come up with 37 points. Portland in the last playoff spot at 28. Minnesota could come up with 40 points. Virginia Beach could reach 39 points. Toronto could reach 33. So at this point, nobody is locked out of the playoffs. But there's some real big battles going on. Again, Richmond right now in third, 7 behind the Rhinos. But there it really gets into a mess. Richmond with 37, Vancouver, Seattle with 36, and Portland with 28 in the last playoff spot. And right behind Atlanta and Puerto Rico with 27. So only a point separating a playoff and two non-playoff positions right there.
I'm going to lock Toronto out, though, and Virginia Beach. They're locked out.
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying mathematically that's a
mathematically
possibility.
they definitely have a chance, but the way they're playing now, I don't think they're going to make any run for the playoffs. I just had a chance to speak with Bill Maxwell, former referee from the North American Soccer League, and he said the standard time is usually 20 minutes. The referees will hold off. What they'll do in the tunnels, they'll go down and they'll contact the local.
It's like 20 minutes after the last bolt of lightning we see, right?
So they said 20 minutes will be the minimum, as they speak right now, unless they talk to the local weather forecasters and they can get some kind of indication that it's going to pass or it's passed. It can be less than 20 minutes. So it looks like 20 minutes, according to Bill Maxwell right now.
Attendance tonight, 9,892. 98-92 is the attendance here at Frontier Field tonight. All right, we're going to take a break then, and Sam back at the studios is going to entertain you here for a little bit, and we shall return shortly. I hope you are ready for that, Sam, as we're going to send it back to the studios for a bit. Again, it's 47 minutes into this one tonight, and a rain delay as the Rhinos have a 1-0 lead over the Montreal Impact. So stick around and we'll be back with you as soon as possible. Again, the Rhinos leading 1-0, and this is Raging Rhino Soccer on Fickle 93.3 FM.
The Rochester Raging Rhinos are on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Back at Frontier Field, the rainy Frontier Field tonight, as the Rhinos have a 1-0 lead over the Montreal Impact in the 47th minute. The players have come out, and they're warming up at this point. Looks like we're going to get the match underway. Haven't seen any lightning for quite a little time. They usually go about 20 minutes after the last lightning strike before they'll start playing again. So we haven't seen the lightning at this point, so it looks like we'll be getting underway. But the humidity, I think, is fairly high at this point, Joe. What do you think?
You're joking, I hope.
Oh, I just saw a crack of lightning.
Oh, don't say that.
Don't tell anybody.
Don't say that. But look at the field. The rain has come down even harder than it was in the first half, and I'm watching Montreal knock the ball around in the dirt infield. It's just stopping dead. I think for the Rhinos, this is an advantage to have the true grass side to defend upon in the second half here, because there's going to be some crazy situation.
Well, there's another way of looking at it. It's an advantage for Montreal to have the grass side for attacking.
Yeah, but defending, if you want to try and play, as an attacking player, you know where you're going to go. The defenders don't know where someone's going to go, so the footing becomes an issue. You try to get your footing quick on a wet surface like this, that player could be long gone or you could be on the ground. So I would much rather attack this end of the field with these kind of conditions.
Well, it is still coming down very hard here at Frontier Field tonight. Quite a few people decided to pack it in tonight. They've headed for the cars and decided to go. The refs just turned around, went back down the tunnelway, coming out with a linesman, and then all of a sudden the center ref says, "No, I'm going back down the tunnelway." But he forgot something, so anyway, he's headed back toward the locker room. All right, I'm Don Stevens, and alongside, of course, is Joe Giuliano, bringing you tonight's action here at Frontier Field. We're in a rain delay at the moment in the 47th minute, as the Rhinos scoring back in the 19th minute to take a 1-0 lead over the Montreal Impact. The battle for first place in the league. Should Rochester be able to hold on here tonight, they would move for the moment into first place, but again, still, Montreal has 3 games in hand on the Rhinos. And if Montreal comes up with a victory, they give themselves a little breathing room over the Rhinos. Now, Montreal, with Puerto Rico only picking up 1 point last night, Montreal clinched the playoff spot last night, thanks to the Rhinos tying the Puerto Rico Islanders. Rochester, coming up with a win tonight, would clinch themselves a playoff spot. So it's a very important game here tonight for the Rhinos.
It's absolutely important to get into the playoffs. Now, the next process of that whole thing is to get the number 1 and 2 seed, so you get the bye. I don't think either of these teams are really concerned about that 1 or 2. It's just, if you're 1, great. If you're 2, great. But if you're 3, then you got to play in that first round. It's that bye that's so crucial.
All right. Getting set to go. There will be a throw-in for the Rhinos. There should be. Or they take it out at center.
We'll do a drop ball.
A drop ball at the center line. It actually should have been a throw-in for the Rhinos on the far side of the field. But anyway, they're going to drop the ball out near midfield. Again, the Rhinos attacking the net to our right. That's in the baseball infield end of the field. Scott Dallow in goal to our left. As the rain continues to fall here at Frontier Field. Considerably fewer people in the stands right now than there was before. They're looking all up underneath the overhang there along the first base side.
The best seat in the house. Interesting to see the fireworks going off at High Falls in the middle of all this rain.
All right, here we go. As the ball is kicked downfield into the end line where it'll be taken by Vallow. All right, keeper has the ball. We're underway once again at Frontier Field.
Clock hasn't started yet. There we go.
Yeah, as the clock starts. Nice call. Did they hear you?
Maybe.
All right. As Vallow has the ball, and with the right foot, will pound it up in the air. High floater just barely makes it across midfield. Sanfilippo flicks it forward. However, as he gets tangled up and goes down, a foul is called on the Rhinos. And in that end of the field, now you go down, you're going to come away pretty wet.
Just a mess. Look at this thing.
It's standing water in the infield as the ball is played out through midfield. That's headed back toward the midfield line and picked up again by the impact. Long down inside, headed toward the net. The one bounce in, picked off a 6 by Vallow on the head ball for Mauro Biello.
And the Rhinos have gone with 5 in the back. Pelgu does push up, so does Sanfilippo, but with that many numbers in the back, there's no way Biello should be that open.
Well, I'm sure the Frontier grounds crews are not too happy about this tonight because ordinarily, of course, as soon as the rain starts for baseball, they cover the infield, but here tonight they can't cover it. All right, underway again, chipped away, but at the far end of the box, knocked away and out. There's a give and go and a pass forward. Leduc bump goes down, and the foul is called on the Rhinos. So a restart for the impact from their own side of midfield.
A lot of the short passing is going to be very difficult in these conditions. I think both teams are going to resort just to the long ball, put the other team in pressure in the wet conditions. That's going to die on the short passing games. You don't want to give it up in your own third.
Leduc slow to get up, but finally does. And it'll be a free kick for the Montreal Impact. 49th minute and a 1-0 lead for the Rhinos. I wonder if they'll add 25 minutes of stoppage time on the end.
We have to stay for that?
Right down inside, headed away up the far end of the box, turning back Pelguda as he's chased there with the left foot, able to drive it out across the midfield line. On the far wing, pushed forward by Pisolino in the center circle, and up with it is De Placido. As he's chased from behind by Wilson, we're out on the near wing and a feed forward. Back heel pass, moving up Ribeiro, drops it to the outside of the near wing for Lysen, and in the middle, Biello trying to get away, couldn't get turned to face the net. Played by Leduc on the far side. In underneath it is DeTulio. Pass blocked away, comes out around the 25, and the Rhinos take it back. Played out across midfield and recovered by the Impact again. Back toward DeTulio in the far wing, chased there by Howes. They collide, and the ball ends up in the stands. That's off the foot of Howes. They do a little pushing and clocking of each other, and it'll be a throw-in on the far side of the field for the Impact at the midfield line.
You heard the impact of the collision from up here. They just went chest to chest, and Howes sent DeTulio flying into the board.
Into the center circle, pass off on the near side. Lysen, who played for Syracuse last year, giving it off and moving forward, now up the near wing. Bringing it away. Spinning around, De Placido back to the center circle. Leduc up with the ball. Looking for the through ball. And it's blocked away by Pelguda and carried off by Ball. The Rhinos have it to Howes. That's blocked away. And up with the ball once again, the Impact. Turn to the outside, Leduc on the right wing. Giving it off to Fukasawa. Pulling it down around the 20 and to the breaking toward the end line. Looking for the cross. It's out over the end line. And a goal kick for the Rhinos. Other sponsors of tonight's broadcast include Faber Homes. See what they have to offer at FaberHomes.com. Jay Spitkin, home of the lifetime tool warranty. Health Source Chiropractic in the Rochester Fitness Center at 3313 Chile Avenue. Call 889-3280. Some of those are sponsoring tonight's broadcast along with Vision Auto Group. Visit the Vision Auto Group online at that'smyvision.com.
And Coach Kelly's not going to get into the same trap of giving up a late goal. Got the 1-0 lead, wants to ride this thing out. It's the 5 in the back. It's really the first time I've seen him do it this year. Instead of continuing to attack, I think that late goal against Puerto Rico really costing the Rhinos a huge 3 points.
Yeah, the weather conditions might have something to do with his decision, too.
That was even before the weather was like this, though.
As Bonsu runs up the back of Biello, and the foul is called, and a restart for the Impact of the midfield line. You know, he had his TV there on the bench, and he knew the weather was coming. Right along, turn to the outside of the near wing. Pisolino into a puddle of water. The ball stopped. Headed away by Sanfilippo through midfield. Nodded forward into Rhino territory, stepping up Rivas, but it's taken away and controlled by Leduc. Turns it to the outside, not Leduc, but rather De Placido to the outside of the near wing for Lysen. Back to the midfield line for Vincello. Turns up the left wing side. Right, is slipping to the corner. Headed away by Pelguda, and in underneath it is Bonsu. Turns into the outside, catching up to it himself, and pass out to midfield. Again, the ball just comes to a dead halt.
You can't play short. You've got to really just get some zip on the ball, get up over these puddles.
And it's taken away by Milano. Now turns into the outside, and John Ball on the attack. Hands the ball, just stops, and everybody goes running by. Tried to drop it back, but picked off again. Carried across midfield, Lyson up the near touchline. Rolling to the corner, and they're stepping in. That's knocked away and out of bounds by Perry, but a throw in for the Impact on the near side.
This is ugly.
Lyson with the throw in. As the rain continues to fall here in Frontier Field. Brought away by Leduc, 35 yards out, takes a strike, and the ball into the hands of Vallo. Comes round with it on his line, directly in the middle of the net, and the save made by Vallo.
Ball soaking wet, Vallo still with his safe hands. And that's a good go there from the distance with the wet conditions. Push the ball up, you got some roll.
And it's smart on the part of Montreal because you never know with slippery hands what's going to happen. Away with it is Becky. Enters the far end of the box. Chips it down in front. Bonsu heads it away, but on top. Punched over top of the crossbar by Vallo. The shot from the trailer. Rivero cracked it in on goal, and Vallo got the glove on it.
Purely a reflex save. Scott Vallo, great athleticism. He's just got to jump for the ball, gets the fingertips on it. Excellent reaction save from the Rhinos keeper. But Montreal coming now at that 5-back formation.
Corner kick off the right wing side for the Impact. 53rd minute, 1-0 lead for the Rhinos. That's a delivery down inside. Up they go, headed away and outside the box on the near wing. Volley kick in. DiPlacido can't get it through. Played on the far wing. DiPlacido again up the right wing. Down to around the 15. Here's a cross down in front. Headed away by Rivas. The far end of the box, rolling to the corner. Out over the end line. Once again, a corner kick.
Again, 5 in the back. They're going to sit back. They're going to have to withstand some pressure because you lose that pressure in the midfield. So Montreal's going to come at you.
Locked away on top and carried away by Milanov. Turns into the outside up the right wing and ahead of Sanfilippo. As he has to wait for the ball. Slows back, turns back for it. Now he'll send it through and downfield. And, of course, it stops as soon as it hits the water. Back into Rhino territory. Knocked down by Rivas. Off on the near side to make that ball up the right wing. Pass in the middle. Backheel by Milanov. That's ended up back in the center circle. Face down and carried forward by Fukasawa. On the attack, turning back, knocked away. Rivas will drop it off for Bonsu with the right foot, drives it out toward midfield. Impact have it right back. Rivero in the middle, turning along to the 20, rolls it in. Vallo diving in off his hand and out over the end line. Couldn't grab it, got away from him over the end line. It's a corner kick.
Yeah, you got to be safe there, Scott Vallo. Very safe decision. Makes the dive, and what's very important there was where he left the rebound to the side. No one trailing in from Montreal. Great goalkeeping.
Corner kick off the right wing side. Right-footed kicker and outswinger. And here it is, served up low along the end line. Booted away and out top by House. Impact back. Chip it down in front, but Talguda heads it away and out top. Off of the near wing. A race with the ball. Played back across the midfield line. Vincello after it. As he turns to the outside, it's taken away by Sanfilippo. Can he get loose? Chasing after the ball. Draws it forward. Being bothered by DiTullio. Inside the 18. Sutton slides out. He's on the ball and holds on. Well, I'll tell you what, it takes a great deal of effort just to push the ball forward.
You knew that was going to happen with the conditions of the field. That little touch to the side, Vincello overruns the ball. It just stops dead. And Sanfilippo anticipated that. He had Howes on a quicker touch. But again, I think we're going to see a lot of that here in the second half with that wet dirt infield.
Played out through midfield, headed back toward the middle, and settled there by Biello, 25 yards out. Turns to the right, still has it. Draws it to the outside of the far wing. Fukasawa, cross down in front, and hit ball in, but up over top of the crossbar by Becky, way high over the net. It'll be a goal kick for the Rhinos. Other sponsors of tonight's broadcast include Harrow East Athletic Club, on the web at harroweast.com. New York Lottery, you can't live the dream if you don't play the game. Connolly Printing, turn your printing nightmares into creative dreams. Call 426-4150. And by Marina Dodge at 943 Ridge Road in Webster.
He's finding himself on the end of some of these crosses. Perry, or Bonsu may want to get a little tighter on the big guy.
Turned out top, off of the near wing, the Impact moving up. Lyson on the left side, trying to sneak by, but lost the ball. Sanfilippo placed it out on the near side. Again recovered as Ball grabs onto DiPlacido, and they get tied up. DiPlacido gives Ball a shove, and the referee will have a talking with DiPlacido.
Yeah, he didn't like the elbow that John Ball threw there after the call was made. And he's going to let Ball know that, not appropriate here.
Vincello delivers down inside the 18, headed away and out top, carried away by Milanov. Feeds it forward to House, and then he'll just send it across midfield. Turning back for DiTullio. Chasing it down in his own end of the field. Wilson on him. Laid out into the center circle, and Leduc up with the ball for the Impact. Through midfield into Rhino territory. Rivero drops it back to the Montreal side of midfield. Vincello up with the ball. Pass into the center circle. Leduc taking it there. Enters Rochester's end of the field. That's to our left here in the second half. Ribeiro turns, faces the net, shot in, off the hand of Bello. He punches it wide, over the end line. Another corner kick coming up for the Montreal Impact.
Bello has been one busy goalkeeper to start the second half. The good thing is the shots are coming from range besides the Ribeiro one. But he's got a good clean look at him. He's pushing the rebounds out to the side, leaving nothing for chance.
Corner kick off the left wing side to be taken by Biello. Placing the ball in the corner, and Blyson there with it. Biello backs up, goes out top, moving in. Vincello trying to take a strike at the ball, but it's blocked away and out. Headed back in front, knocked down through, and as they pound away at the ball at the 18, cutters loose, tipped in, and Montreal scores. Chipped inside the right post. Chipped inside the right post. Vallo couldn't quite reach it. That one sneaks inside the post. It looks like Pisolino puts it away, and the Impact have tied it at 1.
Pisolino does get the finish. It's an ugly goal. It's an opportunistic goal. The ball just getting stuck in the ground. The Rhinos trying to clear it. Not going to happen in these conditions. It falls to Pisolino again off of a corner kick. Rochester last night again. Cross balls. They're having trouble with it again. Another one. Off the restart, pays the price here for the Impact.
Well, now that's what I was talking about, is that the advantage, the way it is right now, the advantage of being attacking in the good end of the field, because you saw the Rhinos trying to go at net, and the ball, you can't push the ball through. Well, up in the corner, rolls to the end line after Vincello plays the ball on the near side, but out of bounds.
What the Rhinos forwards need to do is get the ball, go in a defender, force him to come in, and force him into slipping. They're not doing enough of that, and they're sitting back with 5.
23, Antonio Ribeiro.
All right, Pisolino and Ribeiro up with the assist.
I think they've gone to 5 in the back here, maybe a little too soon.
Yeah.
It's a long time to sit back and defend, 45 minutes.
As taken down in the mud as Ribeiro, and it'll be a restart for the Impact. It's the 59th minute. Rain really coming down here at Frontier Field. And substitution coming up as Bansu will come off and Bolanos will be in here in the 59th minute.
This is a good move. Coach Kelly's now going to switch to 4 in the back. We were losing the midfield there. Montreal was starting their attack at the midfield, pressuring us. Now Rochester gets some more possession in the midfield and try and get the control of the game back.
Serve down inside, picked up at his 6'5" Allo. Well, the Impact have tied this one at 1 as Allo now will send it downfield. Nice kick there. Headed back inside the 18. Well, it comes out the near end of the 18. Chases the corner and rolls away and out. Throw in for the Rhinos. Deep in the right wing corner. Throwing to be taken by John Ball. On the near side, down inside the box, but he put it over top of Bolanos to the end line, gets away from Pisolino over the end line, and a corner kick for the Rhinos.
The substitution obviously coming after the goal, maybe a little late there for the Rhinos, but it's good to see Callaway does make the tactical adjustment. He's reading the flow of the game.
Maladinoff off the corner kick with the right wing side, sends it down in and headed away and out the far end of the box. Ball comes to a grinding halt in the box, then shot away by Wilson off the left foot, put it wide out over the end line.
Did you see what Wilson did? The ball was sitting in a deep puddle. He just flicked it up with his right foot to get some air into the ball. They took the shot with the left foot. Crafty play from the Rhinos midfielder.
Goal kick for Sutton of the Impact. 60th minute here at Frontier Field, and it is even at 1 as the rain now starting to come in underneath here. Played through midfield. Maladinoff hits it back across the midfield line and volleyed into Rhino territory again. Knocked down by Rivas and Maladinoff away to Bolanos. Dropping it back. However, that hits the puddle. Knocked loose in midfield. Rivas jams it up in the air underneath the Maladinoff, but he's run over by Pisolino. Back near midfield. Palguda stuffing in. Headed up in the air again. And this time volleyed away and downfield and into Rhino territory. Chasing back for it. A collision there as Becky and Schweitzer collide. And it's Becky up with the ball as he's taken down and finding the ball picked up by Rivas. Rhinos have a Rivas ahead to the center circle for Bolanos. Turns to the outside, up the left wing. Knocked down a handball, but no call is made. No call in the ball to the center circle. Bolanos pulled out the ball as it's taken and into Rhino territory by DePlacido. On the far wing, pushed to the outside, slipped back in the middle, and taken away by Bolanos. Drops it off there. Stepping in Perry up to the center circle, but Lysan in underneath it. Pass forward, Sanfilippo. Had it knocked away. Becky spinning around. Has it 25 yards out. Plays it down to the 15, and take it away. Sanfilippo will drive it off in the far wing, and it skips out of bounds on the far side.
The Rhinos need to send the ball as deep as they can into Montreal territory. Let the Impact defenders deal with the dirt and the mess that's going on. They're trying to play a short out of the back, and they're going nowhere with it.
Well, right now it's almost impossible to kick the ball anyway.
And it's got to get it deep. They're just trying the little short touches, though.
Going to the end line, the deep in the far corner, Becky and Perry tying up there, and Schweitzer will put it away and off of the Montreal player now. 62nd minute here at Frontier Field, and it's even at 1.
This is amazing. I've never seen this for a Rhinos game. Incredible.
It's just a tremendous amount of rain coming down now here at Frontier Field, and we thought it was coming down big before. Well, it's coming down a whole lot more now.
Sutton's in the middle of a pond.
And downfield. That's knocked down. Played to the outside. Brought back on the near wing and slipped through midfield. Headed in the air by Rivas. In underneath it. Trying to draw it forward Milanov. As it's across midfield and once again into Montreal territory. Off on the near wing. Chased down. And the ball skips away and rolls out of bounds. Throw it on the near side once again. Deep to the corner. Laid away, but out over the end line off of Pisolito.
That's what the Rhinos need to do there. Just push the ball deep in Montreal territory. Let the defenders deal with the muck and the mess that's going on. Now they get a corner kick resulting here.
Corner kick off the right wing side to be taken by Milanov. And here it is, served in the box, up in the air, punched away by Sutton. Out top, ball, he kicks out.
He's not going to strike that off the bounce. He knows it. He's got to get full contact when that ball's in the air. And Greg Howes in the right place off the corner kick. Strikes it beautifully with the left foot out of the air. Another cracker from the forward for the Rhinos, and Sutton is beat again by Greg Howes. Great stuff there from the Rhino forward. Wow.
Huge goal by the Rhinos as Rochester regains the lead.
That was a cannon.
That was very similar to the goal scored a couple of games ago by Kirk Wilson.
The ball was popped up off the corner kick in the air. Taken one time, it takes incredible talent to do that.
Scored by number 9, Greg Howes. Howes unassisted in the 63rd.
No assist. He should get an assist also. Howes? Yeah.
What the heck, right?
And played down into the Rhinos box, and one short hop on the ball picked up at his 6 by Vallo. So the Rhinos have taken a 2-1 lead now.
And the whole thing resulted from Rochester just pushing the ball deep in Montreal territory, getting the corner kick, and leading to a great Greg Howes finish.
Righted through midfield, headed away and out of bounds on the near side. So now Howes has scored 4 goals in the last 3 games for the Rhinos. And to say he's on a roll is maybe perhaps an understatement.
And 2 of them have been just beautiful that I've seen.
San Filippo along the near wing. Throws it in on the ball along the near side. Bolanos getting tied up there. The ball pushed out of the near wing. Driven out through midfield. Schweitzer back. Heads it forward. In a puddle as San Filippo's passed into the feet of Ribeiro. He comes away with the ball. Slips it through midfield. And it stops in a puddle. Carried away by Perry. Sends it back into Montreal territory. And right there, Lysan will just dump it downfield. Bouncing inside the 18, sliding in and grabbing it is Vallo as he wins the race for the ball, beating Biello.
I feel sorry for the keepers. They have got a lot of work on their hands tonight with the wet surfaces, not knowing where that ball is going to bounce. Vallo's been smooth responding.
65th minute, head in the air, down inside the 18. Bolanos is in behind, and the offside flag is in the air. Offside against the Rhinos. Free kick, 20 yards out. Sutton taking a look downfield. They want Bolanos to move away, giving a little distance, and he does. Sutton will then hammer it out all the way down to the Rhino 35. A flick toward the box, booted away downfield by Schweitzer. That lands in the puddle, a big hop through the infield. Headed in the air on the near side. Vincello in underneath it. Wilson on there. Make that Howes will steal it away. Off of the near wing, heading to the end line, and puts it away. Off the foot of Vincello. Out over the end line. A corner kick for the Rhinos.
Again, resulting from sending it deep into that muck of a mess that's going on down there for Montreal. Another corner kick. Hopefully the same result.
All right, corner to be taken by Milanov. Corner's in a puddle there, too, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got just a little piece of grass where he can set it up here, but obviously it's not going to be pretty soccer. It's going to be just boot ball and hope for some opportunities.
Stoyan Milanov to serve it up off the right wing side, an out swinging kick. Referee having some words back in the box. Who's he talking to?
There's Bolanos.
Bolanos, and
Pizzolito, imagine that.
And they're both being called over. And is there going to be cards issued here? Well, he's going to talk to them.
And this could stem back to last year's A-League final. Polanos was with Seattle. Pizzolito with Montreal, and they had a battle in that championship game.
All right, here, set for the corner kick. Maladnoff setting the ball. We're in the 67th minute. 2-1 lead for the Rhinos. Maladnoff low into the box. Booted away and out top. After it on the right side. His ball takes a shot but deflected away and out over the end line again. Off of a Montreal player, so another corner for the Rhinos.
A lot of these corner kicks have really bounced out to Rochester players at the top of the 18. Wilson had a couple chances. Howes finished his.
Maladnoff serves it down inside. That's knocked down and pushed away out the near end of the box. Rod Ford tipped away off the near touchline and out, so a throw in for the Rhinos on the near side. John Ball at the 35, off the right wing corner to Maladnoff. As he's bumped there by Rivero and taken down, a foul is called. So it'll be a free kick for the Rhinos. Around 15 yards out on the near side of the field.
This is excellent for the Rhinos. Kills the clock. You've got restart, stopping the clock. You've got services from deep in Montreal's territory. It's exactly what they need at this point in the match.
2-1 for the Rhinos. Montreal came back and tied it up at 1, but then the Rhinos have regained the lead here on another great shot from Greg Howes, who scored both tonight. Maladnoff, service down inside, hit bomb, and up over the end line. Over that and out. So it'll be, what's the call now? Who's it off of? Evidently it went off of Montreal. It'll be another corner for the Rhinos.
Referee using his power to overrule his assistant on the near side who called for a goal kick. But Eric Simmons says, no, I'll make the call on this one.
Once again off the right wing side on the corner kick. Maladnoff serves it up. Into the box for the back post. And flicked away on the far end of the post. Chased down to the corner by Howes. Has it along the end line. Drawing it along the end line. Trying to cross in front. Plays it on in front from the 6. It's kicked away on the far side. Into the stands by Vincello. Throw in for the Rhinos. Off the left wing side. About 15 yards out.
It's a good driven ball from Greg Howes in these conditions. Very wet, slick surface. Drive it hard across the frame and see what happens.
69th minute here at Frontier Field. And a 2-1 lead for the Rhinos. The throw in. Short into the box. Bolanos is taken down. The ball then driven away. Deflected off of the far side. Cleared out and downfield and out of bounds. And the throw in for the Rhinos in Montreal territory still. Looks like a substitution getting ready to come in for Montreal. Darko Kolic. He'll be checking in here momentarily. Throwing off the left wing side. As the ball back near midfield, and Pelguda stepping up for the throw-in. He's it down in front of Bolanos, turning it to the outside again for Pelguda. As he'll tip it up the wing and head it back into the middle. No, got away. It was out of bounds to the far side, so a throw-in for Montreal. Substitution. In is Kolic. And checking out will be Fukasawa here in the 70th minute.
Fukasawa's been very quiet here. Kolic a forward, Fukasawa a midfielder. So Nick DeSantis is going to make some adjustments. Probably have Biello drop back to a withdrawn striker, go with Becky. And Kolic has had a bit of a role scoring some goals here for Montreal.
All right, the throw in for the Montreal Impact. 70th minute at Frontier Field. A very soggy Frontier Field. 2-1 lead for the Rhinos over the Impact. Throwing out across midfield. Pelguda nods it into the middle for John Ball. He'll chip it ahead on the left wing side. Running out to the ball goes Bolanos. In a collision, gets tied up, but turns away. Still has the ball, trying to play it to the corner. It's like playing soccer in a swimming pool.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. Look at this.
Blocked away in front by Maladnoff. Rolls along the 18, then hammered out to midfield. Stepping up. Dan Filippo volleys it high in the air, comes down inside the 18, drops off, Maladnoff with the shot, goes wide left. He cracked that in, out of midair, a volley kick, but it goes wide left.
Again, just puts the ball deep. Sutton was coming off his line. He hesitated. Howes did enough just to fight for the ball, and leaving a good opportunity there for Stoyan Maladnoff. I thought he had a little more time there, maybe to put a better placed shot on the goal.
Goal kick once again for Sutton. With the right foot, will drive it out through midfield. As it makes it through and across the midfield line, comes out on the near wing. Sanfilippo sliding into the ball. It rolls out of bounds.
For a player like Frankie Sanfilippo, these are great conditions.
This is fun, yeah. Right away by Ball, then he gets tripped up. It's knocked loose. Played forward up the left side to Becky. Down to the 20, trying to sneak it through. 1-on-1 with Terry. Across down in front. Ball knocked down. Pouncing out of the 6. And grabbing onto this Vallow as he beats the out of the ball.
I tell you, almost another carbon copy of just the ball falling in the right place for the opposition. Biello there almost knocking on the door.
Now, twice it through midfield, but headed back into Rhino territory, and Palguda volleys it the other way. Out the right side, knocked along the near touchline, getting to his ball. Kicks it toward the end line, the ball stops. Incello and Ball battling for it in the corner. Incello misses ball, they plays it off on the near side. It's still in play. Ball goes down and is played out on the near side near midfield, but this time skips out of bounds. Throw in for the Rhinos across midfield into Montreal territory.
I'll tell you what's happening with some of the Montreal defenders is they're expecting the ball to go out of bounds, and then it just gets caught up in a puddle. A couple times the Rochesters continued with the run and picked up the ball.
Long to the corner off the shoulder of Bolanos, but then he slips and goes down. Tonight, if you're out here, you should be wearing your water wings.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can swim.
Look at this.
The end of the infield dirt blocked away out top. After the Rhinos, Bolanos turning back with the ball. Spins it up the left wing side, but that's hit in the air, and it's an offside flag against the Rhinos anyway. Rochester offside. So a restart. Free kick for the Impact. Played ahead to midfield at the right side, but that's blocked away. Again back into Montreal territory. DiSolito then bangs it away downfield on the right side. Skips in behind. Turned on the far end into the box upper front. As the ball all of a sudden comes to a stop, and Biello continues on. Played along in the far wing and out to midfield. Again, pushed forward. And underneath it, Rivas nods it out the near side and chased after by Sanfilippo. With the right side, he's got the idea. He keeps putting it way up in the air.
Get it up off the surface. Put it down in Montreal territory.
However, he put it into the stands this time on the near side. Throw in at midfield for the Impact. Lyson with the throw in to DeFacito and a pass into the middle circle for Ribeiro. Switching to the outside on the right wing for DiTullio. Out the right wing side, but right to Palguda. Hammers it away, however, in turn blocked aside. And now the Impact up with the ball. Cross along the 18. That's a back heel away by Rivas on the far side. Underneath it, Wilson out to midfield for Greg House. Sneaks in behind, trying to get away. Kicks the ball ahead. A race for the ball. House with a shot. But into the chest this time of Sutton. Boy, he got a pretty good strike on the ball.
He sure did. It was deep in a puddle, but I like what House did. He pushed it so far forward, he knew it was going to stay in bounds, and Sutton wasn't going to be able to get it with the puddles. So he pushed it forward, nice lead up into it to strike it with some pace.
Throw in across midfield, headed away on the near wing and out of bounds. Throw in again on the near side for the Impact. Lyson off the left wing side from 35. Throw in, but that's headed away and out of bounds by Becky. So it'll be a throw in now for the Rhinos from their own 35 on the near side. 74th minute here at Frontier Field, and a 2-1 lead for the Rhinos. A very tenuous lead. Harry through midfield, into the chest of Bansu, or Bolanos rather, knocked down a ball, able to play it aside. It skipped away and out of bounds. Didn't get to it in time. Throw in on the near side for the Impact, their own side of midfield. Lyson and Ball having a few words for each other. Ball faked like he was going to throw a punch and gets the yellow card.
Silly. I'm sure Lasan said something to John Ball, but you knew he was going to do something. You could just see the look in his eyes. He was going to go for something there.
Billy Sedgwick getting ready to get into the match.
Coach Calloway pointing to his head, telling John Ball, use your head, make a smart decision.
Palguda coming off, and Sedgwick in here in the 75th minute.
I think Scott Palguda had a very nice game today.
Yes.
Little tough last night for him, but he's been solid in the back tonight. Great overlapping run. Has broke up numerous attacking chances by Montreal. He's played a great game in the air, as he always does. Nice performance from Scotty Palguda.
Yeah, he's played very well.
He's finding a home in that left back here for the Rhinos.
So Sedgwick, who has played very little of late, ever since his suspension, has had a real big problem trying to get back in the lineup. But he's in here tonight. Throwing along the near side. Knocked down by Becky. Chips it down to the 18. Sedgwick in underneath it. Heads it away on the near wing. That's headed forward. But stops. Sliding in Sanfilippo. However, taken back by Ribeiro. On the near wing. Spins. Tried to get away from Ball. Then is blocked along the 18. Booted away and out by Perry to midfield. Blocked by Vincello. Into the middle circle. That's pushed out on the far side. Underneath it is Leduc. On him is Milanov on the right wing side. Leduc trying to sneak it through and feeds it ahead for Ribeiro. 25 yards out. Pass to the right wing side. We're stopped by Biello. Looking to bring it ahead in front. And the ball gets away. Taken away by the Rhinos. They move out on the far side, but recovered then by Montreal. To the outside. That's, who is that? That's not Biello. Trying to get loose along the far wing again and slipping and Kolich. Okay, that's Kolich. All right, now it's played through midfield and down into Montreal territory, which is to our right here in the second half. Vincello sends it through midfield, headed up in the air by Becky. Flicked forward by Perry out to the center circle. Biero had it knocked away by Mladenov through midfield and up with a Pistolito. Gets tied up by House, taken down. The foul is called.
You know, if you're the kind of player who likes to play with the ball at your feet, knock it around, take players on, not the conditions.
Sneak through, moving in. Becky tried to get a shot away, couldn't do it. Grabbed by Vallo, comes down with the ball.
I love Vallo. Look at him telling Coach to get up.
They have a Montreal player down on the field as Vallo kicks the ball away.
It's a Rhino player down.
Well, there's two, one of each. Finally, the referee blows the whistle after Vallo had kicked the ball all the way downfield.
Coach definitely took a dive there.
Well, the Rhino trainer being called out. 77th minute here at Frontier Field. 2-1 lead for the Rhinos.
Big Schweitzer holding his lead.
Very slim lead for the Rhinos. Again, sponsors of these broadcasts include Golden Memories, the bus company that transports the Rhinos. Call 723-1322. Personal health approach. Rochester's newest upscale health club. 3450 Winton Place. Calls 232-8888. A whole lot of yelling and stuff going on out there. They talk to the referee. What's going on?
DiPosito has been pulled back from the crowd. Wilson made the signal to the sideline to sub Scott Schweitzer out, but looks like Schweitzer's up, and I doubt he's going to come off, but looks like it's his left knee that took him out there with Becky inside the box.
All right, so Schweitzer comes off the pitch, and now he wants right back on.
He is just tough as nails, I tell you. What a competitor.
It's going to be a drop ball, evidently around the Montreal 40.
Yeah, Schweitzer, he's the kind of guy, if he's down, he is hurt. It's not the situation where he's buying some time.
Vinchello chips it down into Rhino territory off at the far corner after it goes Sedgwick. On him is Kolik, and Sedgwick turns away with the ball up the left wing side to Wilson. Tried to sneak it through, but blocked away by Ledoux. Pass toward the middle, gets away from Rivero. And coming back to the ball, Milano's tying up, but turns away. He's grabbed onto, and the foul is called on Rivero. So a free kick for the Rhinos from their own 20 on the left wing side.
First place on the horizon here, in sight here for the Rhinos.
Can't believe you just said that.
Knock on wood.
Find some wood.
I've been waiting to see that for 20 minutes, but
you know what?
It's coming,
when
guys. It's coming.
When there's 12 seconds left in the clock and the ball's in there into the field, then you can say it.
I didn't say that. Montreal still in first place. Is that better?
I believe you said that. Kick downfield and a foul called and a restart for the Impact from their own 35. Pistolito sends it downfield. Quick down inside the 18. Comes out the near end of the box. A collision there with Perry and one of the Montreal players, and they're both down on the field. Kolich at the end line as he's bumped it away off of Kolich out over the end line.
I think Perry and Lassonde, they went head to head.
Head to head, yeah. As Perry is still down on the field and the trainer being called out, Lassonde he's headed for the Montreal bench.
He's caught.
Needing a towel or something. All right, so the hard play continuing here as it has been a rough night, to say the very least.
There has been, I don't know how many fouls you've got in the book, but a ton of fouls called tonight. Again, Rochester, Montreal, nothing new. The contact always a big part of it. And hopefully Perry's not got anything worse.
Another substitution coming up for the Impact is Carlos Garcia out of the Virginia Beach Mariners is getting ready to check into the match.
Another forward. Looks like Lassonde is actually going to come off the field now.
He's going to head for the locker room evidently. He has a towel being held to the left side of his head.
Could be looking at some stitches. He immediately came off the field. He knew he had to be replaced. So Perry, hope he's not looking at a concussion. See if Dave DiPasquale can get him back to full health.
So Lassonde is heading for the locker room, and Garcia is in here in the 80th minute. That's 4 subs for the Impact. As Perry coming off the pitch on the near side. And he turns and he's looking around, and I'm not sure if he's all there or not.
He looks a little wobbly. He's kind of looking around. Dave's got the smelling salts out.
Dave DiPasquale still talking to Perry. Looking for the indication from the ref to go back into the match. Laid out top. Vinchello chips it down, but blocked out over the end line. And another corner for the Rhinos, for the Montreal Impact.
I don't know. Perry doesn't look right.
It looks a little foggy.
Yeah, he doesn't look right. That slow pace onto the field here. We'll have to keep an eye on him.
All right, 81st minute, 2-1 lead for the Rhinos. Corner kick off the right wing side. to be taken by Biello, but now Perry is coming off, and it'll be Lennon Steenkamp going in here in the 82nd minute. So Perry is out.
Now Callaway, I think, is unhappy with the call because Steenkamp had already checked in, and Perry thought he could shake it off, but he's got to come off. They tried to keep Perry on the field, and Willie Fitzpatrick's not happy either with the call.
All right.
I think it's a good call.
Steenkamp is in. And again, off the right wing side, here's a service by Biello down in front, and that's tipped away out of the box. However, the whistle is blown, and offside flag deep in the far corner is in the air.
Wow, offside on a corner kick. That's a tough one to take. That's a major opportunity gone wasted.
Tuned for acceleration, built with the right fit, finish, and features. With 3 coupes, 3 sedans, 2 engines, and 2 suspensions, Cobalt puts the fun back into driving. Meet your new ride, the 2005 Chevy Cobalt. Kick out of the right wing corner by Sanfilippo. Drives it high in the air and through midfield. Hit it back into Rhino territory. On the 35, Becky spinning with the ball. Drops it off in the center circle. Leduc, here's the left foot. Chips it down inside the 18. Polish after it. Chasing it down to the 6. Sliding in. Sanfilippo knocks it away. And the loose ball is hammered off on the near side by Schweitzer.
I tell you, Kolic had a split second there where that door was open. And the master of the slide tackle, Frankie Sanfilippo, comes in out of nowhere.
Throw in out top. As Bolanos bumps and Howe's away with the ball. Trying to feed it away, but hits a puddle and the ball sticks. In the center circle, Pisolino trying to get away, and it's stuck on him. Milanov is pulled down as play goes on. Played into Rhino territory as they step up. Rivas knocks the ball down, battling Becky, who crosses to the outside of the right wing, and after it goes Garcia. To the Rochester 25 on the right wing side. 1-on-1 with Sedgwick. Pushing the ball to the end line. Garcia trying to come loose. Along the end line. Looking for the cross, but blocked away. And out over the touchline on the far side.
Lennon Steenkamp did a nice job. He's come on now for Perry. Rivas has gone back to central defense, but Sedgwick easily got beat there by Garcia, and Steenkamp read that. Stepped in and knocked the ball out of play.
84th minute at Frontier Field, and a 2-1 lead for the Rhinos. In the middle, that's volleyed out through midfield and downfield by Steenkamp. Turning back. Pisolino, on him is House, almost thrown away. Pisolino still spinning with the ball. It's taken away by Bolanos, but too far ahead, and Vincenzo will play it out on the far side. Titulio after it, bumped by House, goes down. Still at his feet, gets back up, pushes House, and the whistle blows, and who's the foul on?
They'll call an initial foul on House, but there's got to be something for the retaliation.
All right, so a free kick for the Montreal Impact from their own 30 off the right wing side. 84th minute at Frontier Field. Ball is placed through midfield into Rhino territory. Blocked aside. Steenkamp with left foot. Chips it out near midfield and flicked out across midfield by Wilson. Leduc heads it back into Rhino territory. Sedgwick is there, and then he'll drive it out through midfield. Skips out of bounds on the far side, and so a throw-in for the Impact of the midfield line.
Rivas playing alongside of Schweitzer, central defense. Lennon, the defensive midfielder now.
Milanov tripped up as he spun away with the ball, and then he gets bumped down again, pushed out on the far wing, played back toward the middle, as the ball knocked loose, stepping in Sanfilippo, but as he spins around trying to come away with the ball, able to drive it ahead about 2 feet. Then he hits the left of the midsection, and the fans like that. On the outside, Acole's up the left wing, blocked away by Ball, or by Rivas coming out of the near wing. In the puddle along the near side, Montreal player taken down on top of the ball and out, and that was Vincenzo, and a foul is called. Free kick for the Impact from 40 yards out off the near side of the field.
Everybody except for Sutton on the Rhinos half of the field.
On high service down in front. Head ball, they score! Down in front, the head ball. Vallo coming out for the ball. It looked like it might be Becky to head it away inside the left post, and the Impact to come back to even it at 2.
You know, earlier in the second half, Becky was getting on a lot of those headers, and that's just poor defending by the Rhinos. Vallo would come out, but he didn't commit himself to getting the ball. And Becky at the 6 is going to win that ball. But poor defending by the Rhinos, and Vallo, I think, a little indecisive coming off the line there. And another late goal given up by the Rhinos. It's something they've got to correct.
Long up the right side, ball after it. Chasing toward the end line, watched by Pisolino. As Pisolino pushes ball and turns with the ball, clears it off to the near side.
Charles Becky. With the assist number 6, Mauricio Vincello. That's Becky from Vincello.
So that evened it up at 2, and on the near side, ball out, so a throw in for the Impact, their own side of midfield. It's the 86th minute here at Frontier Field, and what a screwy night this has been.
This has been, but you know what? The story's the same. Late goals, maybe a mental mistake, a breakdown in the back, and the Rhinos, again, giving up points.
Laid off in the middle, knocked down by Wilson. After it, as Schweitzer with the left foot will and hammered out through midfield. On the far side, Howes bumped there by DeTulio, and Howes comes away with the ball. At midfield again, he's pushed. Now double team sneaks it through to Bolanos. Off the left side, Bolanos on the attack, chased by DeTulio. Ball stops, and so does Bolanos. Spinning away, blocked on, out of bounds, off of the impact. Throw in for the Rhinos. Sedgwick for the throw in. I believe we're going to be seeing Juninho coming into the match for the Rhinos. Laid up the far wing, headed away, and now knotted down inside the far end of the box. Dribbled along in front, but that's taken back at DeTulio. We'll just drive it on the far side, or DeTulio has the ball now. Pops it up in the air, now volleys it out to near midfield. Becky in underneath it, stepping up as he pushes it to the outside of the near wing, catching up to the ball, and everybody, the ball stops when everybody else keeps on going. This is fun to watch.
It's nuts.
As a bump knocks down the Montreal player, the foul is called, and so a free kick for the Impact from their own 35. That was Garcia taken down.
If you look at where the kick is being taken, it's the same service that Becky got on the end of to make it 2-2. We'll see how Rochester's defense holds up on this. Again, ball served into the box.
Vincello placing it 35 yards out off the left wing side. 88th minute now at Frontier. Vincello serves it down into the box. This one is headed away and out the near end. After it, Schweitzer sends it out to midfield. Vincello will return it in front, but Bolanos knocks it down, trying to control. Kicked out on the near side, and after it's Steenkamp turns back to the middle and comes up with the ball. As he looks at it, now is able to chip it out to midfield. Knocked down again on the near side. Collision and comes loose in front. Taken by Bolanos. He hammers it, but it goes about 12 feet. And the ball pops up in the air. Back in Rhino territory. Rivas heads it back toward the center circle. Flicked across midfield by Steenkamp, but again in Rhino territory. Volleyed by Milanov. Game of volleyball going on right now. Rivas heads it to the outside. Sanfilippo puts it, but hits Garcia. On the near wing, 30 yards out. They overrun the ball again. After Steenkamp sliding in, knocked loose. Becky on the near side. To the outside for Kolich going to the end line. It'll a dry spot. The ball's gone. See you later.
It did skip, but Steenkamp has come in here, and he is so fierce on these challenges. Kolich took two hard tackles from Lennon Steenkamp. That's what the Rhinos do, is just get physical and end these games when they've got that 1-0 or 1-goal lead.
89th minute, and it's even at 2 here at Frontier Field. Somewhat similar to what happened last night. Kicked out through midfield by Vallo. And skips along and into Montreal territory. As DiPlacido and Ball battle for the ball along the near wing. That's pushed back, now chipped in the air, now to Rhino territory. Flicked down to the Rochester 30. Comes off the near side. Schweitzer getting to it. He'll put it up into the stands. And we have the red card issued to Becky. He came in, cleats up on Schweitzer, and the red card is issued to Becky in the 89th minute.
He had no intention to play the ball. Schweitzer was about 3 yards ahead of Becky, and Becky just came in with a studs up. We can see it from up here. Late challenge, sloppy challenge, goes right to the red.
Well, he already had the yellow, but this is a direct red. He didn't come out with the yellow card, went right to the red card. Not that at this point it's going to make maybe a whole lot of difference.
Well, you know, Montreal plays some long balls. He's a huge target up front, but
what's going to be a big factor right now is the amount of stoppage time.
That's going to add time. In fact, it was just a cheap foul coming in from behind like that. Hey, it's so late.
All right, free kick for the Rhinos from their own 35 to Pace, even up at 2 here in the 90th minute. Schweitzer, long service downfield. Headed away by Garcia up top. Pushed out to the center circle, and again the skies open up. Sedgwick chips it down inside the box, and out after it is Sutton diving into the ball. Grabs a hold of it. Boy, the rain, it just opens up again.
You know, just when you think it can't get any worse, it just gets worse and worse as we go on here, and Sutton's going to milk the clock.
As Juninho getting ready to check in, Sutton will send this one through midfield. In underneath it. Hammered across the midfield line by Sanfilippo. Trying to block it away. Ball, but comes away, and DiPlacido sliding in to knock it loose. Steenkamp, that's played out across midfield. After it, Bolanos into the center circle for Wilson. As he turns, spins away, still has the ball. Down to the outside. Sedgwick up the left wing and across midfield. Goes deep to the corner, but is blocked away. On the far side, Sedgwick again. That's out of bounds, so a throw in for the Rhinos. Sedgwick down inside the 18, headed away. That's not it back in front, rolling to the end line, but it's out over the end line and the goal kick. Yes, who's coming out?
Howes.
Greg Howes out, and there'll be Juninho in here in the 90th minute.
it. Greg Howes has done a great job tonight filling in for Morrow. Who knows if he's not filling in, but Morrow Carabao has been solid up front. Now Howes comes in. As Don mentioned, he has been on a bit of a streak here for the Rhinos.
So Janino is in. The clock is stopped at 90. Did we ever see how much stoppage time? Yellow is out, and Haino is in.
I had no indication that he hasn't seen anything.
In the 90th minute, the yellow out, and Haino is in. So that's the limit of subs for each team. Right now, the impact a man down, and here's the goal kick from Sutton, low into the center circle. Licked into Rhino territory, and the ball stops. As it's knocked loose, not Biello, but rather Milano trying to come up with a push forward to midfield. Comes out of the near wing. Sanfilippo knocks it loose. And on the near side.
Unbelievable. You can't do anything.
There's 2 feet of water everywhere you turn.
You cannot move the ball. You've got to chip it to yourself and then send it in the air.
Sanfilippo at midfield with a throw in. That's flicked forward by Paul, but then hammered out to midfield. In the center circle, stepping up Sedgwick. Long shot downfield, way wide left of the Rhinos net. And this will be a goal kick for the Rhinos. We're in stoppage time. Never did hear how much stoppage time there was. No idea at this point of how much time's left in this one.
And again, the Rhinos are not going to be happy giving up that late equalizer. Too many points just being left behind.
All right, Dallow, low kick to midfield, but the whistle blows, and this one is history. Well, they'll quickly head for the locker rooms here tonight. The fans will quickly head for their cars, and the Rhinos will once again be very disappointed to come away with just 1 point. But on the other hand, they'll be happy about allowing the Montreal Impact only 1 point. So it ends up all knotted up here tonight. The final score, the Rochester Raging Rhinos 2, the Montreal Impact 2. And this is Raging Rhino Soccer on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Hey fans, World Gym Rochester is the official strength and conditioning facility for your Rochester Rhinos, Rattler, Nighthawks, and Amerks. World Gym Rochester is proud to offer personal training packages tailored especially to your needs, including a 5-component system that assures you results. Fun, high-energy group exercise classes like Rep Reebok are offered so you can work out with friends. And to make it more convenient for you, World Gym Rochester now offers newly expanded child care hours. For more information, please stop by the gym, 1717 East Avenue, or call 271-0440.
I'm Tom Rosati from Malier Chevrolet Buick. You know, the guy who always says yes. Now with a lot more to say yes to. Malier is Rochester's newest GM certified used car dealer with more than 200 General Motors certified used vehicles in stock. And with bumper-to-bumper warranty on these vehicles, you'll have the same peace of mind you have with a new car or truck. So take the short drive to Malier in Honeyway Falls or check us out at Malier.com.
Malier, Chevrolet Buick, we always say yes.
There's a toe-tapping, hand-clapping time in store for you this weekend at Genesee Country Village and Museum. It's the annual Fiddler's Fair, August 20th and 21st. Relax and enjoy dozens of performers from the renowned professional to the youngest beginner. Bring your acoustic fiddle and get in for free. Join us for the largest showcase of traditional music in Western New York, the Fiddler's Fair, August 20th and 21st at Genesee Country Village and Museum in Mumford.
No one makes it better than Weigel's hot dog. Hometown favorite from Weigel's. The flavor is right. Every bite. Cover them with lots of everything nice. Everything you like. Come on, take one. No one makes a hot dog like Weigel's. 'Cause how we make them great.
Wouldn't it be great if every tool you bought were covered by a lifetime warranty? Chase Pitkin includes one at no charge with every tool purchase. If you're not completely satisfied, return any tool with your receipt and we'll repair it, replace it, or refund your money. And you'll find we carry a huge selection of tools from the best names. DeWalt, Porter Cable, Bosch, Delta, Stanley, and more. All at great prices. The lifetime tool warranty, only from Chase Pitkin.
And now, back to the Rhinos on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Well, tonight at Frontier Field, as the battle for first place took place, and nothing changed. Each team, Montreal and Rochester, came up with 1 point. And so it remains the same scenario, the same story, as Rochester trading Montreal by 1 point in the standings. And Montreal still with 3 games in hand on the Rhinos. As we check back now at the regular season on the year, Rochester in now 25 games played, a 13-6-6 record with 1 more point at 45 points on the season. Montreal in 22 games played, a 13-2-7 record with 1 more point at 46. Of course, Montreal already locking up a playoff spot, and the Rhinos still now needing 1 point. They're equal at the moment with Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico, should they catch the Rhinos with 45 points, would have the tiebreaker because they won the season series with the Rhinos. So Rochester needing only 1 more point to clinch a playoff spot. And I think that'll probably happen.
Yeah, I think
or a combination, Puerto Rico losing a point.
The odds are very good that will happen, no doubt about it. But my concern is those late goals. It's just you're so close to the playoffs. Your schedule is getting tougher. You just can't give those opportunities up.
And you have plenty of examples of those late goals lately. All right, let's run through the scoring in the game. First of all, the first thing of note on the night came in the 8th minute when a penalty kick was awarded to the Montreal Impact. And a great save by Vallow kept the boards blank, the scoreless. In the 8th minute, the penalty save by Scott Vallow. Well, the rain continues to pour here at Frontier Field tonight. We're in the 9th minute, no score, but that might change here very shortly as Leduc set to take the PK. Scott Vallow in the end of the field with the baseball. Into the field, here's Leduc stepping up with the right foot, goes forward, blocked away by Vallow. Vallow guessing right, diving into the lower right corner. Gets his hands on the lower left corner, punches to the side. Great save by Vallow, and it is still scoreless. And the Rhinos came down and took the lead then in the 19th minute. Greg Howes scoring his 4th of the season. Kirk Wilson assisting again. This in the 19th minute put the Rhinos out to a 1-0 lead. Down inside, moving in, Howes with a shot. Pass it on the left wing side. Wilson drops it out in front. Howes a one-time rush to the lower left corner. The Rhinos up 1-0. Again, that was scored in the 19th minute. Howes with his 4th, and the assist going to Wilson to give the Rhinos a 1-0 lead. That's the way the half ended. Into the second half, Montreal then came out and tied it up in the 58th minute. It was Nevio Pisolino scoring and Ribeiro assisting to even it at 1, but the Rhinos regained the lead on another great shot from, once again, Greg Howes. Scoring in the 63rd minute, Howes with his 5th of the season, his 2nd of the night, and this gives the lead back to the Rhinos. Off the right wing side to be taken by Milanov. And here it is, served in the box, up in the air, punched away by Sutton. Out top, body kick, Howes! Howes picks it out of midair! And he throws it inside the right post, and the Rhinos have come back to regain the lead. And in the 63rd minute, as Howes scores his 2nd goal of the night and his 5th of the year, unassisted, the Rhinos out 2-1. Looks like they might once again sneak out a win here. However, the same scenario as it was last night. The opposition coming back and scoring late. This one in the 86th minute, as it was Becky to score. It was Charles Becky scoring in the 86th minute. The assist going to Vincello, and this was the game-deciding goal. On high service down in front. Head ball, they score! Down in front, the head ball. Vallow coming out for the ball. It looks like it might be Becky to head it away inside the left post, and the Impact to come back to even it at 2. And that's the way it ended up as that goal scored in the 86th minute. Becky scoring, Vincello assisting, and even the matchup at 2 apiece, and that's where the scoring ended on the night. Unofficial stats of the night, I had 13 shots for the Rhinos and 8 for Montreal. Corner kicks, 9 for the Rhinos and 7 for the Impact, and offsides, 3 against Rochester and 2 against Montreal in the night. So there's your unofficial stats. Scott Vallow in goal with the tie, now at 12-6-5 record. Sutton at the other end with a tie, now a 10-2-7 record on the season. So there's your unofficial stats on the night. And certainly a very disappointing night for the Rhinos once again as they look to gain ground on the Impact. However, could not do it.
Good opportunity for both these teams. Kind of see each other, get a feel for what the playoffs are going to be like. Obviously, it's not the end of the season for the Rhinos or Montreal, but it's a taste of what they're going to see in the playoffs. The concern, though, is the late goals that Rochester's giving up. It's a mental breakdown. Scott Vallow, he was coming off his line, but I could see when he made that first step, he wasn't committed to getting the ball. And Becky's such a big target. He made them pay the price on that one. It was an empty net after Velo had tried to come out, maybe just a step too late. And also, maybe the Rhinos going with that start in the second half, almost with 5 in the back. We lost possession of the midfield, and Montreal just kept coming down, pressuring, and then he brought Bolanos in, and then went back to 4 in the back. So that was probably a changing point of the game.
All right, the LaRocca's Restaurant player of the game tonight.
Greg Hollis for the Rhinos. What a finish on that first goal. The second one even more beautiful, left-footed volley. He really hasn't had a lot of time to play because Carvalho and Bolanos have been doing some great things up front, but every time he's called upon, finds the back of the net.
Yeah, a couple of big goals tonight. Certainly both of them beautiful. LaRocca's Restaurant, the official pregame meal of the Rhinos. LaRocca's at 250 Pixley Road in Gates. For reservations or party house information, call 247-4350. Chase Pitkin play of the game.
I'm going to go with the tying goal by Montreal again. It's not so much the goal, but it's what's happening, what trend is developing here that Rochester is letting teams back into the game late, and obviously another thing that Rochester's got to be concerned about.
I thought maybe Howe's second goal was just a tremendous strike on the ball, and under very adverse conditions, I thought it was a tremendous goal.
It's another great choice because in these conditions, you're not going to be able to strike the ball off of the surface. He took it beautifully out of the air and just found the back of the net with precision.
Play of the game brought to you by Chase Pitkin, home of a lifetime tool warranty. Well, the Rhinos get to forget the league play now for a few days, and they'll get back to U.S. Open Cup action here on Wednesday night. What a huge game that is, Wednesday night, with the Chicago Fire coming to town. Again, Chicago, the winningest team in U.S. Open Cup play, at least since the MLS has joined, as they have 3 championships under their belt. And so the Rhinos will have a huge uphill battle as they take on the Chicago Fire here on Wednesday night.
No doubt about that. And again, Dave Sarakin's coming home. There are a lot of stories surrounding the game. Big Zach Thornton is in the nets with the Fire. So it's going to be a great opportunity for some unique soccer. It's always exciting to see the lower-level teams take on the so-called bigger teams of MLS.
Well, certainly it's going to be a very interesting night. We hope you all get your tickets and come on out here to Frontier Field, that being on Wednesday night when the Rhinos host the Chicago Fire in the quarterfinals of the U.S. Open Cup. You realize if the Rhinos get through that one, it's the semifinals?
Huge opportunity.
Wow.
Huge. It's
tremendous.
Not a bad chance at all. Chicago's a good team, but Rochester has got a great opportunity.
All right, Joe is going to be back taking your phone calls in just a couple of moments.
Absolutely.
Right? So stick around for that. He'll be picking up your phone calls here very shortly. So stick around for that once again. The final score tonight at Frontier Field, and a very muggy and very it's like a swimming pool out here at Frontier Field. A very soggy Frontier Field, I guess that's the word I'm trying to come up with, as the Rhinos and the Montreal Impact play to a 2-goal tie. I'm Don Stevens for Joe Giuliano. We'll continue very shortly. Good job back at the studio, Sam. And the final score, the Rhinos 2, the Impact 2, and this is Rhino Soccer on Fickle 93.3 FM.
What if you celebrated getting things done in your office the way you celebrate on the field?
We won the pitch. It'll be our biggest client ever.
Ooh, that's cool. Maybe some celebrations are best left on the field. But when you hear this, you'll know things are getting done. To learn more about how Nextel can help you get more done, call 800-NEXTEL-9 or visit Nextel.com. Nextel. Done.
Getting older can be a harrowing experience. Staying in shape just gets tougher. Why not join the downtown Harrow East Athletic Club? Memberships include aerobics, yoga, Pilates classes, whirlpools, sauna, indoor pools, squash, racquetball, 2 weight floors, cardio, indoor track, free parking, the list goes on. Don't give in, get tough. Join the Harrow East today, and they'll even waive the initiation fee. Call 546-1000. That's 546-1000, and we'll see you at the Harrow East.
Hey, Joe, what's your vision?
See it online at that'smyvision.com. 1,500 vehicles at your fingertips. Every Vision Hyundai, Vision Ford, Vision Nissan, Vision Dodge. Online, that'smyvision.com lets you compare vehicles side by side, calculate monthly payment, appraise your trade, and so much more. And since the Vision dealerships have over $10 million in approved loans, you'll get credit-free approval fast, easier, and securely. So car shop when you want. At Vision, we're open 24/7 online. That's myvision.com.
Oh, yeah, see your vision now.
Steve Hausman again from Lindbergh's. Almost every day someone walks up to me and says, I tried one of their big thick, juicy burgers on your say-so. Thank you for that. But, if you haven't tried Lindbergh's yet, how's this for a reason? Now the burgers at Lindbergh's are bigger than ever. Nearly a half a pound of certified Angus beef cooked just for you, exactly how you want it, piled high with pretty much whatever you want. There are over 50 varieties of burgers on the menu at Lindbergh's, $4.41 and $2.50 in Penfield. Whatever you like, whether it's the traditional cheeseburger or something exotic like my favorite, the teriyaki burger with herb cheese, your burger from Lindbergh's is served on a fresh-made roll with a ton of fries, and we are talking a burger you can really get your hands around. So break free from burger boredom. On my say-so, let your taste buds run wild at Lindbergh's. They're in the Wegmans Plaza, 441 and 250 in Penfield, family-owned, so make sure you say hi to Larry and Michelle when you visit Lindbergh's.
And now back to the Rhinos on Sickle, 93.3 FM.
Welcome to the Freetime Magazine Out of Town Scoreboard. This is Jerry Giuliano from the Soccer Report filling in for Tom Craver. Three games out there tonight. It was a soggy one here across the street at Frontier Field. I've never seen anything like that, but we'll talk more about that later on. But the Out of Town Scoreboard, Richmond at Charleston ended up in a 1-1 tie in front of a crowd of 3,578. Seattle and Portland and Minnesota and Vancouver have not kicked off as of yet. So those starts, actually they have been kicked off. I'm sorry, they started off at 10 o'clock. So they will be kicking off, and we'll update you as we go along on what's going on with those scores out there. It was a wild one out there, ladies and gentlemen, so I can't wait to really talk about it. You're going to be, you have the opportunity to call in at the Nextel Direct Connect postgame call-in show driven by Auto Depot USA. Fans, please call in. It's going to be a great opportunity to talk about the actual mess that was out there tonight, and it was a mess. And we have a couple of goals that we'd like to play for you. So let's go ahead and play it when we come back from break. We're going to go ahead and play a couple of goals. You're listening to the Raging Rhinos on Sickle, 93.3 FM.
From muscle cars to the SSR to Malibu and the new Cobalt, for generations Chevy has been breaking the rules. Now we're rewriting them with the Chevy employee discount for everyone. You pay what we pay, not a cent more. Great news, we're continuing the Chevy employee discount for everyone. Get low prices or low monthly payments on select 05 Chevy vehicles. At participating dealers only. Take delivery by 9605. See dealer for details. We're proud to extend the Chevy employee discount for everyone.
Hi, I'm Janice Pitts from Pitts Ford Mercury in Williamson.
And I'm Jim LaForte, General Sales Manager. We've been talking to you about how we do business at Pitts Ford with our 4 simple rules.
A fair price, no pressure financing, no badgering, and faithful service.
Now let's talk a little about price. What's the fair price mean? Does it really mean that if you're upside down in the vehicle that we can make you right side up again by selling you a newer car? Think about it.
You know better. Didn't your mother always tell you that if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is?
A fair price is when you win because you got a great new vehicle you can afford. The dealer wins because they just met a new customer for life. We invite you to visit Pitts Ford Mercury in Williamson.
The Ford Family Plan has been extended through September 6th. Pay the same price as Ford employees and their families. Save on pickups, minivans, Focus 500, and now you can save on selected 2006 models through September 6th. The Ford Family Plan is included on all vehicles except Mustang and Escape Hybrid. So take the short drive to Pitts Ford Mercury in Williamson, just 10 minutes east of Webster. The 4 Simple Rules dealer.
I'm Tom Rosati from Malier Chevrolet Buick. You know, the guy who always says yes. Now with a lot more to say yes to. Malier is Rochester's newest GM certified used car dealer with more than 200 General Motors certified used vehicles in stock. And with bumper-to-bumper warranty on these vehicles, you'll have the same peace of mind you have with a new car or truck. So take the short drive to Malier in Honeywell Falls or check us out at Malier.com.
Malier Chevrolet Buick. We always say yes.
Are you 50? Is your loved one or parent over 50? You'd better call your doctor to be tested for colon cancer. Every year, more than 100,000 people are diagnosed with the disease. Getting tested regularly is important because early diagnosis offers you the best chance for a cure. This message is service of the Wilmot Cancer Center. The cure starts here. Go to www.wilmotcancercenter.com.
Stickle 93.3 FM.
Welcome back to the Rhinos postgame show for a wild and woolly one out there. It was a wet one out there. To recap the game tonight, it was, it had its surprises, that's for sure. We went in the first half, Greg House scoring a beautiful goal, but not to go before Scott Ballo making a great save off a PK. It was just a tremendous pick that he went off to the right side and he picked it. And we're going to go ahead and play that right now.
Well, the rain continues to pour here at Frontier Field tonight. We're in the 9th minute, no score, but that might change here very shortly as Leduc set to take the PK. Scott Ballo in the end of the field with the baseball. Into the field. Here's Leduc stepping up with the right foot. Goes for it. Blocked away by Ballo. Ballo guessing right, diving into the lower right corner. Gets his hands on the lower left corner. Punches to the side.
And a great save by Scott Ballo, making the right pick and picking it off to the side and then pushing it out off. And then Greg House scores a beautiful goal. I think it was like in the 10th or 12th minute. I can't even remember right now. But Greg House scores a beautiful goal with an assist from Kirk Wilson.
Down inside, moving in, House with a shot. Good! Pass it off the left wing side. Wilson drops it out in front. House a one-time rip to the lower left corner, and the Rhinos up 1-0.
And Greg House scores a great goal to put the Rhinos up 1-0, and then Montreal comes back and ties the game. And then in the second half, Greg House, off after the rain delay, there was a little bit of lightning and the water came down, but after the rain delay, Greg House scored a beautiful goal off Dusty Hudak, or Greg Sutton, I'm sorry, Dusty Hudak, Greg Sutton save. He punched it back out to the top of the area, and Greg House came in and cracked a beautiful shot to put it to the back of the net.
Off the right wing side to be taken by Milanov. And here it is, served in the box, up in the air, punched away by Sutton. Out top, volley kick, House. Goal! House picks it out of midair. Then he drills it inside the right post, and the Rhinos have come back to regain the lead.
And Greg House, he has a great save on net. And the last goal with by Charles Becky scores in the waning minutes of the game, and Charles Becky from Montreal ties it up 2-2 in the final minutes.
On high service down in front, head ball, they score! Down in front, the head ball, Ballo coming out for the ball. It looks like it might be Becky to head it away inside the left post, and the impact to come back to even it at 2.
Okay. And a great goal by Becky, but I mean that's how it goes. And after that goal, we'll wrap it up now, and we'll take a break, and we'll come right back for your calls. And the phone number is 229393, and we'll take your calls on the Rhinos post-game call-in show.
Hey fans, World Gym Rochester is the official strength and conditioning facility for your Rochester Rhinos, Rattler, Nighthawks, and Amerks. World Gym Rochester is proud to offer personal training packages tailored especially to your needs, including a 5-component system that assures you results. Fun, high-energy group exercise classes like Rep Reebok are offered so you can work out with friends. And to make it more convenient for you, World Gym Rochester now offers newly expanded child care hours. For more information, please stop by the gym, 1717 East Avenue, or call 271-0440.
A three-pointer in basketball, a hat trick, a triple crown in horse racing. The best things always come in three. Well, through Saturday, Auto Depot USA, 3-time consecutive Rochester Choice Award winner, will triple your down payment for trade-in allowance. Shop Rochester's best selection of late models, low mileage, quality pre-owned cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs. And right now, if you put $500 down, Auto Depot USA will make it $1,500. Or if you have a vehicle worth $500, Auto Depot will make it worth $1,500. Plus, every vehicle from Auto Depot USA is backed by our 3-day, 500-mile, no questions asked, money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? This Saturday, score big at Auto Depot USA, where we'll triple your down payment or trade-in allowance. Call 663-2233 or get to 800 West Ridge Road between Dewey and Mount Reed in Rochester. Auto Depot USA. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable reputation. reputation. Simply go down or trade in up to $500 with approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Who's got Pontiacs? Who's got employee discounts and rebates? Who's got trade-in, clear-out, used car savings? Ralph Pontiac. Right, sales manager Bob Thompson.
That's right, Ronnie. On the new side and the used side of the dealership, buy Ralph, buy now means keep the cash in your pocket.
You've got the best chance to find the new or used Pontiac or the Chevy, Dodge, Honda, or Toyota used car at the price you want to pay if you come to Ralph Pontiac, Bob.
Here's a great example. An 01 Grand Am, just $109 a month.
Just $109. $1,000 down, 60 months with approved credit. Grand Am, just $109 a month. Mike Gray.
Our total trade-in clear-out event will save you hundreds, maybe thousands. Trade in and we'll beat the Blue Book.
Employee discounts at 05. G6s, Sunfires, Montanas, SV6s, Aztecs, Vives. Used car trade-in clear-out savings. Like an 01 Grand Am, just $109 a month. Ralph Pontiac, West Ridge Road, opposite Sam's Club, Greece. Buy Ralph, buy now. Keep the cash in your pocket.
Buy Ralph.
There's a toe-tapping, hand-clapping time in store for you this weekend at Genesee Country Village and Museum. It's the annual Fiddler's Fair, August 20th and 21st. Relax and enjoy dozens of performers from the renowned professional to the youngest beginner. Bring your acoustic fiddle and get in for free. Join us for the largest showcase of traditional music in Western New York, the Fiddler's Fair, August 20th and 21st at Genesee Country Village and Museum in Mumford.
A three-pointer in basketball, a hat trick, a triple crown in horse racing. The best things always come in three. Well, through Saturday, Auto Depot USA, three-time consecutive Rochester Choice Award winner, will triple your down payment or trade-in allowance. Shop Rochester's best selection of late models, low mileage, quality pre-owned cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs. And right now, if you put $500 down, Auto Depot USA will make it $1,500. Or if you have a vehicle worth $500, Auto Depot will make it worth $1,500. Plus, every vehicle from Auto Depot USA is backed by our 3-day, 500-mile, no questions asked, money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? This Saturday, score big at Auto Depot USA, where we'll triple your down payment or trade-in allowance. Call 663-2233 or get to 800 Westridge Road between Dewey and Mount Reed in Rochester. Auto Depot USA. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable reputation. Simply go down or trade in up to $500 with approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
What if you celebrated getting things done in your office the way you celebrate on the field?
Barry, our project just got funded. High five. Headbutt.
Barry, are you okay? Perhaps some celebrations are best left on the field. But when you hear this, you'll know things are getting done. To learn more about how Nextel can help you get more done, call 800-NEXTEL-9 or visit Nextel.com. Nextel. Done.
A three-pointer in basketball, a hat trick, a triple crown in horse racing. The best things always come in three. Well, through Saturday, Auto Depot USA, three-time consecutive Rochester Choice Award winner, will triple your down payment or trade-in allowance. Shop Rochester's best selection of late models, low mileage, quality pre-owned cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs. And right now, if you put $500 down, Auto Depot USA will make it $1,500. Or if you have a vehicle worth $500, Auto Depot will make it worth $1,500. Plus, every vehicle from Auto Depot USA is backed by our 3-day, 500-mile, no questions asked, money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? This Saturday, score big at Auto Depot USA, where we'll triple your down payment or trade-in allowance. Call 663-2233 or get to 800 Westridge Road between Dewey and Mount Reed in Rochester. Auto Depot USA. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable reputation. Simply go down or trade in up to $500 with approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Next up, it's your turn to sound off on tonight's game.
It's the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show.
We will take your call. We would love to take your call. Driven by Auto Depot USA. Call in now. 222-9393.
Welcome back to the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show driven by Auto Depot USA. Nextel helps groups get things done. Call 800-NEXTEL-9 for power phones with walkie-talkie, GPS navigation, and speakerphone. Nextel, done. That's what you're supposed to say. Tom makes me say done.
I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't get the cue.
Joe Giuliano filling in for Tom Craver. Jerry Giuliano filling in for Soccer Sam. The Handsome Brothers are back. Woohoo! We want to take your calls at 222-9393.
The Rhinos and Montreal 2-2 in a wild and woolly and a wild and wet match at Frontier Field.
Oh, yeah.
9,892 fans on hand for the match tonight. First call of the night is Eric. Eric, you're on the postgame show. Hi, Eric.
Yes.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for calling the show.
Oh, thanks. I'm on here. Didn't know that.
That's okay.
What can you say? I mean, it's one of the most amazing games I've ever watched. The ball just was not moving out there. I don't know how much Rhinos history you guys know or remember, but it really reminds me of that Open Cup game we played against Columbus here back in '97. When Scotty Schweitzer got a white card, set a man down and pulled him in. You guys remember that?
Was it Columbus or Chicago?
No, it was Columbus in '97. It was 97. Was it Chicago?
I remember Schweitzer was in the headlock. A guy, Lubo Skubik, had him in the headlock, and he was punching Schweitzer.
Yeah.
And Schweitzer got ejected, but I don't remember the rain, though. It could have been Columbus. I don't know, Eric.
There was a game in '97 in the Open Cup. It was just pouring.
Yeah.
It was just pouring, and we had these dedicated. I tell you, we are the best fans in the country, man. We're out there making noise. And the pouring rain. It was surreal. It was unbelievable.
You guys are the best. What'd you think about the result, 2-2?
It was horrible, and it's just heartbreaking. I mean, you played so... I think the Rhinos clearly got the better of the impact this game. But it's really tough to say because, that goal, the first goal they let in, some guy tried to clear the ball, and then he just slipped. I don't know if you saw it. He slipped, and then... A couple seconds later, the ball's going in. It's hard to judge from this result. It's disappointing. I mean, we really should have 6 points this weekend. That's how I look at it. We got 2, and that's disappointing. But it doesn't mean they're playing badly. The first game against Puerto Rico was bad, but other than that, I like some of the changes. I personally think our central midfield needs to get tighter. And I'm wondering if you think we guys, if you think we need Clay Demon back there. It seems like the central defense these last 2 home matches has not been as tight as it should be, or it has been.
That's a good point. Bonsu has done a good job back there with Schweitzer, but if you look at the goals we've given up, cross against Puerto Rico, another cross against Puerto Rico. The tying goal tonight was a cross in the air. This time, though, Vallo was coming off his line, and as soon as he made that first step, I could tell he wasn't committed to get the ball, and he knows that he should have come out a little more aggressive because he came off his line. But maybe we do need a little bit an aerial presence in the box because we're getting beat on a lot of balls that are served into the box.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one of the worst things that we can do sometimes. I mean, but I think it's a letdown at some point. I mean, we get the lead, and then I think there's, I don't know if it's a midfield thing, but there seems to be a letdown.
Eric Demon is a good point. You think he should be back?
I don't know. I don't know if you guys know if he's healthy enough to be playing a full match, half a match. I gotta think a healthy Craig Demon 100% doesn't allow some of those things to happen. It seems like we're not as tight back there as we should be. It seems like the defense isn't as organized as it should be, and that's going to be a key, potential weak spot going to the playoffs because we know, especially against Montreal in the playoffs. And if you play them in the A-League Championship, which we hopefully do, I mean, 1 goal is going to win the game. It's going to be a 1-0 game or 0-0 in PK. So you got to have a tight defense, and I think we're not as tight defensively as we should be.
I agree, especially late in the match. Eric, thanks for the call. Some great points. The defense, and again, crucial times late in games. We can pinpoint several occasions where they're giving up goals late in matches. And it's got to be something that's got to be fixed on the Rhinos defensive end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just seems like all of a sudden, we've got that confidence that we're ahead, we're up 1-0, 2-0, whatever it is, and then we give a goal away, and it's like, how did we give that goal away? And it's definitely because there's a little bit of a lapse, and maybe it's because they get a little too comfortable back there, and they're thinking they got the game in hand. The number here is 222-9393. This is the Nextel Direct Connect postgame call-in show driven by Auto Depot USA. Back to the phones, and let's speak with Peter. Hello, Peter. Peter, are you there?
Yeah.
How you doing? Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Any comments about tonight's game?
Well, I think Rochester played great tonight, except for that late goal. We're always giving up late goals. What's up with that, Also, I think the strategy against Chicago on Wednesday is simple. Play, let's not push everybody up. Let's not really play offense. Play more defensively. Because Chicago has many strikers, many people who can score goals. And, let's take them to overtime. One lucky bounce. Let's win 1-0. Even 1-0 will get us through. Let's just hope for a lucky bounce and play more defensively.
Peter, what did you think about at the start of the second half when Coach Callaway took off? Apparently, I think he took off a midfielder, and it appeared he went with 5 defenders in the back, with Jason Perry coming on. He had Sanfilippo out there, Palguda, Schweitzer, and Bonsu. So I think he was trying to maybe bolster the back. Did you catch that?
Yes, I did, and I thought it was the right choice. I mean, well, when it comes to A-League, we can push people up. We can, let them play more offensively. But the U.S. Open Cup against, MLS teams, we should be careful. We should play more defensively and, not really give them a chance. Play long ball if we have to, Just push the ball up. One lucky bounce and the ball could go through,
Yeah, absolutely. I think, though, with next week's going to be kind of interesting against Chicago on Wednesday. Chicago.
I really think we could beat Chicago.
I think so too.
I think so too. But I think that Chicago is going to be without a bunch of players because they're going to be. Some players are going to be taken over to Europe.
A lot of injuries too.
A lot of injuries and stuff like that. So I think it's going to be a whole different game. So I think we're going to have to take a look to see what Chicago brings as far as their talent.
And also, I've been following. I lived in Italy 6 years. I've followed European soccer my whole life. And the thing about playing 2-3 games in a week, that takes a lot out of players. That's too much.
Yeah.
I think the league should, what if we expend 2-3 more months? What if we play in the wintertime,
Yeah, and that's one of the things that Joe and I have talked about, over the years is that, A-League or USL now is such a long season, and these players have to play so many games now, in a given time period because of, travel and all that kind of stuff. I would love to see the guys come play in maybe once a week, just like the MLS does. I think that would be a better quality product that they put on the field instead of, these guys are tired and have
you
to
can see what the teams are really made of,
Absolutely. Well, Peter, thanks for the call. Some great points, and you guys are bringing up an interesting topic about maybe trying to stretch out the season a bit and get the guys to rest and play their best quality soccer. But let's go to the phones, and obviously with the man of the match tonight for the Rochester Raging Rhinos, Greg Howes with 2, rockets, you could say.
the second goal. The second goal, De Silva. You had, what was it, last week when he scored the goal of the season. Howes? Oh, my God, that's the second one was unbelievable.
Greg, welcome to the postgame show. Great stuff tonight.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
The first goal, that's a set piece there. Is that something that's been worked on in training where, the ball's played into Wilson, then he lays it off to you?
Well, we have kind of something similar that we do from a little bit of a different position, but it was Montreal kind of fell asleep a little bit, and I didn't go out and play a good ball into Kirk. He laid one off, and I was able to get it, keep it low and beat Sutton a little near post, and kind of got us off to a good start after Valo came up so big for us on the PK.
Yeah, after that PK save, it's kind of deja vu with Toronto. PK save, Greg Howes scores, and we see it again tonight. Does that give you guys a big emotional boost?
Oh, Scott Schweitzer just pulled up and he's talking. Can you repeat that, buddy?
Sure. No, the save by Scott Valo, it's kind of deja vu like we saw in Toronto. Valo saves the PK. Greg Howes comes down and scores, and then we see it again here tonight. Was it a big emotional boost for you guys?
Oh, it definitely was. Anytime, it was the 8th or 9th minute, I think they got the penalty kick called, and, you definitely don't want to go down 1-0, especially the way the weather was kind of turning, but, Valo came up big for us all year, and anytime a goalie that makes that kind of save, you want to give him a little cushion, and we did it twice, but unfortunately, at the end we weren't able to hang on again.
The conditions, obviously, it's something I have not seen in years covering soccer. You're out in the field. What was it like?
It was a mess. It's kind of tough to explain. It's like I think I told one of the guys from the newspaper, it's kind of like hitting a golf ball out of a water hazard. It's kind of take a swing and hopefully it pops out. But it was, I thought that the header goal that they scored, that was probably the only way there was going to be a real goal scored was kind of through the air because on the ground it was just completely unplayable. I thought And I've never had any experience with that. I mean, I grew up in Seattle where it rains all the time, and still haven't ever had nothing like that. So it was made for a messy match, but we got the point. But a little disappointed in the overall weekend not getting 2 wins.
Now, on that second goal, what a wonderful strike! And I guess when that ball was coming to you off the corner kick on the deflection, when it was coming in the air, I guess it could not have been in a better place for you, right?
Yeah, I mean, usually I make a little near post run, but the way the ball was coming in from that side, I thought that if anyone overhit something, I might be able to collect something. And Sutton got his hand on it and popped it up, and I think it was Kirk Wilson who was just off to my right-hand side, and I was just screaming for it to leave it. And it seemed like an eternity before the ball came down, but I just worked on my technique to try to get it on goal, and fortunately for me, it and the team, it dipped into the far corner.
Well, Greg, you're scoring goals in bunches. What's been the secret here?
I don't know if there's really a secret. It's just, getting a little bit of confidence, getting a few more minutes, and, and hopefully, the team's playing well, and it's just I've been scoring goals for a few years now in this league, so it just feels good to be contributing and then putting a team in a position to move up the ladder.
Great stuff, Greg. Scoring a bunch of goals indoors, and it's coming outdoors as well with Rochester. So congratulations on 2 well-struck goals.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Greg Howes, my player of the match tonight.
Oh, absolutely. My player of the match, I would have gone with Scott, but that second goal they let in, I mean, I really think that I have 2. I have Scott Vallow saving the PK and making some brilliant saves in the second half. And Greg Howes on that second goal, man, he just popped that ball in. I saw a beautiful take it out of the air, and he just dipped that right into the back of the net. I thought it was great.
The number here again is 222-9393. We'll take your calls. Talking about the Rhinos in Montreal, 2-2 tonight in a very sloppy mess at Frontier Field. What do you say we go to break? Jerry's working on a trivia question for us tonight. We've got 4 tickets to the Rhinos and Chicago. You are listening to the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show, driven by Auto Depot USA on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Every generation of Volvo has been committed to safety and saving lives. Visit Best Volvo, like Volvo owner Peter Parts.
I was in a horrendous accident where an oncoming driver had fallen asleep and hit me head on. I'm absolutely convinced I would have never walked away had it been any other car.
Test drive the Volvo XC90, the world's safest SUV, only at Best Volvo, where style, safety, and all-wheel drive come together to save lives. 1500 University Avenue.
Gallo & Iacovangelo is a full-service law firm that has been serving the Rochester area for over 30 years. The experienced attorneys at Gallo & Iacovangelo are uniquely qualified to represent you in a variety of areas. Whether you've been injured in an auto accident, need to draft a will, or are buying a house, Gallo & Iacovangelo provide you with the abilities of a large law firm, but give you the personal attention you'd expect from a smaller firm. Call them at 454-7145 or visit them online at gallolaw.com. Gallo & Iacovangelo. Progressive thought, traditional values, uncompromising strength.
The time for a healthy you is now. And Personal Health Approach Health Wellness and Fitness Center, Rochester's brand new premier upscale health club, is the place you need to be. PHA Health Wellness and Fitness Center, located at 3450 Winton Place, is the official strength training facility for the Rochester Rhinos. Let PHA's personal trainers and exercise therapists create a personalized program that will meet your needs and goals. Call PHA Health Wellness and Fitness Center at 232-8888.
It happens once a year, Honda buyers, and it's happening at Ralph Honda. White Sales Manager Bob Thompson.
It's the once-a-year Honda clearance event, Ronnie. Every Honda must go. CR-Vs, Accords, Pilots, Elements, Civics, Odysseys, and the new Ridgeline.
What does Honda clearance pricing at Ralph Honda mean to you? It means buy Ralph, buy now, because that means keep the cash in your pocket, Bob.
It's all about trading in, clearing out, and saving you money.
Huge discounts on those Odysseys, okay, Mike Ray?
Yeah, like $4,000. 2 top-of-the-line Odyssey Touring, 6,000 demo miles with DVD navigation, power tailgate, $4,000 discount. Hurry before they're gone.
Buy a used car, and our total trade-in clear-out event will save you hundreds, maybe thousands, okay, Mike Ray?
Bring us your trade. We'll beat the Blue Book.
Honda buyers, buy Ralph, buy now. Ralph Honda's 2005 clearance event means keep the cash in your pocket. Westridge Road opposite Sam's Club, Greece. Ralph Honda. Don't miss it.
Buy Ralph.
To the Rhinos on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Welcome to the Nextel Direct Connect postgame calling show driven by Auto Depot USA. Auto Depot USA, three-time Rochester's Choice Award winner, is Rochester's best selection of quality pre-owned vehicles. Auto Depot USA, unbeatable prices, unbeatable reputation. Another 2-2 finish tonight for the Rochester Rhinos. Last night with Puerto Rico, a 2-2 finish. Again, another draw, 1 point each for Rochester and Montreal. So a very wet situation over at Frontier Field tonight. And before we take our next call here, we've got to introduce the newest broadcaster, I guess, in the world of Rhino soccer, Gerard Giuliano, helping us out tonight. Jerry's son. Gerard, step up to the mic and say hello to all the Rhino fans.
Hi.
Was it a good game tonight?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite Rhino?
Rex.
Besides Rex, who's your favorite Rhino player?
Freddie Adu.
Freddie Adu does not play for the Rhinos, but that's a good choice. He's a Scott Vallow fan, he told me today.
Scott Vallow.
Very good, Gerard. Are you enjoying the show?
Yeah.
All right. Give Daddy his headphones back, and we'll be all set, okay? That's Gerard Giuliano. He's going to be taking over my job before you know it. The number here is 222-9393. Give us a call. We'll talk some Rhino soccer here. Let's go back to the phones, and TJ has been waiting patiently. Hi, TJ.
Hi.
Thanks for calling the show tonight.
Yes, thank you, guys. What can I say? It was a wet and woolly one out there.
It was. Were you at the game for the whole 90 minutes?
Yes, I was. I stuck it out like a loyal fan. I was hoping, as many of the fans were, for the 2-1 win, but I mean, I guess you can't do anything when you're playing in a sloppy mess like that. I've never been in such a rain-soaked mess in my life. I was hoping that second goal wouldn't have happened, but I guess if, as me and my mother were speaking of in the car, that if Bella wouldn't have made that key save in the 10th or 11th minute, it would have been 3-2 Montreal, and we would have been walking away with a loss. And it's
absolutely.
I've never seen such a mess. I mean, and hopefully by Wednesday we won't have to play in such a mess with Chicago coming to town, and then Sunday when we go north of the border, which hopefully won't be half as bad, because hopefully we can get out with a win and come out with 3 points.
Yeah, it was, I'm just sitting here trying to absorb what happened tonight. Sloppy play with the rain and the lightning. The game is delayed. Rhinos give up a late goal again. Just there was a lot that happened tonight, and it's all starting to come back to me now as I think through the game, and we saw a little bit of everything tonight. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, there was as everybody keeps saying, the referees making bad calls, like 3 or 4 calls that should have been called against Montreal, and yes, I agree with the calls that were called against us. Well, maybe one that was might have been a push-off against one of our guys. But, I mean, I don't understand that. The refs aren't making certain calls that should be made, but I don't get it.
Yeah, he was a little inconsistent tonight. And the direct red, though, I thought that was a good call on Becky, the big forward who scored that goal. He came in way late with the studs up. That was, I thought, one of his better calls.
And then finally, and I'll let you guys take other callers. I mean, we could have easily had a 3-2 win if that one shot that barely grazed the post would have gone in.
Yeah, that's a great point. Greg Howes again.
Yeah, Greg Howes on
And
there.
I think he knew right from the start he's going to go low against the big Greg Sutton, the 6'6" keeper for Montreal.
Yeah, guys. And finally, I wonder what your guys' thoughts are on hopefully some of the boys, some of the Stampede making the trip up to Montreal. Is that going to happen, or is there going to be a trip?
I don't know, but you know what? If they're listening, call in. So, TJ, you can listen to the answer, because I don't know, but some of the guys from the Stampede are listening. Call in and let us know what your plans are to go up to Montreal and see the Rhinos.
Most definitely, guys. Thanks, guys, and get well soon, Sammy. Hope to see you back on Wednesday.
All right, TJ, thanks for the call. The number here is 222-9393. Calls are starting to come in here. Let's go back to the phones and speak with Adam, who's been holding for a while. Hello, Adam. Adam, are you there? We just lost Adam. Okay. Want to try Dave? Let's go to Dave. Hi, Dave. Dave, turn down your radio. We've got a little delay there.
Okay, we're all set.
Okay, how you doing, Dave? Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Your thoughts on the match tonight?
Well, first of all, my biggest thought is I'm very glad that Greg Howes is with us right now. He's really started to find his form. I think coming off of that indoor season, took him a little while, but he's a quality player. Anybody that says that he's not a great player and a great finisher doesn't know what he's talking about. This guy can finish, and we're lucky to have him, especially now that we're getting closer to the playoffs. But my other thought is it's just a shame that this game had to be played under these circumstances. And people that I'm a soccer purist, and people that are soccer purists tend to like to see the game on grass. But I think if this game were at Paytech Park and where we have the field turf, I think this would have been a playable game, and probably would have. I think the way we were playing might have very well favored us. I thought we were on top of them all night long.
I agree with you. Montreal like to play. Their midfield is really hurting. Without Sandro Grande, there's no creative midfielder. So they wanted to knock the ball and just keep it deep. And when the weather got to be like this, that's your only option. You're not going to dribble the ball and try and be crafty and creative. So I think that definitely helped the impact.
That's one of the things that I noticed too. Is like, how come they didn't play more of a long ball? Instead, they look like they really tried to play a little bit more control and try to dribble. And I was like, this is the time when you got to send it long because you're playing in a slop field over there. I mean,
it was a disaster. Anything else, Dave? Dave still with us, Sam? No, Dave. We lost Dave, but let's go back to the phones and speak with the manager, the head coach of the Rochester Raging Rhinos, Mr. Laurie Calloway. Coach, hello and welcome to the postgame show.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Coach.
I'm a little wet. I just got home and I'm soaked.
Listen, first, you're from England. Obviously, it rains there quite a bit. Have you ever seen anything like this in soccer?
I've never seen a game allowed to be played in those conditions. I've seen those conditions. I've actually played in conditions like that, but the games have been usually abandoned, at some point during the game because once the ball won't move, it's not a spectacle. Well, it is a spectacle. It's a ridiculous spectacle, like a bunch of ducks flopping around in a pond. And but for the fans, there could be no football played after about the 50th minute tonight. Most of the football that was played in the first 46 minutes before the Lightning fiasco, which was a fiasco because I think that was a firework that frightened the referee. Up until that point where it disrupted the momentum and all the rain was allowed to ruin the field, we've been by far the better side.
Yeah.
So it's disappointing from that point of view, frustrating from the point of view that the officials, I think the officials should have abandoned it at, 50 minutes. Okay, we were winning 1-0, but I said to the fourth official, you should abandon this when it was 1-1. And again, when it was 2-1, it could have been abandoned at any time. And I think that's the frustration tonight that it was allowed to go on. And of course, once the second half comes and goes after the 46th minute, the result stands.
Yeah, that would have been great. And 1-0 would have been beautiful.
Yeah, because it was immediately obvious that it was going to be very difficult once we took the field again.
Coach, does the players' safety become an issue? Was that discussed at all? Not because of but because of the wet.
All the referees were concerned about was their liability for the safety of obviously the players. Because I said to the fourth official when we were underneath during the 30-minute break, I said, well, what about the 10,000 people sitting up there? You're not worried about them?
Right.
And I said, you can't be everything to everybody. I said, there's been no lightning. This is 10 minutes after the break. There's been no lightning since. Oh, it's got to be 30 minutes, and then it's got to be a 10-minute one. I said, well, there's an 18th law in the rules of soccer. Maybe you should probably use that a little bit, discretion and common sense.
Yeah, I was amazed.
During the break, Coach, what are the guys, are they in the locker room, or you got them in the tunnel, in the hallway, kind of stretching out? What are they doing?
No, I had them in the locker room. A lot of the Montreal players were sort of 6 or 7 of them were milling around the locker room door in the tunnel. But I was, I had my guys relaxed and sitting down, and then we went out for the 5-minute warm-up and into the game. And we'd made a tactical change at half-time, and it wasn't really working for us. So when it went to 1-1, we went back to 4-4-2. We tried to play a 5-4-1 in the second half to consolidate the lead and climb down on Biella, who was their only danger in the first half, really, him and Ribeiro. And that didn't work. So we went back to the 4-4-2, and it was a battle after that. We got a great goal from Harris, which whatever the conditions should have sealed it for us again, but we gave a silly free kick up on the halfway line, or just over the halfway line, and no need for the free kick on Vincella. We could have just stood him up. He wasn't going anywhere in that slot, and it gave him a better chance to launch the ball. And Barrow for once came up short tonight, on that. He said the ball died on him, and Quebec got in front of him and nicked the goal.
Coach, the late goals, at least at home, we're starting to see maybe a little of a trend developing. We talked about that last night, too. It happens again tonight, but with the conditions, obviously, that's a factor, too. But what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on giving up
it's a major concern. I mean, we're going to shoot ourselves in the foot if we can't defend in the last 10 minutes. And again, it's a set piece, which we discussed last night. We worked on that this morning, and we got the assignments right, but by the time that goal took place, we'd have to make a lot of changes through injury and one thing that, Perry's gone to hospital with a concussion, and that was right before that, so that maybe was a factor, because Perry had been marking, that's why I put him in to mark the big man. And, but we've got to do better in guys going in. We took a long time and spent a long time this morning talking about, understanding your roles. If you're a defender that's going in, for any one of the defenders, right back, left back, centre back, what are their positions at corner kicks? What are those, I'm not sure that enough of our guys study their roles as much as they should, and we get let down in those situations, particularly late in games where there's now some disruption to the organisation that we've worked on the day before the game or the morning of the game like we did today. Obviously the weather was a big factor tonight, and the thing that I can take from tonight is the Sanchez's comments afterwards as well. We don't meet you again till the final.
That's good.
Which I think is a compliment.
Definitely.
We totally outplayed it in the first part of the game.
Coach, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Defensively, you're not going to win championships if you're leaky, so we've got to tighten up somehow.
Coach, we went with somewhat of a consistent lineup for the last couple of games, but tonight you come out with Mladenov, John Ball, Martinez, and Howes. Your thoughts on those guys and the guys that they replaced? How was their performance tonight?
I thought, Howes, what can you say?
Yeah.
That's his best game for the club. He looked dangerous all night long. Martinez, I thought, was quiet. Wilson and Ball and Mladenov, I thought, had effective games in the first half. We brought Ray out and brought in the defender to try to plug Biella without having to tie Rivas up with him. Because Biella plays like a second striker but just behind, so he's getting like a lot of space.
Mm-hmm.
And as I said, that didn't really work. Tactically, the guys didn't adjust to it very well, and they sort of outplayed us a little bit at the start of the second half till he abandoned it. They made the adjustment again to go 4-4-2, and of course that worked well. We created a couple of chances up until even the House goal was in very difficult condition, but the reason he scored that goal was because he was out of the air.
Absolutely, off the ground.
There's not many goals when he scored on the ground in those conditions.
No way.
The goalkeeper could probably let it go and it wouldn't go in. On the ground, because it was just going 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet. So unless he got a skip or a bounce or was launched. I think, again, the other factor perhaps is the game wore on, in conditions like that, with us playing last night, Montreal having 4 days rest. They have to have, obviously, lighter legs. Some of our guys, the legs were getting very heavy. I think the guys that have had to play two full games or a game and a half.
Good point.
Not an excuse, but it's a fact. So maybe that was something that led to the fact that they were attacking us more towards the end than we were them.
Well, Coach, it's been a wet, wild night. Dry off, relax, and prepare for the big one on Wednesday.
Okay, guys. Thanks a lot.
All right, Coach Callaway from the Rochester Rhinos. Another 2-2 draw for the Rhinos. And, conditions not the best for soccer, obviously, tonight. Time for the first trivia question of the evening. Tonight's first trivia question brought to you by Crocodile Rock Entertainment, Rochester's home for Game Show Mania, customizable trivia fun for everyone. And the Game Show Mania is going to be every Tuesday now, 9 p.m. at Tootie's in Spencerport with Tom Craver. Call 594-2112 or go to www.crocodj.com. That's tonight's first trivia question sponsored by Crocodile Rock Entertainment. Jared, take it away.
Well, the trivia question is based on, how many times the Rhinos and the Montreal Impact played. They played 33 times. How many times has Rochester beat Montreal out of that 33?
Give us a call, 222-9393. You'll get 4 tickets to the Rhinos and Chicago Wednesday night at Frontier Field. Back to the phones, and got Adam back. Hello, Adam. How are you?
9393. I'm all right.
Adam, turn down the radio, please.
What's up?
How you doing?
Not bad, guys. You?
Good. Thanks for calling. And what are your thoughts tonight?
Okay.
Still got to turn on the radio.
1 second. Hold on. Let me just...
Gotta lower that radio.
First of all, let me just say, Lori Callaway, man. He's the bomb. Okay, we gotta get him more on our show, man, because I almost crushed my car laughing. The guy's hilarious. I love Lori Callaway.
You like one of his lines, huh?
Huh?
You like one of his lines?
Yeah, he's just hilarious.
He's got good material, no doubt about it.
Second thing, well, with the game today, I'm not disappointed at all. This is a really good result. I mean, the score at 2-2 wasn't that great, but just forget the second half because, come on.
Yeah,
okay, Frontier Field turned into a lake. So let's not even just forget that half. First half, Lednov, Rivas, our Rhinos team, we owned Montreal. So I'm very happy about that. I'm very pumped. And that just brings up, I can't wait for Sherbrooke, man.
You going up?
Yeah, we're going up.
So TJ was wondering if the crew was going up. You guys will be up there then, huh?
Oh, yeah, we're going to be up there.
Good.
Especially number 7 from Montreal. I don't know who that guy is. You guys want to look it up.
Number 7?
Oh, man.
Jason Tulio.
Julio? Oh, man. He was all up in our faces at halftime about what happened last time. And, one of our members, my brother, Lucas, got knocked out.
Oh, that's right. I remember that. That seems like yesterday. Jeez.
He was all up in that. Montreal for that. So... it's going to be awesome.
It's going to be a great trip.
A huge trip. We're going, taking a lot of people. Not only that, we're stopping by. People from the England Revolution are going to be joining us over there. This is basically turning into America versus Canada. It's going to be unbelievable over there. It's going to be great. We're going to go represent the Rhinos like we always do, on our little away trips. Hope it doesn't get too bad. Hopefully my brother doesn't get knocked out again.
I hope he doesn't. Jeez.
But yeah, it was a good game. It was definitely crazy to watch the ball just hit the puddle and just stop.
Yeah, you can't play soccer. That's just Coach Callaway nailed on that. You got to stop the game and either call it or even finish it another day. But I guess the rules are if you're in the second half, the score stands, and 47 minutes would have been great.
Yeah, but let's face it. I mean, it's easy for Laurie to say, let's call it. We're off 1-0.
Well, he even said it at 50 minutes. He said 1-1. Still, you should call the game. It's not necessary to put the fans, the players through that. It's very unsafe conditions too, because some of the challenges when that wet conditions was very awkward.
Oh yeah, a lot of the plays was really weird.
Yeah, very weird.
People sliding in and out, people going with their knees first into other, people's body parts and stuff. It was a crazy game.
Yeah, it was. Adam, thanks for the call.
Did you guys see when the referee got hit right in the balls?
Yeah.
That was the funniest thing.
Anything else?
I don't know. Is trivia answer 17?
17 is not the answer. No, 17 was close, but not the answer.
Close.
Good try.
All right.
Adam.
Well, Joe, good luck in, EPL fantasy, man.
Oh, you know what? Thanks for whoever invited me. Was it you who invited me or Drew?
No, that was actually Drew.
Tell Drew thanks a lot. Yeah. I got to see what I did today, so it's a blast, man.
Well,
Thanks, Adam.
Chicago this Wednesday.
All right, we'll be there. We'll see you there. All right, buddy.
And then, one more thing.
Go ahead, quickly.
All I know is a bunch of Stampede members. We're going to Columbus to, support USA versus Mexico. It's going to be another crazy night.
You guys are the best.
I'm telling you, man.
You guys are the best, and thanks for the call, Adam. We need more soccer fans like that throughout the U.S. The number here again is 222-9393. Back to the phones, and let's speak with Kurt. Hello, Kurt.
Yes. Hello.
Hi, Kurt. How are you?
Doing pretty good, thanks.
Thanks for calling tonight. You want to take a shot at the trivia?
Yeah, I'll take a shot.
What do you got?
19?
Jared's 19 correct.
No, 19 is not correct.
Good try, though.
19 wins? Or?
19 wins is not the correct answer, but that's a good effort. They've met 33 times. You think Rochester has beat Montreal 19 times, but no, not the correct answer. Were you at the game tonight?
I was at the game tonight, yeah, it was great.
What did you think about the weather and the conditions?
It made it pretty fun to watch. It was very interesting. I mean, it was sloppy, but it was certainly exciting, too.
And it's something you probably, I'll never forget it. In 10 years, I've never seen it with the Rhinos, and probably won't take another 10 years to see that again.
No, it was incredible. Definitely memorable. I wish we could have hung on for the victory, but came close.
Yeah, the 3 points would have been nice. Anything else, Kurt?
That's it.
Well, thanks for the call, and good shot at the trivia, but not correct. Again, ask the trivia question one more time, Jer.
The trivia question is, how many times, well, the Rhinos have played Montreal 33 times over the career here. How many times has Rochester beat Montreal? Give us a call, 222-9393. Jerry is going to send you to the Rhinos and the Fire in the U.S. Open Cup quarterfinal match Wednesday at Frontier Field. Let's go back to the phones, and Mike is on the line. Hi, Mike. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for calling.
Have you got some trivia?
Go ahead.
12?
12 is a good guess, but not correct.
Really?
Not correct.
Because on the post-game show today was, or the pre-game show was, you guys said 12.
No, I've got it right here in front of me. I've got every game that they've played actually in front of me, and if 12 was given on the post-game or pre-game show, that's not correct. So maybe a bit of an error.
Well, maybe I misunderstood.
But that's a good try. I'll give you that much. It's a good try. Were you at the game tonight?
Yeah. Yes, I was.
Did you get
wet?
wet?
It was a good game. It was a good game, but the rain was just never ended. Never ended. It was just like, you could just see everyone was just trying to play kickball.
Yeah.
You could tell Montreal was really going for that tie.
Well, not the way we wanted to run to the 3 points, but didn't happen tonight. Mike, thanks for the call. 12 was a good guess, but not correct. The 4 tickets are still on the table. Rochester and Montreal have met 33 times. How many times have the Rhinos defeated the Impact? Give us a call. 222-9393, and back to the phones. And Tom. Hi, Tom.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
The answer's 11.
Jared, is 11 the correct answer?
Oh, that's very good. 11 right on the nose.
All right.
Tom, congratulations. The Rhinos are 11 wins, 18 losses, and 5 ties against Montreal.
A lot of those losses up there.
Of course. You know, with the,
have we ever won up there?
I can check right now.
Besides the playoffs?
Let's see here. The win, I'm looking regular season here. We won back in 98, 1-0. Let's see. No. Just give me a second here. That's 1 win. Loss. Look at this. 98 we won. Well, you know what? That's a great trivia question. 98.
Didn't Lennon get the winning goal in a playoff game up there, I think? Early on, like in 96, 97. I think Lennon Steenkamp might have got the winning goal, if I remember correctly, in the playoffs. I don't know, maybe.
96, we lost at Montreal 2-1 in the 11th. I don't have that here. This is regular season right now that I have. In the playoffs now, we beat them in 96, 3-2. Then in 2-1. So we won a couple times in the playoffs. In the regular season, only one time, 1998.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Amazing.
Yeah, there's definitely something.
It's a great rivalry. I mean, these guys, when they get together, it's just awesome. I mean, tonight was the weather.
Yeah, it's too bad the weather.
Always something, it's fighting, something going. I mean, I think it's one of the best rivalries in all of soccer. It's awesome.
I mean, who else? Maybe DC United and the Metro Stars were getting
There's nothing there.
Yeah, they were getting to a great point, but that's kind of fizzled out. And now this is an exciting. You drive to the stadium tonight. You got to be honest. When you drove to the stadium, wasn't there a little something extra thinking about this game?
Oh, absolutely. I was thinking it was probably going to be a defensive battle. You know, no goals, but what a surprise, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely a surprise. Well, Tom, stay on the line. My producer, Sam, will get your information. You got 4 tickets that you can pick up at the will call window for the game Wednesday against Chicago. So Rhinos, Chicago Fire Wednesday at Frontier Field in the U.S. Open Cup.
You are listening to the Nextel Direct Connect postgame call-in show, driven by Auto Depot USA, the Handsome Brothers, on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Hi, Penny Cimino here again for Cimino Home Service. First, I'd like to thank all the new customers that we've met lately. So thank you. My husband Chris has been a plumber for 17 years. It's still a big part of our business. We do water heaters, flow drains, and even sewer drains. We also fix a lot of leaky faucets and pipes. If you've got a leaky faucet or pipe, you should call us at 671-6755. Water damage from leaky pipes can ruin ceilings and walls, but more importantly, water leaks that don't get fixed just get worse. And before you know it, you've got mold. And mold is really bad for you, even if you don't have allergies or asthma. At Cimino Home Service, there are 3 things we pride ourselves on, and that's being honest, fair, and reasonable. Call Cimino Home Service at 671-6755. That's 671-6755. We take our slogan seriously. Cimino means integrity.
Cimino Home Service is a member of the Nothnagel Realtors Client Perks Program. That means they're trusted to serve Nothnagel clients.
Are you 50? Is your loved one or parent over 50? You'd better call your doctor to be tested for colon cancer. Every year, more than 100,000 people are diagnosed with the disease. Getting tested regularly is important because early diagnosis offers you the best chance for a cure. This message is service of the Wilmot Cancer Center. The cure starts here. Go to www.wilmotcancercenter.com.
Hi, this is Mike, owner of Mike's Furniture Warehouse. And whether you're furnishing your dorm, apartment, new house, or just looking to gutsy up your bungalow, you really owe it to yourself to check out Mike's Furniture Warehouse. I know that you will be pleasantly surprised with the quality and selection of our furniture, bedding, and futons. At Mike's, you can purchase name brand furniture, mattresses, and futons, such as England, a Lazy Boy Company, Ashley, Strata-Loungers, Simmons, and a lot more for a lot less. At Mike's, we're also on the Quick Ship program with England's special order living room groups, whereby you pick the frame style and the fabric of your choice, and voila, it's in your home in just 3 to 4 weeks. And did you know that Mike's has next day delivery on mattresses, easy financing, and free layaway programs? Plus, for your shopping comfort, you will not find any high-pressure salespeople here at Mike's. So do me and yourself a favor, come on down and check out Mike's store-wide back-to-school specials. That's Mike's Furniture Warehouse, Ridge Road East across from Home Depot, and Brighton Henrietta Townline Road next to BJ's. Come see why there's a lot to like at Mike's.
Just like yours, we're a very busy family. We don't have time to waste, so we shop where we can get the best values and selection. And that's why when it's time to buy furniture, we shop at Raymore & Flanagan. Like right now, when we can find especially great savings when everything's on sale at Raymore & Flanagan. That means every item is discounted in the largest furniture inventory in the Northeast, including all of their famous brand names, like Lazy Boy, Broyhill, the Two-Piece Family, and Kincaid. And when we buy, we don't like to wait weeks or months for our furniture. Well, at Raymore & Flanagan, they deliver in 3 days or less. We also like how easy they make it to get financing that will fit our budget. Like now through Monday, you don't have to pay anything at all for 1 full year. There's no deposit required, no interest charges to pay, and no payments of any kind for 12 whole months. Wow, that'll fit almost any budget. With everything on sale and nothing to pay for a year, is it any wonder we're at Raymore & Flanagan? And you can get great furniture with great savings. Why shop anywhere else?
Hi, this is Joe Giuliano, Rhinos radio color commentator and host of the Soccer Report. Join us every Tuesday at 6:30 for full coverage of the Rochester Raging Rhinos, Major League Soccer, and international soccer news. Give us a call every Tuesday at 346-3000. It's the Soccer Report.
And now back to the Rhinos on Fickle 93.3 FM.
Welcome back to the Nextel Direct Connect postgame call-in show driven by Auto Depot USA. Joe Giuliano filling in for Tom Craver and Jerry Giuliano filling in for Soccer Sam. So the number here is 222-9393, and a little update from out of town. Vancouver leads Minnesota in the 75th minute 2-0.
2-0, yep, 2-0. It looks like Jason Jordan has scored both goals for...
Imagine that.
Yeah.
He is on a tear.
Yeah, he's on fire. And I'm still trying to look up the other score out there to see what the Portland game looks like. So when I find that, hopefully we can get that before we get off the air.
Looking for Jason Jordan. I got the goalkeeper stats here in front of me. I wonder how many goals. I think it's going to be 11 or 12 goals for him in the season. Let's see. No, 15 goals. I'm sorry. 15 goals with the 2 tonight. So Jason Jordan pulling away from Fabian Dawkins. The number here is 222-9393. Let's go to the phones and let's speak with Bill. Hello, Bill.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Oh, well, all right. I'm actually a lot drier now than I was before. I'll tell you, it does kind of bring up a point if you look up into the stands. And my seats are in 104, so of course I make sure I have my ponchos with me and all that good stuff, as does my family. But you kind of look at who was still left in the stadium, and it's all those people that had seats under the roof. And I think it really does point out the fact that we need a roof on that stadium. At least there should be some roof on that new stadium. I think that's a priority. I think it needs to be done, because when people are making decisions about whether they're going to a game or not, they check the weather, and for a fan like me, I'll be there, but the casual fan may not. And I just think it's really important for a lot of people to have an opportunity to sit under a roof. And I think today just showed it tremendously. I mean, there was almost 10,000 people, but at the end, the only people that were there, the diehards, and the people that are sitting under the roof.
That's a great point.
It's a really important thing that we really have to push for that new stadium.
It's a great point. You touched on the casual soccer fans, and they're not going to come back if it's uncomfortable. If it's comfortable, they'll be there again. So that's a great point, and hopefully the Rhinos office is listening, or the Rhinos brass are listening, and I'll pass that along to them too. And who knows? You never know.
And I'm sure I mentioned it before. And there's a lot of families that sit up underneath there, and they're going to make a decision next year about buying tickets at Paytech Park, and they're going to have to make that decision when they got a 2-, 3-, 4-year-old kid, whether that's something that they can really always be able to do if there isn't a roof over their head. But other than that, I played and watched soccer. I'm a 50-year-old guy. I've played and watched soccer for 30 years, and I've just never seen an official who would not take control of the game and call it. I mean, those were just unplayable conditions, and Coach is right. He should be livid at the decision by the officials to keep going. And I think they just got themselves caught. They didn't make the decision at the right time, and they had to play it out. They had to play it out for the fairness of both Montreal, probably particularly Montreal, because we were leading when they should have called it.
Yep.
And I just think, I don't know if there's any ramifications or if there's going to be some sort of statement that the Rhinos will make to the league, the officials, but that was just unconscionable. I just don't understand it. I just cannot fathom it. We were all talking about it.
Well, Coach Callaway, even when it was 1-1 at the 57th minute, he said, let's call it 1-1. Let's be fair, because it's ridiculous. And the referee didn't do it. I hate to say this, might be a stretch, but who knows? The official may have had plans for tomorrow, or so. I'm just saying. Who knows? Maybe he had to be somewhere tomorrow. He said, if I don't get this game in tonight, we're going to have to either call it or get the game up tomorrow. I don't know.
Yeah, well, but after like the 46 minute,
yeah, it's done. So I don't think he wanted to take that chance and let that go to that.
No, I don't. But I tell you, I had some questions about Greg Howes, and I really, some of those questions I think were answered tonight. I thought he played very well.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that means for Calabal and for Bolanis, but they got to keep their heads in the game too, because we're going to need them throughout the stretch here too. I'm sure they're disappointed, but hey, it is what it is. That's what the team game is about. You're just going to have to take your chances when you get them, and Greg definitely.
And one of the things you mentioned that Greg Howes coming off the bench and scoring 4 goals in the last 3 games. It just goes to show that now that the guys are going to have to really work very hard in practice to get their starting positions back. I mean, I think that's one of the things that Coach Callaway has created this season was that guys, you're going to get playing time based on what you do in scrimmages and practices and all that kind of stuff. So I think they created a great situation this season.
Yes. I think there's definitely a lot of competition, I'm sure, in practice. Of course, they never get to practice because they play so many games in a row.
Yeah,
I mean, all they do is try to get massages and sit in a whirlpool and try to get rested for the next game. So, and also I agree too. One of the other callers talked about the stretch of games here. And I'm not so sure I'm into playing 1 game a week. I think if we did that, I think the season is well long enough. Anyway, they'll have to cut down a number of games. But I'd like to actually see that maybe a few less games, a little more spread out, a little more reasonable time sequence between games for both the fans and the players. fans have problems too. It's tough to, schedule everything around, 4 games and how many, almost a week and or 10 days or so here. It's tough on us. It's tough on us families and tough on trying to get away from all the other things I got to do around the house here. So,
Bill, you're a diehard. You'll be there either way.
I know. I will. So, and it's good to hear you back in the. I don't know if you're subbing in here once in a while, but it's good to hear you.
Well, I'm just covering for the guy who we're going to have on the line next, Soccer Sam. Bill, thanks for the call.
Okay, you bet, guys.
All right, take care. Yeah, I'm a temporary fill-in. These are big shoes to fill. I look at the seat that Soccer Sam sits in. That's a big seat to fill. So I'm just doing what I can here. We can fit 3 people in this Soccer Sam chair. Sammy, just kidding. How you doing, buddy?
Killing me, man. Oh, Joey Gary, I'm having flashbacks when I played soccer for the Blue Stars. Whenever there was like thunder or lightning in the area, Armin, the coach, would let me sit on the bench with a rod just to keep the rest of the guys safe.
Sam, it's unfortunate you couldn't be at the game tonight. I have never seen anything like it. It was just puddle and sloppy, messy, just awful, Sammy. Awful stuff.
When the game stopped, one of my friends that was in a suite, John from Southers, called me and he's explaining to me he couldn't believe the ref didn't call it.
Yeah.
I mean, just for the safety of the fans, it's kind of crazy. And I don't know, man. Maybe I don't know what the guy was thinking, but maybe there's some unwritten rule that we don't know about now that they can't stop a game.
I talked to Bill Maxwell. Remember the referee from the North American Soccer League?
Of course.
He said, after halftime, if it's 1-0 and the referee calls the game, they can still call it. So it's the referee's discretion, as Callaway said.
Mm-hmm. Well, one of my friends called me and said he saw Chrissy Canamides going in the tunnel really upset, and it probably wouldn't surprise you if that's what his case was. Like, hey, it's halftime, we're 1 up, let's call this baby.
No, the referee, maybe a little cowardice. I hate to say that. Have some courage. Make a decision, take a stand. He didn't do it on the field, obviously.
Absolutely. I mean, Eric Simmons could have thrown probably 4 or 5 cards.
He was very off.
Instead, he wanted to talk to the players.
Yeah,
he
was
like,
off tonight.
Come on, guys, you got to throw the cards out there. And I agree. I think that he should have called the game because that field was dangerous. I mean, did Perry really need to have a concussion, go to the hospital? I mean, I think that could have been avoided.
Yeah, Sammy, a lot of awkward tackles, very strange situations when the field is like that.
I just saw the last Montreal tying goal on the news, and it looked like the ball just dropped. And the ball must have been waterlogged.
Yeah.
It looked like it was up high, and it just dropped suddenly. It was kind of a weird drop. And I think Valo and the defenders just misjudged it.
And they did.
Yeah.
Valo made that first step, and you could see he's not going to get it. And so the ball definitely died, or Valo mistimed it. I don't know which one it was, but if it died, that definitely was a huge factor.
Well, I mean, it was interesting to listen to the game and Joe, some of your comments, man. You're so. I love your honesty when you're doing the game. You just say it how it is, and that's the way it should be, man. You just tell it like it is, buddy. And I like it.
Well, thanks, Sammy. And when are you going to come back here, kid?
I'm hoping Wednesday night. I'm telling everyone I'm going to be there Wednesday, so I'm definitely going to be there Wednesday, no matter what what my wife says or does. I might be there with a divorce lawyer, but I will be at the game Wednesday night, no matter what. And I'm gonna hopefully come up and see you guys. If not, hopefully you guys come down and see me. I'm gonna sit in the stands, man. With my where I used to sit back in the day, right underneath where you're doing the broadcast show.
Oh, good, Sam. I cannot wait to see you. And it sounds like things are going good.
Yeah, I'm feeling much better. I'm doing a little water therapy here. I'm going to go outside now in the rain and play in the puddle. I'll feel better in a couple of days, I hope. But I'll see you guys Wednesday night and keep up. I love the whole Hanson Brothers thing. You guys got to run with that thing. It's pretty wild. I like it.
The WWE called us. They want to do something with us.
Yeah. All right, Joe and Jerry, thanks for having me.
All right,
it's your show, man. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for letting us do it.
Soccer Sam, you're the best. We'll see you. Hopefully we'll see you Wednesday. It'll be good to see you. Joe, we say we wrap this thing up.
I say let's wrap it up.
Sammy, what do you say? We wrap it up. Sammy, great job producing the show tonight. Jared, thanks for filling in tonight.
Joe, thank you very much.
Gerard, go home and go to bed?
No.
You want to say hi to Mommy before you go to bed? Want to say hi to anybody?
I want to say hi to Mommy on the microphone.
Go ahead, say hi to Mommy.
Hi, Mommy.
All right, that's Gerard saying hi to his mommy, Joanne. So it's been a great show tonight. Thanks for all the calls tonight. A little delay here with the weather, but this is the Nextel Direct Connect post-game call-in show. I'm Joe Giuliano for Jerry Giuliano, for Don Stevens, for Tom Craver, for Soccer Sam, and, of course, our great producer, Sammy. Great stuff. You've been listening to Rhino Soccer on Sickle 93.3 FM.
Good name, great music. Fickle 93.
Nestel Direct Connect postgame call-in show. Done.
Auto Depot USA, Best Volvo, Blueberry Hill Apartment, Chase Pitkin, Clarion Riverside Hotel, Connolly Printing, Faber Home, Free Time Magazine, Gallo and Yakavangelo, Golden Memories, Arrow East, Messenger Post Newspapers, Midtown Tire, Health Source Chiropractic, Poma, Mollier Chevrolet Buick, Lakeside Country Club, Cell Partners, Marina Dodge, New York Lottery, Personal Health Approach, Soccer Report, Tony's Collision, Total 10, Vision Nissan, World Gym, Weigel, on the new Fickle 93.3 FM, Random Radio.